you had also gained quite a bit 7 years ago. Of course, it might also be because Master Fa Xian wanted to win people's hearts or attract more Foundation establishment disciples to join his faction with such generous rewards. Such rewards probably also included the intention to expand his power. However, even if that were the case, the benefits he received were tangible and real. Only by being generous to his subordinates can one attract more people. This point, Master Fa Xian should be very clear about. Hisong naturally would not refuse such benefits that came his way. Wei Fan and Meng Guan felt the same way. With this newly obtained Foundation Establishment elixir, Hisong now had 2 elixirs in his possession. Taking into account the future earnings from the 100-acre spirit field and the sect's annual salary, even if Hisong failed in his first Foundation Establishment attempt and wasted 6 elixirs, he would have enough spirit stones to exchange for another 6 Foundation Establishment elixirs in the sect treasury. In this way, when this Foundation Establishment elixir was placed into his storage bag, a weight lifted from Hisong's heart. Next, as long as he looked after the 100-acre spirit field every year, his resources for Foundation establishment would no longer be lacking. At least, he would definitely not lack Foundation Establishment elixirs. This time, the harvest was quite good. With this thought in mind, the 3 of them sat down in the courtyard again. This time, the atmosphere in the small courtyard quickly warmed up. Since they all had gained quite a few benefits, they were very happy in their exchanges. In the end, Meng Guan gave some advice to Wei Fan regarding what to pay attention to after entering Foundation Establishment and recommended some Foundation Establishment techniques for him to learn before bidding farewell and leaving. Seeing this, Hisong naturally took his leave as well. Leaving Wei Fan's small courtyard, he quickly returned to his own little courtyard. However, when he turned to look back at Wei Fan's courtyard, a thought crossed Hisong's mind. This must be the last time we gather at that small courtyard. Once Wei breaks through to Foundation Establishment, he will be able to open up a cave mansion in the Thick Earth sect. It's just a question of where he will choose to open up his cave mansion. Will he become neighbors with Lao Mang, or find a secluded place to focus on cultivation? With that idea in his mind, Hisong's gaze swept across his small courtyard, and a desire to open up a cave mansion arose in his heart as well. Opening a cave mansion in the outside world was not a whim of his, but the result of some deep contemplation. At the moment, Hisong only needed to buy some materials, refine the array banners and array disc, engrave the array patterns of the small spirit gathering array on the banners and disc, and he would be able to set up the small spirit gathering array. Chapter 153, 152, Cries to Heaven go unanswered. Once Hisong could set up a small spirit gathering array, it meant that the concentration of spirit chi he could enjoy would be greatly increased. Being in a small spirit gathering array, the concentration of spirit chi would definitely be higher than in the small courtyard he currently lived in. As a result, Hisong's cultivation speed would also be greatly improved. Opening a cave mansion outside and setting up a small spirit gathering array to accelerate his own cultivation was something Hisong had planned long ago. Now that he thought about it again, it was because he was more eager to advance to the Foundation Establishment stage and gain the ability to protect himself. This Thick Earth sect wasn't as peaceful as he had thought before. He pondered for a long time in the small courtyard. Hisong took a step forward and walked straight towards the outside of the Thick Earth sect. First, he needed to buy some materials to refine the array banners and array disc required for the small spirit gathering array. Once he had set up a small spirit gathering array, then he would learn a concealment array that could deceive divine sense scanning. By then, it would not be too late to open a cave mansion in the wilderness. After leaving the Thick Earth sect, Hisong quickly arrived at the nearest immortal city to the Thick Earth sect. This immortal city, called Mountain Immortal City, was located to the north of the mountain gate of the Thick Earth sect, only about 10,000 miles away. It was under the control of the Thick Earth sect, also known as Mountain. Hisong didn't even have to think about it to know that this place was controlled by Master Yen Shan's faction. However, Hisong didn't care. After leaving the Thick Earth sect, Hisong had put on a black robe and performed the breath concealment formula, hiding his aura completely. When entering Mountain Immortal City, he had even changed his appearance completely. This time, even if Wei Fan and Meng Guan were to come and observe him face to face, they probably wouldn't be able to recognize Hisong's true appearance. As such, Hisong naturally didn't need to worry about his identity being exposed or being troubled by Master Yin Shan's faction. His purpose for coming here was merely to purchase some materials to refine array banners and array discs. Upon entering Mountain Immortal City, Hisong quickly found a place to buy various materials. Following his memory, he asked for materials needed for refining array banners and array discs. After a brief contemplation, Hisong directly asked to purchase 5 sets of materials for refining array discs and array banners. One set of materials could refine 1 array disc and 10 array banners. For example, to set up a small spirit gathering array, 1 array disc and 5 array banners were needed, along with array patterns engraved within them. Hisong intended to buy 5 sets all at once because he didn't want to make another trip each time he needed to set up an array. It would be too troublesome. However, as soon as Hisong stated his request, the shopkeeper in front of him, after hearing his request, carefully spoke. "Mrs. Lin, would you like to invite an array path master to help you set up the array?" This shopkeeper's name was Sun Yong, a 6th-tier Qi refining cultivator. Hisong didn't use his real name or the name Han Feiyu when he came to Mountain Immortal City. Since he couldn't use his real name, he didn't know if the name Feiyu was detected by the Thick Earth sect. For safety reasons, Hisong casually said his name was Lin Fan. Therefore, when Sun Yang addressed Hisong, he called him Mrs. Lin. "You don't have to worry about that, I just need these materials." "Are you selling them or not?" Hisong didn't give Sun Yang a good look when he suddenly asked his question. It was a mutually beneficial deal between buyer and seller. As a shopkeeper, asking about the customer's purpose for buying these items was a big taboo. If Hisong continued to be polite, others might think he could be easily bullied. Moreover, the Mountain Immortal City was so large that Hisong wasn't worried about not finding another shop selling these materials. "I'm selling, of course, Mrs. Lin. The reason I brought up this matter is to let Mrs. Lin know that our store has already refined blank array formation discs and array banners." As he spoke, Sun Yang stealthily looked at Hisong and saw that his expression remained unchanged before continuing to speak. "If Mrs. Lin would like to invite an array pathmaster to set up an array, you could simply buy some blank array formation discs and array banners to take back. That way, you won't have to go through the trouble of refining them, and the array pathmaster you invite would be more satisfied." However, after Sun Yang finished speaking, he saw that the light in front of him suddenly became brighter. When he looked up, he found that Hisong's figure had long gone. Looking at Hisong's retreating figure, Sun Yang had a trace of confusion on his face. This person. Wasn't he just listening intently? How did he run away while listening? Regardless of Sun Yang's confusion behind him, Hisong, who had already left, had made up his mind. In the future, even if that shop went bankrupt, he would never set foot inside it again. As a true array path master. For Hisong, the various taboos of array skills were naturally well understood. He naturally knew about the blank array formation disc and array banners mentioned by Sun Yang. Although it seemed much more convenient than refining it himself. But outside, who would dare use array discs and banners refined by others? Hisong remembered that the Array Tao primary introduction clearly warned about this. When refining array discs and banners, cultivators can perform tricks inside them. If they only added some tracking skills, it would still be fine. At most, someone would only find him and locate the place where he set up the array. But if strange skills were added, it could lead to a disaster. Although Sun Yang was able to open a shop in Mountain Immortal City, he wouldn't resort to such behavior. But it's not about fearing 10,000 times. It's about fearing the 1 in a million chance. Hisong didn't want to buy these items and then suddenly be found by a group of burly men one day or suffer other changes. By then, it would be too late for him to cry for help. Therefore, Hisong did not dare to use array discs and banners refined by others. Even if it was troublesome, Hisong would choose to refine his own array discs and banners. Only in this way, he could be safer. Out of caution, Hisong simply left the shop directly, ignoring Sun Yang's attempt to retain him behind. A moment later, Hisong changed into a black robe and modified his appearance and figure. He appeared in another shop selling various materials. This time, there were no issues. He stated his requirements, and the shopkeeper packed all the materials he needed and handed them over. Due to his previous experience in the first shop, Hisong doubled his required materials. He ordered 10 sets of materials for refining array discs and banners. Paid with one hand. Received the goods with the other hand. After the money and goods were settled, Hisong left. Searching for a place that sold spirit amulets in the Mountain Immortal City, Hisong thought for a while and purchased another 20 high-quality thick earth amulets. These 20 high-quality thick earth amulets, plus the ones Hisong had bought before, could help raise his safety level higher. After purchasing everything, Hisong casually went to an inn in the Mountain Immortal City, changed his appearance, and walked out of the inn. After making sure that there was no one following him, Hisong immediately left the city and hid underground, returning to the Thick Earth sect. Because Hisong was too cautious. He didn't show off any wealth. He even went to the inn to change his appearance and disguise before leaving the city. Thus, on his way back to the Thick Earth sect, there were no issues. Upon returning to the Thick Earth sect, Hisong began refining array discs and banners, preparing to set up the small spirit gathering array. And so, time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had quietly passed. 2 years ago, Hisong returned from the Mountain Immortal City with 10 sets of materials for refining array discs and banners. After returning to the sect, he quickly refined an array disc and 5 array banners. With this, the materials needed for the small spirit gathering array were completely ready. Chapter 154, Chapter 153. 2 years later, however, Hisong encountered significant resistance when drawing array patterns on the array disc and array banners. Drawing array patterns on spirit stones and drawing array patterns on array disc and array banners are entirely different concepts. Even though Hisong was skilled at engraving array patterns on spirit stones, doing so on array discs and array banners was still very challenging. As a result, when Hisong finally managed to create the array discs and array banners and began engraving array patterns on them, it took him several months to complete the whole process of engraving the array patterns for the small spirit gathering array. After successfully engraving the array patterns, Hisong couldn't reveal his array Tao talent while in the Thick Earth sect. Therefore, even though Hisong was already capable of setting up the small spirit gathering array, he didn't arrange it within the sect. Instead, he quietly left the sect once, arranged it in a remote place, and upon seeing the successful operation of the small spirit gathering array, he took back the array disc and array banners and returned to the Thick Earth sect for his seclusive cultivation until now. Before setting up a concealment array that could deceive divine sense scanning, Hisong wasn't going to establish a cave mansion in the outer world. Otherwise, if a master in the Foundation establishment realm flew over them and scanned with divine sense, they would likely expose Hisong's true nature in an instant. To prevent his anomaly from being discovered, Hisong had to endure for now. After successfully setting up the small spirit gathering array once, Hisong began to focus on a concealment array mentioned in the Array Tao primary introduction. The Smoke Array. This is a concealment array that can deceive divine sense scanning. It can create illusions that are convincing enough to deceive, looking no different from reality whether close or far away. At the same time, after setting up the smoke array, a thin fog would appear around the perimeter, causing mortals and cultivators who come near it to unconsciously avoid the area covered by the array. Apart from that, it also has other functions like concealing aura and isolating sound. After successfully setting up the small spirit gathering array once, Hisong began studying the smoke array. Once he could set up the smoke array, he would be able to establish a cave mansion outside the Thick Earth sect for his daily cultivation. At that time, Hisong's cultivation speed would surpass his current rate, allowing him to enter the Foundation establishment realm even faster. Now, after 2 years of cultivation, Hisong's cultivation level in the 8th tier of Qi refining took another big step, and the amount of spirit power in his body increased considerably. He felt that there wasn't much distance to reach the 9th tier of Qi refining. As for the smoke array, Hisong gained some understanding as he continued to study. It is worth mentioning that, even though Hisong was in seclusive cultivation in the past 2 years, he still familiarized himself with the entire Thick Earth sect during his spare time. In these 2 years, Hisong visited almost every accessible place for an outer disciple, gaining deeper knowledge about the sect. At the same time, after Wei Fan advanced to the Foundation establishment, he soon moved out of the area designated for outer disciples and became Meng Wan's neighbor. Both of them are in the foundation establishment stage, and they built their cave mansions together, often having tea and chatting with each other. Hee-sung occasionally visited them, and the two would warmly welcome him. However, since both of them had not been in the foundation establishment stage for very long and were mainly focused on seclusive cultivation to learn foundation establishment techniques, Hee-sung didn't bother them too much. Foundation establishment cultivators usually spent their first 10 years after breaking through in seclusion. In these 10 years, they need to change their cultivation skills, learn foundation establishment techniques, get familiar with high-quality artifacts, and so on. Some cultivators spend over a decade in seclusion to gain the regular foundation establishment fighting power. They are quite busy. For instance, Mengguan coming out of seclusion in the 5th year to help Wei Fan get a foundation establishment elixir was a rare occurrence. It was only because Wei Fan had helped Mengguan a lot that Mengguan was willing to waste these 2 years. For others, they wouldn't even think about it. Now, 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Hee-sung sat on a cushion and after calculating a bit, let out a sigh in his heart. Alas, having more spirit fields also has its disadvantages. There's too much spirit rice, and even after buying another storage bag, it can only hold this year's spirit rice. Over the past 2 years, the 100 acres of spirit fields in Hee-sung's possession have gradually started to produce spirit rice. 4 years ago, Hee-sung began cultivating new spirit fields. 2 years ago, all of Hee-sung's spirit fields had been successfully cultivated, comprising a total of 100 acres. At the same time, he returned to the sect to witness Wei Fan's foundation establishment. Last year, half of the spirit fields Hee-sung had cultivated had been transformed into spirit fields, and Hee-sung harvested more than 50,000 caddies of spirit rice from his fields. This year, all of Hee-sung's cultivated spirit fields had been transformed into spirit fields, and the first wave of spirit rice had started to be produced. Based on previous yields, these 100 acres of spirit fields are likely to produce 110,000 caddies of spirit rice. Such a massive amount of spirit rice. Even though Hee-sung had harvested more than 50,000 caddies of spirit rice last year and bought another storage bag from the sect, if he went again this year, the 2 storage bags he had probably wouldn't be able to hold that much spirit rice. After all, Hee-sung already had more than 60,000 caddies of spirit rice harvested from the newly cultivated spirit fields in the previous 2 years, plus last year's 50,000 plus caddies of spirit rice, making a total of 110,000 caddies. These 110,000 caddies of spirit rice required 1 storage bag. If he harvested another 110,000 caddies of spirit rice this year, it would require another storage bag. Hee-sung only had 2 storage bags on him now. After storing the spirit rice, he couldn't fit anything else in the bags. The storage bag's space was too small. Cargo storage bags were inconvenient to carve. After pondering it, ultimately decided to sell the spirit rice every 2 years, or else it would take up too much space. If he didn't clear it out in time, it would be difficult to sell the accumulated spirit rice quickly in the future. It would be better to sell the spirit rice every 2 years. In this way, his income would be more stable. He wouldn't find himself needing spirit stones in a hurry, only to discover that he couldn't sell that much spirit rice in a short amount of time. He made up his mind and acted on it. With 2 storage bags in hand, Hee-sung quickly left the thick earth sect and hurried toward his spirit fields. The first stop was a valley with 30 acres of spirit fields. After harvesting more than 30,000 caddies of spirit rice here and replenishing the array's spirit stones, Hee-sung took off toward another one of his cultivated spirit fields. After harvesting the spirit rice from another field and replenishing the array's spirit stones there, Hee-sung moved on to the next spirit field. Thus, he repeated this process. Soon, he had harvested all of his spirit fields and replenished the spirit stones of the arrays covering each field. Hee-sung's 2 storage bags were suddenly filled to capacity. 220,000 caddies of spirit rice almost occupied all the space in the 2 storage bags. Fortunately, the thick earth sect storage bags were large enough for him to make a little room for his personal belongings. After stopping at his last spirit field, Hee-sung looked up at the sky and a map he had memorized flashed through his mind. He needed to find an immortal pavilion to sell the spirit rice he carried. He searched his memory for a moment, then looked in the northwest direction and immediately took to the air, speeding toward the northwest. There was an immortal pavilion in the northwest. Named Flame Light Immortal Pavilion, it was the nearest immortal pavilion to Yisong's location. Chapter 155, 155, 154, Becoming an Evil Cultivator. Since it was the closest, Yisong's best choice was naturally this immortal pavilion. Flame Light Immortal Pavilion. It was hundreds of miles away from the spirit field where Yisong was. Yisong activated his mountain wind riding skill and quickly moved forward, but it took quite some time before he finally arrived at the outskirts of the Flame Light Immortal Pavilion. However, upon arriving at the outskirts of the Flame Light Immortal Pavilion, Yisong did not hastily enter the pavilion. Instead, he stopped tens of miles away from the Flame Light Immortal Pavilion. Concealed in a hidden valley, after giving it some thought, Yisong quickly set up an array formation. As continuously formed seals, the array foundation flew in all directions. Soon, an illusion array. A 5-phases array. In total, 2 array formations were successfully set up by Yisong. He turned this hidden valley, which was only tens of miles away from the Flame Light Immortal Pavilion, into his temporary base and controlled the 2 arrays, completely covering the valley before finally breathing a sigh of relief. His gaze looked towards the direction of the Flame Light Immortal Pavilion in the distance. Setting up an array formation tens of miles away from the Flame Light Immortal Pavilion was not because Yisong wanted to stay here permanently. It was only because Yisong currently had a bit too much spirit rice on him. 220,000 gene of spirit rice. Once all of it was sold, at least 20,000 spirit stones would be received. 20,000 spirit stones. Not to mention sheer-refining late-stage cultivators, even early foundation establishment masters would be tempted when suddenly seeing so many spirit stones. Although Yisong had already decided that one pavilion could handle at most 110,000 gene of spirit rice, and he had to quickly move away with 10,000 spirit stones in hand to another pavilion. However, such a practice might inevitably draw attention. Even if he only sells 110,000 gene of spirit rice, Yisong would still receive at least 10,000 spirit stones. 10,000 spirit stones. It was a number carefully decided upon after Yisong had given it much thought. This number fell right within the range where foundation establishment masters wouldn't care, but late-stage chi-refining cultivators might not necessarily be able to keep their eyes on Yisong. In the cultivation world, there were countless strange and fascinating skills. No matter how cautious Yisong was, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be caught off guard at times. Therefore, just in case, Yisong simply set up an array formation here. If someone was really watching him. As long as it wasn't a foundation establishment master. With the 5-phases array and illusion array, even if Yisong couldn't beat them, he could still retreat calmly once they entered the array. In this way, another layer of insurance was added to his safety. If he could win, perhaps Yisong would transform into an evil cultivator and happily accept the opponent's storage bag. After all, Yisong would never appear in his true form from beginning to end, and the name he used would usually be Han Feiyu or Lin Fan. What does Han Feiyu or Lin Fan killing people have to do with me, Yisong? After setting up 2 array formations in the valley, Yisong's body submerged underground and quickly sped towards the location of the Flame Light Immortal Pavilion. When he was only a few miles away from the Flame Light Immortal Pavilion, Yisong's figure appeared on the ground. Yisong at this moment. He was wearing a black robe. He had no aura at all. His appearance had also been changed long ago. In this way, when figure entered the Flame Light Immortal Pavilion, no one would think that this person, who had just entered the pavilion, was actually carrying a huge resource of 220,000 gene of spirit rice. Entering the Flame Light Immortal Pavilion. After checking the map in the Flame Light Immortal Pavilion, Yisong quickly walked towards the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion. Spiritual Medicine Pavilion. As soon as Yisong stepped inside and revealed a hint of late-stage chi-refining spiritual pressure, someone suddenly appeared in front of him. I am Yisong, a steward of this place. I apologize for the inconvenience, fellow Daoist, please come into the VIP room. As soon as his words fell, Yisong in front of him bowed his hand to Yisong and led the way ahead, quickly guiding Yisong into the VIP room. In the VIP room, traces of tea fragrance filled the air, causing Yisong to raise his eyebrows slightly. Why is this green immortal spirit tea everywhere? It was in Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion, Spirit Rabbit Immortal Mansion, and even in the Flame Light Immortal Pavilion, the tea was present. Could it be that this green immortal spirit tea, which can increase some cultivation, is a must-have in the VIP room of every immortal pavilion? Or is it that the Thick Earth sect had a high output of green immortal spirit tea that could supply all the pavilions under its jurisdiction? Hisong, who had never paid attention to this matter before, recalled the output of green immortal spirit tea in the Thick Earth sect at this moment. However, Hisong's thoughts were soon interrupted by Mitsung in front of him. What name does this fellow Taoist go by? Would you like to purchase some spirit grass or spirit flowers? Seeing that Hisong was interested in the green immortal spirit tea after being led into the VIP room, Mitsung decided to ask the question. The green immortal spirit tea was precious, and even he didn't have the authority to give it away. Therefore, he had to interrupt the interest of the person in front of him and ask him what he had come here for. I am Lin Fan, a loose cultivator, here to sell some spirit rice. I don't need any spirit grass or spirit flowers. Not minding the interruption, Hisong stated his purpose and placed a storage bag on the table in front of him. This storage bag contained 110,000 jin of spirit rice. The other storage bag on Hisong's body, in addition to 110,000 jin of spirit rice, also contained his daily necessities. Storage bags were too expensive. Even in the Thick Earth sect, Hisong spent a full 1,000 spirit stones to buy a storage bag. This was also the reason why Hisong decided to sell the spirit rice once every 2 years. Storage bags were too expensive, and buying one to store spirit rice every year would cost Hisong a lot of spirit stones. In this way, it was better to only buy 2 and leave the sect to sell spirit rice once every 2 years. Although it was a bit more troublesome. But at least he didn't have to spend so many spirit stones. On the side. Seeing Hisong take out a storage bag, Mitsung nodded and took the bag. However, as he checked the amount of spirit rice in the bag, Mitsung's eyebrows suddenly raised. A large storage bag? 110,000 jin of spirit rice? His eyes discreetly swept over Hisong's figure, causing Mitsung's heart to tremble. This person hid his identity, and he was not as simple as he appeared to be. That thought flashed through his mind, but there was no shock on Mitsung's face, as it seemed calm as ever. But no one knew what he was thinking inside. By the time he put down the storage bag in his hand, no trace of abnormality remained. Fellow Taoist Lin, there are a total of 110 jin of spirit rice here. The Spiritual Medicine Pavilion takes a 10% profit, and you can get 9,900 spirit stones in total. What are your thoughts, Lin Taoist? With the storage bag on the table, Mitsung asked. On the other side of the table. Hisong's face remained unchanged, but upon hearing Mitsung's words, a hint of surprise emerged in his heart. What's going on? Chapter 156, 155. Greedy thoughts arise. Last time when he sold 110,000 jin of spirit rice, the steward of the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion in the Flowers Immortal Pavilion had raised the price by 100 spirit stones for him, but there was no hint of asking for a kickback. He didn't come after him afterward either. Now, the steward of Spiritual Medicine Pavilion at this Flame Light Immortal Pavilion had also given him a normal price, without any hint of asking for a kickback. Are people nowadays all so upright? Or is it that those experiences he had at the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion and Spirit Rabbit Immortal Mansion shouldn't have existed in the first place? But what he didn't know was that the steward of the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion at the Flowers Immortal Pavilion had come after him, only to be scared off by Hisong's handling of the illegal goods. Thus, Hisong had unwittingly avoided danger. Otherwise, he might have tasted the sensation of being pursued for the first time when he sold the spirit rice last time. With a trace of confusion in his eyes, Hisong couldn't quite understand. In the end, he stopped thinking about it. Nodding his head. Alright, let's go with Brother Mi's price, Hisong said, agreeing. Anyway, before he left the Flame Light Immortal Pavilion, he would definitely dispose of all his belongings, change his appearance at the inn, and leave the area with the earth tunneling skill. If he still got followed after doing all that, then Hisong would have no choice but to wait for someone to track him down in the remote valley dozens of miles away. But he didn't know What expression would be on the other party's face when they entered the array skills? Thinking about it, it should be quite interesting. Not everyone can set up array skills, nor can everyone break the formation. Ordinary loose cultivators, Immortal Pavilion disciples, or even noble family members and sect disciples, if they blindly enter the array skills without knowing them. Given the offensive and defensive capabilities of the 5 phases array, as long as their strength doesn't exceed Hisong's too much, they will be worn down by Hisong to death. On top of that, there is an illusion array laid out on the periphery, which can shield the sounds and breaths in the 5 phases array. No one will discover it. In this way, the 2 array skills Hisong set up before stepping into the Immortal Pavilion would be enough to help him deal with a lot of troubles. Seeing Hisong agree, Mi-tsang nodded calmly. In that case, I'll put the spirit rice away first and then get the spirit stones for Brother Lin. Please wait a moment, Mrs. Lin. After saying that, Mi-tsang wanted to leave with Hisong's storage bag. This action made Hisong raise his eyebrows. In the past, Hisong had dealt with spirit rice a few times. But almost no one would take away his storage bag without giving out the spirit stones first. But now, the spirit stones haven't been given yet, and Mi-tsang wants to take away his storage bag? In the cultivation world, money is exchanged hand to hand. And so are the goods. This is the rule. Is it that the Flame Light Immortal Pavilion doesn't understand even this basic rule? Wait, what do you mean, Brother Mi? Do you not intend to follow the rule of exchanging money and goods hand in hand? With a trace of coldness in his eyes, Hisong stood up and blocked Mi-tsang directly. For a moment, the VIP lounge became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. After blocking Mi-tsang, several high-quality thick earth amulets appeared between Hisong's fingers. If the situation turned unfavorable, Hisong would activate them to protect himself. No one would want to make a move against a chi-refining late-stage cultivator in the Immortal Pavilion, even if he was just a loose cultivator. Hisong took out these high-quality thick earth amulets as a precautionary measure. Mi-tsang, who originally wanted to leave, froze on the spot at this moment. Glancing at the several high-quality thick earth amulets between Hisong's fingers, Mi-tsang's expression changed. Then he quickly put down the storage bag in his hand. No, Mrs. Lin misunderstood. The transactions in the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion have always been like this. However, if the Dao friend is unwilling, I can go and get the spirit stones first, and then give the money and goods hand in hand with the Dao friend. With that, Mi-tsang gestured with his hand, putting on an air of everything being perfectly justified. If Hisong hadn't already experienced the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion himself, he might have actually believed Mi-tsang's nonsense. However, now was not the time to tear his face apart. He first had to sell his 110,000 gene of spirit rice. As for the rest, they were just trivial matters. Seeing Mi-tsang putting down the storage bag, Hisong nodded and went up to pick it up. After checking that there were no discrepancies in the spirit rice inside, Hisong finally spoke up. In that case, Brother Mi, please go and get the spirit stones first. I'll be waiting here for your return. With the storage bag in his hand, Hisong sat down in the VIP room and started waiting. As for Mi-tsang, after hearing Hisong's words, he saluted Hisong and left the VIP room. Inside the VIP room, once Mi-tsang had left, Hisong immediately opened the door and appeared outside the VIP room. The space inside the VIP room was small, making it difficult to maneuver. If this time Mi-tsang wasn't leaving to get the spirit stones but to call for help, Hisong would likely be trapped in the small VIP room, at the mercy of others. Instead of living in fear, he might as well come outside the VIP room and not give Mi-tsang any chance. Trade outside and leave immediately after. Hisong wouldn't have to worry about any threats from Mi-tsang afterward. After all, Hisong was always cautious whenever he sold spirit rice. Going to the inn to change his appearance, burning his clothes, and then using the earth tunneling skill to leave the area were just normal operations. If he still couldn't shake off the other party like this, Hisong had already prepared array skills in advance. However, if it really came to that, Hisong would have to force the other party to reveal how they tracked him down to the valley.
Song didn't have to wait too long. Soon,
Song came back with the spirit stones. Seeing Song standing outside the VIP room, Song's astonishment flashed across his eyes, but he didn't care too much about it. They exchanged money and goods hand to hand. After the transaction was completed, Song's storage bag suddenly had 9,900 more spirit stones in it. With the spirit stones in hand, Song didn't care about Song's expression and left immediately. He couldn't stay in this place any longer. Moreover, after selling the spirit rice, he had no other business to do here. It would be better to find an inn, change his appearance and leave right away. And besides, he had no intention of coming back to the Flame-Light Immortal Pavilion anyway. There was no need to pretend to be friendly with Song anymore. Just as Song was about to leave the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion, Song revealed a smile inside the pavilion. But I'm still one step ahead. The tracking skill is extremely fast when mastered and he probably didn't even notice. In this way, I can track him at any time until he leaves the Immortal Pavilion. A cold light flashed in his eyes as Song turned around and quickly left the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion, heading to an unknown destination. Messing with Song's storage bag was a plan Song came up with as soon as he found out Song was a loose cultivator and had 110,000 gene of spirit rice. For someone like Song, who hides behind the scenes but is exceptionally wealthy, if he didn't make a move, wouldn't he just be benefiting someone else? Rather than benefiting others. Why not benefit himself? Chapter 157, 156, Ambush Kill, 3,000 word big chapter, 10,000 spirit stones. For a chi-refining late-stage cultivator, it's an extraordinary wealth. Even if it's risky, he is willing to take the chance. Moreover, as a fellow chi-refining late-stage cultivator, if it comes down to a real fight, he has some confidence. Just a mere loose cultivator after all. Even if Song's cultivation has reached the 8th tier chi-refining. And his own cultivation is only at the 7th tier chi-refining. But, how could a mere loose cultivator compare to him, an Immortal Pavilion steward with a fortunate background? Recalling the opportunity he once obtained by chance, Song became determined, and a surge of murderous intent rose in his heart. Song did not know what Song was thinking or that he had been targeted. However, earlier on, due to Song's intention to take his storage bag, Song had already become alert. Upon leaving the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion, Song hurriedly rushed to the inn at Flame-Light Immortal Pavilion. After paying 10 spirit stones, he rented the inn for 10 days. After entering, he activated the concealment array inside to hide his presence. Having done all this, Song removed his black robe and casually threw out a fireball to burn it to ashes. Afterwards, he circulated his spirit power within his body, quickly washing his body and storage bags with spirit power. Knowing of the existence of the tracking skill in the cultivation world, Song naturally wouldn't give any opportunities away. Under the washing of spirit power, the tracking mark would be wiped clean. Whether it was his storage bag or his body, Song used spirit power to cleanse them both thoroughly. Once all of this was done, Song finally let out a sigh of relief. He changed into another black robe and transformed his appearance once more. Then, he used the earth tunneling skill to delve underground and swiftly traveled towards the small valley tens of miles away. According to Song's thinking, after doing all of this, he should be able to eliminate all ordinary tracking marks. In this way, escaping by tunneling through the ground would ensure his safety. In addition, hurrying to the small valley tens of miles away was something he had planned long ago. If he did all of this in the inn and the opponent still managed to find him, then the array skills in the small valley could be put to use. After trapping the opponent, he could then force the truth out from their mouth. In the future, if he were to sell spirit rice again, he would have an extra layer of precaution. After all, there is an endless variety of skills in the cultivation world, and nobody knows if they could be targeted by a certain skill, causing their own demise. As for Song's cultivation, based on Song's investigation, it was merely at the 7th tier chi refining. Song's cultivation had already reached the 8th tier chi refining by now. With the aid of array skills, trapping the opponent, or even killing the opponent, should not be difficult tasks. Song had learned the mountain pressing sword riding skill, after all. This sword writing skill had an extremely impressive offensive power at the chi refining stage. It was one of the top attack sword skills amongst thick earth sect chi refining cultivators. Being higher in cultivation by one tier, with the aid of array skills, and also possessing the powerful mountain pressing sword writing skill, with a full set of artifacts and spirit amulets on hand, Hisong contemplated for a moment and finally concluded that such a lineup was more than enough to deal with a 7th tier chi refining cultivator. With his decision made, Hisong's figure quickly made its way underground towards the small valley tens of miles away. At the same time, outside the Inn of Flamelight Immortal Pavilion, Hisong had already changed into a black robe and concealed his entire aura. He was hiding in a corner outside the inn and secretly monitoring. However, to his surprise, when he saw Hisong enter the inn and activate the concealment array, he suddenly found the tracking mark he placed on Hisong's storage bag using the tracking skill becoming unstable. This was an effect that would only occur when the tracking mark was being washed away by spirit power and gradually losing its effectiveness. Ordinary tracking marks were attached to the surface of an object, and would be easily washed away once hit with spirit power. This was also the reason why Hisong washed himself and his storage bags with spirit power every time after selling spirit rice, and burned the black robe. Wei Fan had learned the tracking skill, and Hisong had learned about its weakness from him. Upon noticing this, Hisong became anxious but not flustered. Crafty kid, he's really very cautious. Fortunately, my 7 fragrance tracking skill was obtained by chance and isn't the inferior kind sold at the Spirit Skill Pavilion. 7 fragrance tracking skill. It was different from ordinary tracking skills. Ordinary tracking skills just left a mark, and once the mark disappeared, tracking would naturally be impossible. However, the 7 fragrance tracking skill, while also leaving a mark, would have its 7 strange scents remain on an object for 7 days even if the mark disappeared. 7 days. It was more than enough. Full of confidence, Hisong had no idea what kind of cunning person he had set his sights on. It wasn't until Hisong used the earth tunneling skill to leave Flamelight Immortal Pavilion and quickly head towards the small valley tens of miles away that Hisong, who was still waiting outside the inn, realized something was amiss. After casually casting the 7 fragrance tracking skill once more, only to find that the target was no longer in the inn, Hisong became extremely agitated. Well, being able to slip away under my nose, it seems this kid has quite a few secrets. Following the direction indicated by the 7 fragrance tracking skill, he quickly pursued. Hisong couldn't help but feel annoyed in his heart. If it wasn't for his sudden whim to use the 7 fragrance tracking skill one more time to confirm Hisong's position, Hisong might have actually escaped. Feeling like he was being toyed with, Hisong's anger was directed entirely at Hisong. Not long after, Hisong had traveled several dozen miles underground and soon arrived at a valley filled with illusion arrays and 5 phases arrays. He planned to stay around for 2 days. 2 days' time. Those who would pursue would naturally come. If no one came after 2 days, then they probably wouldn't come, and he could safely head to the next Immortal Pavilion to get more spirit rice. However, just as Hisong arrived at the valley and began comprehending the smoke array while keeping an eye on his surroundings, he suddenly noticed that someone had triggered his array. Realizing this, Hisong's eyes widened, and a trace of surprise flickered across them. He had just arrived not too long ago, and someone was already pursuing him? Who was it? But before Hisong could go and check it out, he already heard a strange cry. An array? Why is there an array here? Looking in the direction of the sound, Hisong immediately saw a man in a black robe, whose way was being blocked by various attacks formed within the 5 phases array. At this moment, the 5 phases array had been completely activated, with countless attacks manifesting, aimed at the man in black robe. Simultaneously, upon spotting the man in black robe, Hisong also manipulated the illusion array, fully covering the valley. After doing all this, Hisong took a closer look at the man in black robe, finding that his figure seemed somewhat familiar. Concealing his figure and aura using the illusion array, he then unveiled his 2 medium-grade artifacts, readying himself for both offense and defense. Hisong's thoughts surged. Instantly, the mountain-pressing sword writing skill was deployed. A flash of red-gold sword light was soon controlled by Hisong, striking towards the man in black robe not far away. In mid-air, The red gold sword light sped away with an overwhelming momentum, slashing in the man in black robe's direction. Hisong's figure also started moving at this moment. Not waiting for the red gold sword to hit him, Hisong immediately left his original position and changed his location.
Fighting a cultivator. If one stood still, they could easily become a target.
Even if Hisong had hidden his figure and aura using the illusion array, the path the red gold sword took to slash forward could still reveal Hisong's position at the time of the sword stroke. Thus, despite the red gold sword still being in flight, Hisong's figure had already departed from his original spot. The red gold sword controlled by the mountain pressing sword riding skill was incredibly powerful. However, the momentum when striking was also extraordinary. Even though Hisong had tried his best to conceal the red gold sword with the illusion array, the power contained within it still alerted the man in black robe within the 5 phases array.
In the next moment,
the man in black robe looked at the direction where the red gold sword was slashing. A fleeting look of solemnity passed across his face. Subsequently, a massive green shield appeared beside him. Wood Spirit Shield. With a soft shout, Hisong instantly recognized the person's voice.
Mi Gang.
The steward from Spiritual Medicine Pavilion who had traded with Hisong before. Realization flashed through Hisong's eyes. So it was him. But soon, the realization in Hisong's eyes disappeared, and he once again focused on controlling the red gold sword to attack Hisong. However, once the Wood Spirit Shield appeared, Hisong was fully protected within. Seeing that the ambush had failed, Hisong had no choice but to face it head-on. Shortly after, the red gold sword fiercely slammed onto the Wood Spirit Shield. Clang! With a loud metallic clash, Hisong felt the spirit power controlling the red gold sword waver a bit. The red gold sword wobbled in mid-air. Hisong increased the output of his spirit power to stabilize it. Glancing at Hisong's direction, Hisong's face lit up with joy. Ahead of him, the Wood Spirit Shield in front of Hisong had been flung far away, landing at a distance. Just one strike. The red gold sword had managed to send the huge round shield flying. Moreover, judging by Hisong's current expression, he didn't seem to be faring any better. Seeing this, an idea of attacking while the enemy is weak formed in Hisong's mind. At this moment, Hisong's face was incredibly ugly. Looking at the Wood Spirit Shield that had been flung far away, he sensed the trembling spirit power within his body. A great sense of fear rose from his heart. With just one strike, Hisong had sent his Wood Spirit Shield flying, and at the same time, caused the spirit power in his body to tremble incessantly. That was a medium-grade artifact. His own strength was at the 7th tier of Qi refining. Only when facing a powerful shockwave of spirit power would a cultivator's spirit power within their body tremble non-stop, and their overall strength would drop by as much as 20%. However, this kind of attack that could send the opponent's spirit power into a state of trembling in just one strike was something he had never seen in his life. Throughout his usual exchanges with other 9th-tier Qi refiners, he had never encountered such a scene. Chapter 158, 158, 157, Foundation Establishment Secret Technique, 3,000 word long. Although Hisong's cultivation level was a step higher than his, he was also much stronger than ordinary loose cultivators due to his opportunities. Nevertheless, in front of Hisong, he still had no strength to fight back. With just one attack, Hisong could make the spirit power in his body tremble incessantly. Could this person really be just a loose cultivator? With this thought flashing through his mind, Hisong tried to soothe his spirit power while hurriedly pretending to be foolish and begging for mercy. I do not know which senior is here. I, Hisong, the steward of the Flame Light Immortal Pavilion, have only mistakenly entered this place. I hope the senior can let me go, and I will be deeply grateful. Little did he know. The sword formulas used by Hisong were the secret mountain pressing sword riding skill of the Thick Earth sect. Mountain pressing sword riding skill. The origin of the two words mountain pressing came from the meaning of being crushed by a giant mountain. Just like a giant mountain pressing down on an enemy, causing their spirit power to tremble, it was just a manifestation of the powerful attack of the mountain pressing sword riding skill. Who had Hisong faced before? Most of them were loose cultivators, and at most, they were cultivators of the Immortal Pavilion. How could they, like Hisong, possessed the secret sword writing skill OT the thick earth formulas? Such a secret skill was the biggest gap between sect disciples, loose cultivators, and Immortal Pavilion cultivators. Previously, what Hisong had heard in the book collection Pavilion of the Thick Earth sect, that the sword writing skill could kill an opponent of the same level within a few moves, was not false. In the meantime, hearing Mitsong's voice, Hisong did not hesitate and controlled the red gold sword to attack Mitsong. Entered this place by mistake? If it weren't for the fact that he had dealt with him before and recognized Mitsong's voice, Hisong might even have believed his lie. But now, Mitsong had clearly lost the will to resist. If not now, then when to take action? Under Hisong's control, the red gold sword immediately slashed towards Mitsang. At the same time, the attacks from the 5 phases array surged towards Mitsong. Seeing that Hisong had no intention of stopping, a look of desperation flashed through Mitsong's eyes. A few spirit amulets appeared between his fingers, and after throwing them out one by one, he also controlled his mana sword to confront the red gold sword. It seemed that he wanted to stop all this. At the same time, he didn't forget to shout out loud. "Mrs. Lin, I know I was wrong, and I admit it. I hope you can spare me. I have an important opportunity I want to inform you of. As long as you let me go, I can give you the opportunity one obtained before as a sign of my sincerity. Besides that, I also have foundation establishment." However, as he continued to speak, the red gold sword controlled by Hisong and the attacks of the 5 phases array showed no signs of stopping. In an instant, Mitsong was engulfed by the attacks and shrouded in a cloud of dust. The words he continued to say also came to an abrupt halt at this moment. Seeing this scene, Hisong did not hold back at all. He controlled the red gold sword to slash a few more times into the dust cloud before stopping, waiting for the dust to disperse. Soon after, the dust in the array skills dispersed. A small pit suddenly appeared in front of Hisong. Outside the small pit, several sword marks slashed by the red gold sword left horrifying cracks around it. Inside the small pit, Hisong looked up and saw Mitsong's figure. At this moment, Mitsong's face was as pale as paper, his black robe tattered, and a huge sword mark stretched from his right shoulder to his left waist. From the huge sword mark, blood gushed out like a spring, forming a small puddle at the bottom of the pit. Seeing this scene, Hisong's eyes remained on guard. From a distance, Hisong controlled the red gold sword, slashing towards Mitsong's neck. Chi refining stage cultivators had strong vitality. To confirm the opponent's death, first, cut off the head. Hisong, who was naturally cautious, would not forget this. And at this moment, seemingly already dead, Mitsang suddenly sprang out of the pit like a carp jumping out of water, with his mana sword fiercely slashing towards Hisong's location. "You thief! Since you insist on killing everyone, it's either your death or mine today." Seeing that he couldn't deceive Hisong by playing dead, Mitsong was somewhat ashamed and angry, and his original plan to play dead in ambush had vanished at this moment. Hisong was already trying to cut off his head with the mana sword. If he didn't resist now, he might not have another chance. Out of necessity, he can only control his mana sword and launch a desperate counterattack against Hisong. If he succeeded, he would live. If Hisong blocked it, it goes without saying what his fate would be. Therefore, in such a life and death crisis, Mitsong exhausted all his strength in an attempt to turn defeat into victory. However, seeing this situation, Hisong was not surprised. On one hand, he controlled the thick earth shield to block Mitsong's attack, while on the other hand, he controlled the red gold sword to make a light wave. A flash of red gold light. In the blink of an eye, Mitsong's head was severed. The blood spray instantly rushed up to the sky, and a headless corpse fell to the ground. The round head rolled on the ground several times before slowly stopping, a pair of unbelieving eyes staring dead at the headless body in front of it. Until his death, Mitsong still wondered why Hisong's strength was so strong. That sword strike knocked the wood spirit shield away, and the scene of the spirit power within his body trembling uncontrollably kept replaying in his mind. Thinking about Hisong's introduction when they first met, Mitsong felt insulted by his intelligence. A mere loose cultivator? Can a loose cultivator of your house casually set up array skills?
Can a loose cultivator of your house cut down a mid-grade mana shield with just a casual sword strike? Can a loose cultivator of your house casually take out 110,000 caddies of spirit rice?
At this moment, Meat Sang suddenly recalled something as a flash of horror appeared in his eyes. But at this moment, his head had already fallen to the ground. He could only watch with that expression of horror as he Song casually threw out a huge fireball, enveloping both his head and his body. As time went by, Meat Sang's body and head were completely burned to ashes. And he Song, as the raging fire burned before his eyes, a strange look flashed across his face. In the age of information explosion in his previous life, scenes of pretending to be dead and then launching a desperate counterattack like this were all too common. If he could still fall for such tricks, then he wouldn't be He Song anymore. One could only say, the cultivators in this world. No, He Song didn't know about other cultivators. But Meat Song, who was standing before him at the moment, indeed had too little experience. After taking a mental note to be more cautious in the future, He Song saw that Meat Song's body had been almost completely burned, and immediately waved his hand. Meat Song's storage bag suddenly appeared in He Song's hand. With a casual dump, a large pile of items immediately fell out of the storage bag onto the ground in front of He Song. He Song's gaze swept across them, and his attention was immediately drawn to these items. Spirit stones, more than 1,500. 2 artifacts, one for attack and one for defense, both previously used by Meat Song. There were no spirit amulets, probably because he had used them all before. In addition to these, there were some miscellaneous items. He Song's gaze focused on these miscellaneous items. Among the miscellaneous items, there were several jade slips that caught He Song's attention. Jade slips? How could a minor Immortal Pavilion cultivator have jade slips on him? Holding the few jade slips in his hand, a look of surprise flashed across He Song's eyes. However, thinking about the opportunity Meat Sang mentioned when he was begging for mercy earlier, He Song's eyes, which were looking at the jade slip in his hand, suddenly revealed a hint of interest. At that time, when He Song cut down Meat Song's wood spirit shield with a single sword strike, Meat Song was so frightened that he begged for mercy repeatedly. I hope, sir, you spare my life. I have an important opportunity to tell you. As long as sir spares me, I can give you the opportunity one obtained before as a token of my sincerity. In addition to that, I also have the foundation establishment. He Song didn't take this to heart at the time, thinking that Meat Song was just trying to buy time. He didn't even think and immediately struck a sword. But, unexpectedly, after killing Meat Song, he found several jade slips in his storage bag. Jade slips were things that could only be made by foundation establishment masters. Having these jade slips meant that the opportunity Meat Song had talked about earlier might indeed have happened. However, He Song soon frowned. At that time, he had thought Meat Song was just bluffing and didn't pay any attention to the foundation establishment part he had said. He hadn't heard anything about it at all. Foundation establishment what? With a frown, He Song glanced at the jade slips in his hand and then scanned all of Meat Song's belongings. Eventually, He Song still didn't know what Meat Song had said after the word foundation establishment. But soon, He Song's frown eased. It doesn't matter what was after foundation establishment. With these few jade slips in hand, his harvest this time could be said to be extremely huge. The information recorded in the jade slips that Meat Song had always carried with him might be the most important thing. He Song weighed the few jade slips in his hand and then attached one to his forehead after a moment of thought. Jade slips were basically difficult to tamper with. With Meat Song's 7th tier chi refining cultivation, he wouldn't be able to do anything either. Thus, He Song was somewhat curious about the contents of the jade slips, knowing that his safety was guaranteed. The jade slip was attached to his forehead. He Song's mind was immediately filled with a profound skill. Chi sinking into elixir field skill. When breaking through the foundation establishment, using this skill can bring all the spirit power hidden in the limbs back to the elixir field, increasing the success rate of foundation establishment. Circulating the heaven and earth chi, embracing the yuan and guarding the one, sinking the chi into the elixir field, and achieving foundation establishment. All sorts of information about the chi sinking into elixir field skill quickly flashed through his mind. After that, the chi sinking into elixir field skill was fully engraved in his memory. It took Yi-sung quite a while to regain his composure, and then he finally removed the jade slip from his forehead. He placed the jade slip in front of him, and his expression became solemn. Chi sinking into elixir field skill. Increasing the success rate of foundation establishment? How could such a secret technique appear on Mi-sung's body? It should be known that Yi-sung had never heard of such a secret technique even in the Thick Earth sect. The Thick Earth sect was a golden elixir great sect. There had even been the appearance of ancestor Yuanying 10,000 years ago. But as an outer disciple of the Thick Earth sect, he had never known about such a secret technique. Chapter 159 159, 159, Great Fortune, was it non-existent? Or? For a moment, numerous speculations flashed through Yi-sung's mind, but ultimately, due to insufficient information, he wasn't able to infer anything. His gaze could only rest on the remaining jade slips. A sudden thought then crossed his mind. What kind of spells could be waiting for him within the remaining jade slips? Looking at the remaining jade slips in front of him, a glint of brilliance suddenly dared in Yi-sung's eaves. These jade slips. This could be a great fortune indeed. Could this also be the fortune that Mi-sung had repeatedly mentioned earlier? If so, what was the foundation establishment that he mentioned at the end? Was it a secret skill for foundation establishment? Or? He looked at the ashes of Mi-sung at his feet. Yi-sung remained silent for a while. But in the end, he could only sigh and put all the ashes into his storage bag for later use. It's a pity. He hadn't reached the foundation establishment realm yet, so he didn't have the ability to learn the soul-searching skill. If he had already reached the foundation establishment realm and used the soul-searching skill on Mi-sung when he was on the brink of death, he might have been able to understand what Mi-sung meant about foundation establishment. It wouldn't be like now, where he could only obtain a few jade slips. After weighing the jade slip in his hand, Yi-sung quickly calmed down. These jade slips, especially the chi sinking into elixir field skill he had just obtained, was indeed a huge fortune. Instead of regretting the things he did not have, why not make use of these jade slips that he already had, and make them work for himself? To make his power even stronger. Thinking of this, Yi-sung picked up another jade slip and pressed it against his forehead. 7 Fragrance tracking skill. You can place a mark on any object. Even if the mark disappears, the 7 strange fragrances contained within will remain on the object for 7 days. No wonder he was able to track me all the way from the Immortal Pavilion. So, he had such a secret skill for tracking. In the cultivation world, regular loose cultivators and Immortal Pavilion cultivators can only purchase ordinary skills. However, skills like mountain pressing sword riding skill, 7 fragrance tracking skill, chi sinking into elixir field skill, and so on. These skills, which are inaccessible to regular loose cultivators, are commonly referred to as secret skills. Secret skills. They are usually the cornerstone of sects and aristocratic families, and are rarely seen by ordinary loose cultivators. The 7 fragrance tracking skill that Yi-sung held in his hand was also a secret skill, much more powerful than regular tracking skills. With this secret skill, Yi-sung could stealthily place a mark on anyone he wanted to pursue, and track them all the way. Putting down the jade slip in his hand, an astonished look flashed in Yi-sung's eyes. I don't know which sect this 7 fragrance tracking skill belongs to. Even though it's called 7 fragrances, it is colorless and tasteless when smelled. But just by picking up the faint scent it leaves behind, one can track over a great distance. Apart from his astonishment, Yi-sung also decided that as soon as he returned to his sect, he would immediately learn this secret skill. With this secret skill, tracking people or objects would be quite convenient. Storing away the jade slip containing the 7 fragrance tracking skill into his storage bag, Yi-sung then picked up another jade slip. Gently pressing the jade slip onto his forehead, his brow furrowed. The expected information did not emerge, but a feeling of resistance seeped out from the jade slip. He removed the jade slip from his forehead. The gagging sensation from the jade slip disappeared accordingly. Then he placed it back on his forehead. Instantly, that feeling of resistance reappeared.
After trying for a long time but unable to penetrate this resistance, Song looked confused. A jade slip that couldn't give out any information? What was Sung carrying it for? After thinking for a while, he still put it into his storage bag. However, this jade slip which could not provide any information was kept separately in a corner by him. Perhaps, when my cultivation reaches a certain level, I'll be able to penetrate this resistance? With this thought in mind, Song quickly remembered that divine sense would emerge after foundation establishment. After the foundation establishment, a cultivator's spirit power would turn into mana. The strength of the soul would then transform into divine sense. By then, a cultivator's divine sense would be so powerful, he could probe without using his body. Presumably, he could even break through the resistance contained within this jade slip. Even if he still couldn't break through it at that time, he could wait until his cultivation made further progress before trying again. After all, the jade slip was with him and it wasn't going anywhere. With these thoughts, Song picked up another jade slip. He placed the jade slip in his hand against his forehead. A lot of information suddenly surfaced in Song's mind. 7 fragrances wind writing skills. It was similar to the mountain wind writing skill, but once this skill was learned, strange fragrances would follow with each step. If an enemy were to pursue, the smell could cloud their minds. After going through all the information about the 7 fragrances wind writing skills in his mind, Song looked towards the vacant ground in front of him. On the vacant ground in front of him, the ashes of Song had been collected into his storage bag. As a result, it was barren there. Despite that, Song still looked strange. This Song. Could he have raided a grave belonging to a disciple from a sect? 7 fragrances wind writing skills. 7 fragrance tracking skill. Is the next one going to be something like the 7 fragrance what formula? The 7 fragrances wind writing skills was of no use to Song, who had already mastered the mountain wind writing skill and no longer needed another one. So, after removing the jade slip from his forehead, Song tossed it into his storage bag. Then he picked up another jade slip. This jade slip was placed on his forehead. Song's face suddenly looked strange. Flowers formulas. Upon cultivation, spirit power can be manipulated to form an intriguing fragrance around oneself, having an effect on bewitching people's hearts. When you make a move, a fragrant wind follows. Once someone smells it, they will be affected, and their spirit power will be disturbed. The flowers formulas. Isn't this the basic cultivation skill of the Jade Flower sect? Did Song rob the grave of a Jade Flower sect cultivator? The Jade Flower sect, located to the south of the Thick Earth sect, appeared in Song's knowledge when he first arrived at the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion, where he saw the names and positions of the surrounding powers in the Spirit Skill Pavilion. If he remembered correctly, the Jade Flower sect was a Golden Core sect to the south of the Thick Earth sect and a Righteous sect. From Chapter 9, but how did a relic of the Jade Flower sect come to be on Song? With a hint of confusion, Song stored the jade slip in his hand. However, various guesses immediately appeared in his heart. Perhaps the Jade Flower sect cultivator died within the influence of Thick Earth sect. Maybe Song rushed out of the Jade Flower sect's sphere of influence and into the Thick Earth sects. Perhaps Song got these jade slips from someone else. Maybe. Thinking for a moment, Song shook his head and decided not to speculate anymore. It is enough to know the origin of these things. If he meets a cultivator from the Jade Flower sect in the future, he just won't use these secret skills. A decision made. Song stored the jade slip in his hand into the storage bag, and then picked up the last jade slip. However, just as Song placed this last jade slip on his forehead, a sense of resistance surged from the jade slip in his hand. Despite trying again persistently, Song finally had to give up. A total of 6 jade slips. She's sinking into elixir field skill, flowers formulas, 7 fragrances wind writing skills, 7 fragrance tracking skill, and 2 jade slips that I couldn't obtain information from. Just keep them. With the chi sinking into elixir field skill and the 7 fragrance tracking skill, it can be considered a great fortune. Maybe once I break through to the foundation establishment realm, I will be able to get something good from the remaining 2 jade slips. Having collected all the jade slips and other miscellaneous items on the ground, Song privately listed out his gains with satisfaction on his face. The items he got from Meat Sang this time were quite substantial. Especially the chi sinking into elixir field skill. Such a secret skill that can increase the chances of a breakthrough in establishment foundation is indeed invaluable. This could potentially bolster the influence of the entire sect. With such a secret skill, the chance of a cultivator breaking through to the foundation establishment realm would greatly increase. If a foundation establishment clan obtained this secret skill, its strength could potentially multiply in a very short time. Once the number of master at the foundation establishment stage in the clan increases, and the resources obtained subsequently increase, maybe a golden elixir master could be nurtured. By that time, they might rise to become a golden core aristocratic family. But Hisong still has some concerns about the chi sinking into elixir field skill. Such a secret skill shouldn't logically end up in the hands of a small cultivator like Meat Song. Even if he really robbed the grave of a Jade Flower Sect cultivator, he would still not be able to find such valuable items. So, where did this thing come from? Hisong pondered for a long time. But he found no clue. Left with no choice, he could only regard this secret skill as a secret in his heart. This matter must absolutely not be divulged. Even after his own establishment foundation, he must keep this matter secret. After all, a secret skill that can improve the success rate of establishing foundation is too outrageous. Having put away all his items, Hisong stayed in the small valley for a full 2 days. Seeing that no one was coming after him, Hisong packed up his array skills and continued on to the next Immortal Pavilion. He still had 110,000 kilograms of spirit rice on him. He needed to deal with it first after leaving the sect. This time, just like before, when he was about to sell his spirit rice at a new Immortal Pavilion, Hisong found a small valley dozens of miles away from the Immortal Pavilion and set up his array skills. After experiencing the incident with Meat Song, Hisong would naturally leave himself a way out. Setting up array skills to enhance his power became Hisong's first choice. But this time, Hisong didn't encounter anyone like Meat Song again. This time, after Hisong produced 110,000 kilograms of spirit rice, the steward of the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion who received him immediately showed a gentle smile towards Hisong. What followed was the familiar procedure of deductions that Hisong was familiar with. Deal out 110,000 kilograms of spirit rice. The other party quoted a price of 10,000 spirit stones. But requires a rebate of 50 spirit stones. Naturally, Hisong would not refuse this. Chapter 160 160 160 2 years later thus, after the transaction was completed. Hisong had 9,950 spirit stones in hand. The other party had 50 spirit stones. Everyone was quite satisfied with the result. After the transaction, Hisong, just like before, spent 10 spirit stones to enter a guesthouse in the Immortal Pavilion. He then changed his appearance and cleansed his spirit power before diving underground and heading towards his temporary base tens of miles away. After staying at his temporary base for 2 days, tens of miles away from the Immortal Pavilion. Seeing no one pursuing him, Hisong finally removed the formation and headed back to the Thick Earth sect. This time, he had gained a lot from leaving the sect. It was better to return to the sect as soon as possible to convert his gains into his own strength. Soon enough, Hisong returned to the Thick Earth sect. However, before he could start his seclusive cultivation, a sound-transmitting paper crane came flying from the horizon, pushing his plan to quickly break through the 9th-tier chi refining stage further down the line. Thick Earth sect, within the small courtyards where the outer disciples lived, a sound-transmitting paper crane fell in front of Hisong as soon as he returned to the sect. Releasing his spirit chi, Hisong looked at the paper when it turned into a thin piece of paper in his hand after the sparkling light around the paper crane disappeared. Mr. He, I'm afraid there will be trouble at Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion. I've already left the pavilion and am heading towards Green Wall Immortal City. If you have friends or relatives in the pavilion, I hope you can make preparations early. For over a decade, the battle between Green Wall Immortal City law enforcement team and evil cultivators still hasn't stopped, but it has quieted down a bit in recent years. However, several years ago, the situation suddenly took a turn for the worse. This time, the evil cultivators are coming in force, not like the small skirmishes in the past. Having observed them for a few years, I always feel a sense of unease.
I had no choice but to leave Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion temporarily and head to Greenwall Immortal City for refuge. As for you, Mr. He, you are now a disciple of the Thick Earth sect and safe. But if you still have any friends or relatives at the pavilion, I advise you to make early preparations.
Zhao Lin.
After scanning the lines of text on the paper, He Song, who was originally about to start his cultivation, furrowed his brows at the moment.
Trouble at Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion? His friends or relatives at the pavilion? Did he still have friends or relatives at Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion?
With such thoughts in his mind, He Song suddenly visualized the image of a little girl. A moment of clarity flashed in his eyes. He Song instantly understood the purpose of Zhao Lin's sound transmission. Zhao Lin knew about the relationship between He Song and Su Yan. Although there was no close bond between He Song and Su Yan, due to Su Yan's pure feelings for He Song when she was little, and later, after being awakened by Su Yan, He Song abandoned the idea of joining the Thick Earth sect as a genius. Therefore, He Song's concern for Su Yan was a little more than his concern for others. This time, Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion might be in danger, and Zhao Lin chose to leave the pavilion and go to Greenwall Immortal City for refuge. He probably wanted to do He Song a favor, hoping that He Song would remember his kindness. However, He Song shook his head and chuckled at the paper in his hand. Zhao Lin might be his good friend, but he didn't know He Song as well as Meng Guan and Wei Fan. If it was Wei Fan or Meng Guan, when faced with such a situation, they wouldn't tell He Song to prepare early. Instead, they would tell He Song to inform Su Yan to run as soon as possible.
Make early preparations? What preparations would he make? Would he personally go tens of thousands of miles to Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion, take Su Yan to Greenwall Immortal City, or even take her directly to the Thick Earth sect? He was thinking too much. Now that he had received this news, the most he could do was to send a sound transmission amulet to inform Su Yan about it, so that she could leave the pavilion and go to Greenwall Immortal City for refuge. As for whether his sound transmission amulet would have any effect, and whether Su Yan would listen to him and immediately head to Greenwall Immortal City, that was none of He Song's concern. Information like this could save lives. By informing Su Yan, He Song would have already repaid her kindness for awakening him back in the day. As for what happened after that, it would depend on fate. After all, He Song had done everything he could. If Su Yan didn't listen, there was nothing He Song could do to personally rescue her. Anyway, his debt of gratitude had been fully repaid. From now on, the two of them might never see each other again. In such a situation, what would happen to Su Yan in the future no longer had much to do with He Song. As for the authenticity of this news, given Zhao Lin's prudence, He Song believed it was most likely true. When feeling threatened, Zhao Lin would be able to abandon everything and quickly flee from danger, just like He Song. If He Song hadn't been brought into the Thick Earth sect by Meng Guan, if he still lived in Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion, He Song would have been the first to run away, not Zhao Lin. He Song did have some understanding of Zhao Lin's caution. Back then, when the law enforcement team from Greenwall Immortal City arrived, they both ran away together. At that time, after He Song's warning, Zhao Lin didn't hesitate to flee. Zhao Lin's caution and the truthfulness of this news were beyond doubt. Picking up a random piece of paper, He Song's fingertips surged with spirit power, and he quickly wrote several lines on it. Thank you for informing me, Mr. Zhao. Among my friends in Bamboo U.
As for Su Yan, I will also notify her. Now that Mr. Zhao has already left, there is no need for me to worry. Mr. Zhao, please be careful on the road, and have a smooth journey.
He Song.
As the words appeared, He Song immediately released his spirit power. The paper in his hand instantly turned into a sound-transmitting paper crane, which swiftly flew in the direction of Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion. He Song still needed to express his gratitude to Zhao Lin for sending him a sound transmission amulet, especially considering the possible consequences Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion might face. However, after doing all this, He Song thought for a moment and another piece of paper appeared in his hand. Since he had already thanked Zhao Lin, and had mentioned that he would notify Su Yan at this time in his reply letter to Zhao Lin, He Song naturally wouldn't go back on his word. As soon as the paper appeared, He Song's fingertips surged with spirit power. As the spirit power emerged at his fingertips, it quickly left rows of words on the paper in He Song's hand. Su Yan, Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion might be in danger, so it is best to go to Green Wall Immortal City to avoid disaster.
He song.
As the words appeared on the paper, He Song released his spirit power again.
Suddenly, another sound-transmitting paper crane took off and sped towards the direction of Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion.
After completing all this, He Song closed his courtyard's door and quickly immersed himself in his cultivation. At this time, it had been 4 years since He Song broke through to the 8th tier of chi refining. In these 4 years, He Song's cultivation steadily progressed. Despite spending 2 years constantly traveling around, searching for places to open spirit fields, and learning small spirit gathering arrays, and then starting to learn the smoke array, his cultivation speed has never slowed down. During those 2 years of running around, although the spirit chi where He Song was located was sparse, the supply of elixirs and other auxiliary cultivation items never decreased. As a result, He Song's cultivation speed was only slightly slower than before, but not by much. Now, after 4 years, He Song closed himself off to cultivation again, determined not to leave until he broke through to the 9th tier of chi refining. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, another 2 years had passed. In these 2 years, besides cultivating in seclusion, He Song had also kept a close eye on the outside world's movements. He was different from other Thick Earth sect outer disciples. Before joining Thick Earth sect, most of the other outer disciples practiced in the Thick Earth mansion. Only when they reached the chi refining late stage were they allowed to join the Thick Earth sect and become outer disciples of the sect. As a result, their circle of friends naturally consisted of the same batch of people. So compared to He Song, who had friends outside, their information was much more limited. Unlike He Song, even when he was inside the Thick Earth sect, sound-transmitting paper cranes would occasionally fly in and land in his courtyard. Moreover, due to this, He Song not only had a grasp of outside news, but also became acquainted with many Thick Earth sect outer disciples due to his access to information.
Although they couldn't be called close friends, they could at least converse when meeting face to face.
He Song didn't stand out and, in fact, felt a little more fond of these outer disciples who lived under the protection of the Thick Earth sect. Compared to the crafty behavior of cultivators in the outside world, Thick Earth sect's outer disciples could practically be deemed moral paragons. Although there were some with deep thoughts, they were still too naive compared to the outside world's cultivators. These disciples were well protected by the Thick Earth sect, and it was likely that only when they successfully reached the Foundation establishment, were assigned to guard a certain place, or failed at Foundation establishment and were reassigned elsewhere, would their mentality gradually mature. With the Thick Earth sect as support, such an approach wouldn't bring any bad consequences. Seeing this, He Song's heart also generated a bit of approval for the way the Thick Earth sect nurtured its disciples. When it was time to cultivate, the sect would provide the best conditions for disciples to do so, and when it was time for them to grow, the sect would offer the best support, allowing the disciples' mentality to mature slowly. It was no wonder that so many people wanted to join the sect, even risking their lives to become disciples. These conditions were simply too generous. During these 2 years, He Song had also received specific news about the possible danger at Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion, which had been mentioned before in Zhao Lin's sound transmission. After leaving Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion, Zhao Lin sent a sound-transmitting paper crane to He Song. Based on the information on the paper crane, He Song warned Su Yan to leave Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion as soon as possible. Afterwards, Su Yan replied, saying that she was already preparing to leave. Seeing this, He Song naturally didn't say anything else. Several months later, when He Song was in seclusion, he received another sound-transmitting paper crane from Zhao Lin. At that time, Zhao Lin was glad that he ran quickly in his sound transmission amulet, otherwise, he might have died in the great disaster at the Immortal Pavilion. According to Zhao Lin's description in the sound-transmitting paper crane, a few months after he left, Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion was suddenly attacked by evil cultivators. Although Master Chang Shan was guarding the place, a mysterious Foundation establishment master appeared among the evil cultivators. Chang Shan was held back by the Foundation establishment master. Then, numerous evil cultivators swarmed the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion from all directions. For a time, the surrounding spirit fields were destroyed, and the loose cultivators who lived on the outskirts were slaughtered. One after another, evil cultivators found and searched hiding cultivators, killing them after plundering their spirit stones. One after another, the shops were shattered by the evil cultivators, and their goods were seized.
In the face of this sudden disaster, one after another, the cultivators were dumbfounded, and as the evil cultivators drew closer, they rushed to the innermost circle of the Immortal Pavilion.
Chapter 161 161, 161, 9th Tier OJ Refining. When the evil cultivators gradually advanced, driving nearly all the cultivators in the Immortal Pavilion toward the inner circle of the pavilion. When the various shops in the inner circle of the Immortal Pavilion were ransacked by the evil cultivators. When almost all the cultivators who hadn't been killed yet gathered in the innermost circle of the Immortal Pavilion. The late-stage chi refining cultivators living in the inner circle, along with the law enforcement team and other cultivators in the pavilion, quickly formed a group in order to resist the encroaching evil cultivators.
There were many evil cultivators. However, there were also many surviving cultivators in the Immortal Pavilion at this moment.
Under the leadership of the late-stage chi refining cultivators in the pavilion, both sides engaged in intense battles. For a while, the whole pavilion was filled with bloodshed and violence. The glow of skills shone brilliantly in the sky. The cultivators threw out one amulet paper after another, continually attacking the enemy.
Sounds of eerie laughter resounded wildly throughout the pavilion.
The sound of artifacts colliding with each other kept on reverberating.
The war among the cultivators began in earnest at this moment. This war only lasted for a few hours.
Perhaps it was because the resources in Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion had been completely looted. Or perhaps the evil cultivators began to lose morale after they failed to break through the late-stage chi refining cultivators in the inner circle of the pavilion. Or perhaps it was because Master Chang Shan, driven by rage, seized the opportunity when he was entangled in battle with the Foundation Establishment Master of the opponent, and harshly killed several late-stage chi refining evil cultivators, dealing a blow to their arrogant momentum. After the resources in the pavilion were completely divided and left in ruins, the evil cultivators who had made a fortune, along with an unknown Foundation Establishment Master, finally retreated.
However, even though the evil cultivators had retreated, Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion had suffered immense damage.
Almost all the loose cultivators renting in the pavilion were annihilated, more than half of the cultivators in Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion were injured or killed, and the remaining were almost all mid-stage and late-stage chi refining cultivators.
After this battle, Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion was virtually destroyed in all but name.
When the reinforcements from Green Wall Immortal City finally arrived, the evil cultivators had long gone. Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion was left in utter ruin, along with Master Chang Shan, who looked as gloomy as water.
The cultivators sent by Green Wall Immortal City for reinforcement
were old acquaintances of Hisong,
Master Qingyu. When Master Qingyu arrived at Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion, the evil cultivators had already fled.
Afterwards, Master Qingyu, who traveled all the way to provide support, had a secret talk with Master Chang Shan.
However, what was said between them was unknown to anyone. Just when their secret talk ended, Master Chang Shan immediately ordered the remaining cultivators to start rebuilding Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion.
Immediately after, Master Qingyu headed towards the Thick Earth Sect's mountain gate. The assault of the evil cultivators on the pavilion was a serious matter, which undoubtedly needed to be reported to the sect. If the Thick Earth Sect does not respond, perhaps the next target of the attack will be other pavilions, or even other immortal cities. As for subsequent actions against evil cultivators, Zhao Lin didn't know much.
He only knew, after Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion was besieged, the Green Wall Immortal City law enforcement team started to frequently take action.
Zhao Lin was not aware of the specific moves of Thick Earth Sect. But Hisong, who was in the Thick Earth Sect, was well aware that the atmosphere within the sect had become somewhat oppressive ever since that time.
Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion was attacked.
After Master Qingyu personally reported it to the sect leader, she returned to Green Wall Immortal City. Hisong didn't even have time to see her.
However, afterwards,
Hisong heard the outer disciples he was familiar with start discussing about the new external affairs within the sect,
like assisting the Green Wall Immortal City law enforcement team in eliminating the evil cultivators. Killing evil cultivators could earn contribution points. Even discovering the hideouts of evil cultivators brought substantial rewards. It could be said.
After Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion had been attacked, external affairs related to evil cultivators had increased within the Thick Earth sect.
Some of these tasks could be performed by outer disciples. But there were also tasks that only Foundation Establishment elders could accept. Hisung heard that several Foundation Establishment masters had left the Thick Earth sect and headed towards the location of Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion. It seemed like they were planning to launch a devastating attack against the evil cultivators. Unfortunately, Hisung was undergoing seclusive cultivation at the time and only heard about these tasks, so he didn't take any tasks to earn contribution points. With his caution, he wouldn't put himself in danger. Therefore, for these matters, Hisung had mostly just heard about them, but didn't experience them personally. But 2 years have now passed. The critical moment of Hisung's secluded cultivation had arrived. One day, Hisung, sitting in the quiet room on a cushion, closed his eyes, and spirit power continuously flowed into him. The spirit chi flowing into his body was also transformed into his own spirit power through his cultivation. When the spirit power in his body reached a certain peak, Hisung, who was continuously refining the spirit chi, suddenly shook. In an instant, Hisung felt the spirit power inside his body grow intensely. And with the continuous influx of spirit power, his cultivation also started to grow quickly at this moment. Feeling the increasingly powerful spirit power in his body, Hisung was delighted. 9th tier chi refining, successful, he said silently in his heart. The joy on Hisung's face disappeared and he became calm. 9th tier chi refining. That is the last stage of the chi refining stage. Once a cultivator reaches the 9th tier chi refining, it can be seen as entering the last stage of the chi refining stage. In the following cultivation, just needs to slowly cultivate, to complete the spirit chi required by the 9th tier chi refining, to achieve the state of chi refining great perfection. By that time, you can attempt to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm at any time and anywhere. Therefore, the 9th tier chi refining is also regarded as the final stage of the chi refining stage. As for chi refining great perfection, chi refining great perfection has never been considered as a stage, it is just a special term used when the 9th tier chi refining is completed and the breakthrough to Foundation Establishment can be attempted at any time and anywhere. However, although Hisung's cultivation has reached 9th tier chi refining, it is not an easy task to progress from 9th tier chi refining to chi refining great perfection. To achieve the spirit power required by 9th tier chi refining, it's probably going to take several years. Several years? Counting the time, I am now 51, and these several years are enough. Moreover, I should be able to successfully achieve chi refinement great perfection realm before the age of 58 and get the chance for second Foundation Establishment. However, having broken through to the 9th tier chi refining, it's time to buy some Foundation Establishment elixirs. The first thing is to convert the spirit stones on him into sect contributions and use the contribution points to exchange for Foundation Establishment elixirs. At this time, Hisung had a total of 2 Foundation Establishment elixirs on him. One came from Wei Fan. One came from Meng Wan. If you want to start building the foundation with 6 Foundation Establishment elixirs for the first time, you need to exchange 4 more Foundation Establishment elixirs from the sect treasure vault. For Foundation Establishment elixirs, given that 1 Foundation Establishment elixir requires 100 contribution points, and 100 contribution points in turn requires 15,000 spirit stones, Hisung needs 60,000 spirit stones to be able to exchange 4 Foundation Establishment elixirs from the sect treasure vault. 60,000 spirit stones. After thinking about it, Hisung quickly dispelled the idea of immediately going to exchange the Foundation Establishment elixirs after coming out of seclusion. The reason is simple. He does not have enough spirit stones. 4 years ago, at the time of Wei Fan's Foundation Establishment, Hisung had more than 10,000 spirit stones. 2 years ago, Hisung sold 220,000 caddies of spirit rice and profited 20,000 spirit stones. Some time ago, Hisung also took the time to leave the sect and sell the output of his spirit field in the past 2 years, 220,000 caddies of spirit rice,
and made a profit of 20,000 spirit stones. This time when he left the sect, Hisong didn't encounter any crisis. With his previous arrangement of array skills, his safety need not to worry. At this time, Hisong had more than 50,000 spirit stones on him. Although it's not far from 60,000 spirit stones. But there is no immediate urgency. Now, Hisong had just broken through to the 9th tier chi refining, and it will still take several years to reach chi refining great perfection. In such a long time, the spirit stones Hisong could obtain would certainly amount to tens of thousands. Plus, there is still plenty of time. Naturally, there's no need to be in a hurry to use up all the spirit stones on him. Let's wait for another 2 years, 2 years later, and then exchange for 4 foundation establishment elixirs. As for now, it's better to consolidate my cultivation first. With such thoughts fleeting in his mind, Hisong quickly closed his eyes and began consolidating his cultivation. Time is passing by. Soon enough. Hisong had already fully consolidated his cultivation up to the 9th tier chi refining stage. And began to normally cultivate. At the same time, while consolidating his cultivation at the 9th tier chi refining, Hisong also ended his seclusion and, in his free time from cultivating, began to interact with the outside world. Of course, cultivation will not be left behind. One day, Hisong went to visit the cave mansions of Mengguan and Wei Fan and met the two of them whom he had not seen for a long time. Congratulations, friend, for breaking through to 9th tier chi refining. With great progress in your cultivation, and foundation establishment is within reach. Congratulations, friend, for breaking through to 9th tier chi refining. With great progress in your cultivation, and foundation establishment is within reach. With the arrival of Hisong, Mengguan and Wei Fan looked at each other with a smile, then simultaneously congratulated Hisong. However, after hearing the congratulations from the two, Hisong did not show any complacency on his face. These two people in front of him. Which one is not a foundation establishment master? He's just broke through to the 9th tier chi refining. Compared to their impressive spectacle when they broke through to the foundation establishment stage, his own achievement really doesn't count for much. It's just a small accomplishment. It's just a small accomplishment. You two should stop teasing me. I came here to ask how things turned out after the attack on the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion by an evil cultivator a year and a half ago. After taking a seat next to the two of them, Hisong waved his hand and casually asked about his purpose for coming. A year and a half ago. When he received the sound-transmitting paper crane from Zhaolin, Hisong was in seclusion. Therefore, although he knew about the attack on the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion and that the Thick Earth sect had made some moves, he only heard some speculations from outer disciples, as well as their discussions on matters related to external affairs. Also about the few foundation establishment masters who had come out of seclusion. Hisong, however, did not know anything about the follow-up. Until he broke out of seclusion, Hisong immediately came to inquire these two good friends of his, trying to get some information from them. Chapter 162 Golden Elixir Plot. How many disciples of the Thick Earth sect were involved in external affairs and how well did they perform? What achievements did the several foundation establishment masters accomplish when they left the sect? Were the evil cultivators outside Green Wall Immortal City wiped out? These were matters Hisong was curious about at the moment. Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion. After all, it was the starting point of Hisong's immortal journey, and if it hadn't been for Mengguan bringing him into the Thick Earth sect, Hisong might still be living there by now. Hisong would naturally pay attention to the situation of Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion. Mengguan and Wei Fan had also lived in Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion for a long time. They would be interested in this matter as well. Moreover, both of them were foundation establishment masters. Their sources of information were much better than Hisong's. Therefore, asking these two was the best way for Hisong to learn about the situation. Evil cultivators attacked the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion? On the side, upon hearing Hisong's questions, Mengguan and Wei Fan glanced at each other, and their expressions changed quickly. After a moment of silence, the two looked at each other again and saw a hint of hesitation in each other's eyes. Originally, this matter was not to be disclosed. But considering Hisong's relationship with them, since Hisong asked,
they naturally couldn't conceal it. A moment later.
In the end, it was Mengguan who spoke first. It is said that the attack on Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion was planned by people from other sects, which is why the Immortal Pavilion suffered heavy losses. The unknown Foundation establishment master who blocked Master Chung Shan is of considerable strength. This matter has spread far and wide, causing a great blow to our sect's reputation. The sect leader has sent several masters to thoroughly investigate the matter, but due to the other party's deep concealment, they have yet to find anything.
Now, the sect leader is preparing to intensify the investigation. There should be news soon.
However, if Taoist friend wants to get involved, I have to advise you, there are secrets in this matter, not to be participated in by Qi refining stage disciples. Looking at Hisong, Mengguan carefully chose his words, finally informing Hisong about the hidden secret. At the same time, he didn't forget to caution Hisong not to get involved in this matter. There were many secrets in this matter. Unfortunately, as the three of them were currently in the Thick Earth sect, speaking rashly might provoke the sect leader's wrath. Thus, Mengguan cautiously weighed his words, trying to make Hisong understand the danger of the situation while losing interest in it.
He really meant well.
On the side, Wei Fan nodded repeatedly in agreement. Seeing this, Hisong was shocked. But looking at Mengguan and Wei Fan's hesitation, Hisong quickly realized the situation. As Mengguan said, there were indeed secrets in this matter. However, because his cultivation wasn't high enough and he had not yet reached the foundation establishment stage, the two could only ambiguously warn him, so that he didn't get involved in this matter. But, what was involved in this event that would make Mengguan and Wei Fan, the two foundation establishment masters, so tight-lipped? Hisong's gaze flickered as he looked around. Could it be that someone had already secretly informed the two of them about the hidden secret, and that they couldn't mention it? Moreover, looking at their hesitation, was it possible that someone was monitoring them? Who could it be? The name Master Fa Xian suddenly flashed through Hisong's mind. He immediately became alert. That's right. Only the sect leader, Master Fa Xian, could make the two foundation establishment masters so tight-lipped, and to warn their own friends vaguely. It was as if they were being watched all the time. Instantly, Hisong realized that he no longer wanted to explore the matter further. However, even though his heart was filled with shock and awe, Hisong's expression remained calm and composed, showing no sign of any change. With a slight shake of his head, Hisong spoke. I see. In that case, I'll just wait for the news to come back. However, I am not interested in participating in this matter, but since Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion is the starting point of my immortal journey, I will naturally pay some attention to it. Since there are hidden secrets, let it be. When the secret is revealed in the future, I will naturally know. With that, Hisong shook his head, indicating that he didn't care about these matters. Afterward, Hisong seemed to unintentionally mention something else. Moreover, I am now at the 9th tier Qi refining stage, and soon I will need to prepare for my foundation establishment. After today, most of my energy will be focused on that. First, he made it clear that he was just casually asking and didn't care about it. Then, he mentioned that he would be going into seclusion to prepare for his foundation establishment, indicating that he had no interest in participating in this matter. After doing all this, Hisong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, even if Master Fa Xian was eavesdropping, there wouldn't be any flaws to find. Moreover, would the Golden Elixir Master really have so much free time to monitor everyone in the sect? Hisong was skeptical. However, since he was not the Golden Elixir Master, Hisong couldn't know for sure. Nevertheless, whether Master Fa Xian would monitor the people in the sect or not didn't matter much to Hisong. Even if he wanted to monitor them, he would be targeting foundation establishment masters. It was unlikely that he would pay attention to outer disciples at the Qi refining stage like himself. Moreover, Hisong had been prepared for this even before joining the Thick Earth sect. That was why he never set up a small spirit gathering array inside the sect and never showed his array Tao talent. Golden Elixir Master, huh? Who knows what he's thinking? It's better to hide his talents than to live in fear every day. At worst, he could move out of the sect when he could set up a smoke array to deceive the divine sense scanning. With the power of the smoke array, Song didn't have to worry about being discovered or monitored outside the sect.
By then.
Before this, Song was merely a small chi refining stage cultivator. Thinking about it, he shouldn't have been monitored in real time. On the side, after hearing Song say this, Meng Guan and Wei Fan exchanged glances, and they both let out a sigh of relief in their hearts. Fortunately, Song just asked casually. If Song continued to ask, they wouldn't know how to respond. According to the information they had received, the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion suffered heavy losses, and no other sect was involved. It was a plan within the Thick Earth sect. Even the two of them were still not fully aware of this plan until now. They only knew that Master Yin Shan's faction and Master Fa Xian's faction had always been secretly competing against each other. But due to the strong strength of their dual golden elixir masters, the two factions had gradually begun to show signs of cooperation. As for how they would cooperate, and what their ultimate goal was, they didn't have a clue. That was something for the two golden elixir masters to worry about above their heads. As for the two newly promoted foundation establishment masters, they only received some inaccurate information.
Since there were signs of cooperation, incidents would naturally occur.
This time, the attack on the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion was probably orchestrated by a golden elixir master.
This was a scheme by a golden elixir master.
If Song barged into it recklessly, the consequences would be unpredictable. At the same time, this information was known only to the Foundation Establishment Masters, and Master Fa Xian had asked them to keep it a secret. This was also the reason why Meng Guan tried to persuade Song and kept his mouth sealed. If they weren't in the Thick Earth sect and worried that their conversation would be overheard, with the relationship between the three of them, Meng Guan would have likely told Song about this long ago, instead of just giving him a veiled warning. At the same time, it was precisely because of the Golden Elixir Master's scheme that the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion was attacked by evil cultivators.
If not for the Golden Elixir Master's scheme, there are many immortal pavilions under the Thick Earth sect. Why would the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion, which was guarded by Master Chung Shan, be attacked in particular? Why would Master Qingyu be the one to provide assistance from Green Wall Immortal City?
These two factions used to be secretly competing against each other in the past.
How could Master Qingyu possibly go all the way to the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion to provide support? The attack on the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion was just a starting point. The real scheme might still be behind it.
As for the loose cultivators who died in the attack on the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion, and other chi refining cultivators, no one cared about their lives. Anyway, just wait quietly for several decades, and the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion would once again become prosperous.
Decades were enough for enough loose cultivators to be born in the mortal world to fill in the various positions in the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion. Just like the high rent in the Immortal Pavilion, the Thick Earth sect never cared whether ordinary loose cultivators and chi refining cultivators could afford it. At the same time, in the eyes of a golden elixir master, what does it matter if some ordinary loose cultivators and chi refining cultivators died?
With a golden elixir master playing chess, being able to die in the chess game was already an honor for them. I never thought that the clueless first-tier chi refining cultivator who just stepped into the cultivation world back then would be about to establish his foundation now. Seeing that Song no longer inquired about this matter, Meng Guan let out a sigh of relief, and casually teased him, quickly changing the topic. Back then, when Song was in first-tier chi refining, Meng Guan was in the 6th tier, and Wei Fan was in the 7th tier. The three of them got to know each other by coincidence, and after a few years of understanding, formed a small circle of 3. Since then, the three of them had different experiences, but over the decades, their achievements had only gotten higher and higher. Wei Fan and himself had already established their foundations. Even Song, who used to have the lowest cultivation level, had now reached the 9th tier of chi refining. Yeah, not like you guys, who have already established your foundations. Shaking his head, Song casually picked up a cup of tea, drained it, and a trace of melancholy appeared in his words. As for establishing his foundation, Song was not too worried. Now, he would have 6 foundation establishment elixirs available for his first, or even his second attempt to establish his foundation. Compared to others who could only take 1 foundation establishment elixir and then start breaking through, Song's chances of success in establishing his foundation were much higher. When loose cultivators attempt to establish their foundations, they would take the risk if they had only a vein protection elixir. Those with good luck would only get one foundation establishment elixir. When sect disciples established their foundation, one foundation establishment elixir was the norm, along with a foundation establishment enlightenment.
What about Hisong?
He had 6 foundation establishment elixirs, several pieces of foundation establishment enlightenment, and the secret method of chi sinking into elixir field skill, which could increase the success rate of establishing his foundation. Compared with loose cultivators, and even other sect disciples, Hisong's setup for establishing his foundation was luxurious. In this case, Hisong's rate of successfully establishing his foundation was naturally very high. Furthermore, if he failed once, Hisong would have a second chance. The second time, Hisong would still have 6 foundation establishment elixirs, and his chances of successfully establishing his foundation would not decrease in the slightest. With the experience of failing the first time as an additional bonus, in this way, establishing his foundation before the age of 60 had become a certainty for Hisong.
However, upon hearing Hisong's words, Mengguan's face flashed with embarrassment and he quickly encouraged him. "Fellow Taoist, why be like this?
There's a great chance for you in establishing your foundation as well. For now, it's important to focus on reaching the great perfection of chi refining first. As for establishing your foundation, fellow Taoist, you'll surely succeed in one go." He thought Hisong was lamenting the difficulty of establishing his foundation, and that was why he felt melancholic, so he hastened to remedy the situation. But unbeknownst to him, Hisong didn't care much about establishing his foundation at all. This statement was merely a casual remark from Hisong, with the melancholy in his tone just a feeling of nostalgia.
Chapter 163. A major incident occurs after all. They were previously just like him, 2 good friends who were merely chi refining stage cultivators.
But now, they had both become foundation establishment masters. Although he didn't feel the disparity in their statuses and abilities too deeply because neither of them had deliberately alienated him, it was genuinely existent. Foundation establishment masters and chi refining stage cultivators. The difference between their statuses could not have been more stark.
It was clear from looking at Master Changshan. A single foundation establishment master could manage an entire immortal pavilion. How many chi refining stage cultivators were there in the entire pavilion?
Perhaps hundreds or thousands?
Yet, wasn't it still suppressed single-handedly by Master Changshan?
With this kind of disparity in status and strength, Hisong inevitably felt somewhat uncomfortable when facing his 2 friends. Thus, his words carried a touch of melancholy. Inside, his urgency for foundation establishment grew even stronger. This matter still needs to be carefully considered, and it's too early to discuss it now. Hisong waved his hand and did not tell his 2 friends about the matter he was already fully confident in. He had too many secrets on him. Once he spoke, his secrets might be exposed. For example, where the 6 foundation establishment elixirs came from. Where the chi sinking into elixir field skill came from. Where so many spirit stones came from. All these things were long-hidden secrets of Hisong, and they absolutely must not be revealed to others. Even if the 2 people before him were his good friends, it was still unacceptable. As an everlasting being, Hisong knew that keeping his secrets was crucial to living longer. Instead of letting others feel at ease by revealing his own secrets and attracting covetousness, it was better to hide them deep within his heart. Only in this way could Hisong continue living here as an ordinary cultivator. If his secrets were discovered, death. For him, it might even be a luxury. In order not to endanger himself, Hisong had to keep his secrets tightly guarded. He must not tell others about them. Seeing that Hisong didn't want to talk about it, Mengguan and Wei Fan assumed that Hisong had concerns about his future foundation establishment. After casting each other a glance, they didn't mention foundation establishment again. Instead, the topic drifted further and further away, having completely glossed over the previous 2 topics. Afterward, the 3 of them talked about other trivial matters and enjoyed the conversation. It wasn't until several hours later that Hisong left and bid farewell, leaving the mountain peak where the 2 friends resided in their cave mansion. Hisong walked towards his small courtyard. His cultivation had already reached the 9th tier chi refining stage. It was important to quickly raise his cultivation to chi refining great perfection and then enter the foundation establishment realm. As for other matters, they were all merely side issues. Only after he successfully reached foundation establishment would he truly be able to soar freely in the vast sky and have the wide ocean at his disposal. Gazing at the distant mountain peaks layered one after another, He-song took one last look at the cave mansion where Mengguan and Wei Fan resided. After letting out a sigh, He-song's figure quickly disappeared into the distance. Thick Earth Sect. Outer Disciples Living Area. Within He-song's courtyard, He-song brewed himself a pot of good tea. As the fragrance of the tea wafted throughout the courtyard, He-song took a deep breath and finally relaxed. Gently taking a sip of tea. Feeling his cultivation increase slightly, a satisfied expression appeared on He-song's face. Drinking tea to increase cultivation was something He-song had been longing for a long time. Now, the once unattainable green immortal spirit teas seemed insignificant to He-song now. The tea that He-song was drinking currently was several times better than the green immortal spirit tea. The cultivation increase from drinking it was even greater. Of course, the price was also higher. However, in order to increase his cultivation at the fastest speed possible, He-song would not feel sorry for spending these spirit stones. Spirit tea, elixirs, spirit rice, demonic beast meat, and so on. He-song would accept anything and everything that could be bought with spirit stones, which could also accelerate his cultivation progress, and he had prepared some of these for himself. As a result, He-song's cultivation was advancing extremely fast. Tasting the tea fragrance in his mouth, the words Mengguan had said to He-song earlier flashed through his mind. The attack on Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion was said to have been plotted by someone from another sect. This matter has spread far and wide, dealing a great blow to the reputation of our sect. The other party is hiding too deep, and we haven't been able to find any clues yet. Sect leader is preparing to intensify the investigation. I believe there will be news about it coming back soon. There's more to this matter than meets the eye, the hesitation in Mengguan's eyes when he spoke back then, and the words he finally voiced after careful consideration. All of these thoughts flashed through He-song's mind like a montage of images. For a moment, He-song's eyebrows furrowed, and his mind began to contemplate the hidden secrets behind this matter. It was said that the attack on the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion was planned by someone from his sect. Meanwhile, the news of the Thick Earth Sect's Immortal Pavilion being attacked by evil cultivators had spread far and wide, causing a significant impact on the sect's reputation. At this time, the surrounding sects might be just watching the excitement. Isn't the Thick Earth Sect known for having 2 golden elixir cultivators? How come they can't even protect their own immortal pavilion? However, due to the deep concealment of the other party, even after dispatching several foundation establishment masters to investigate, they had not been able to find anything for such a long time. Now, Master Fa Xian was preparing to intensify the investigation. Yet, Mengguan said that there should be news soon and that there were hidden secrets involved. What secrets? How did Mengguan know that the news would come back soon? With a trace of doubt in his eyes, He-song thought it over left and right before eventually giving up. Forget it, forget it. They said that the news would come back soon, right? When the time comes, just listen to the news, and it should be clear what the secrets are. Shaking his head and sighing, He-song finished his tea and quickly entered his meditation room to start cultivating. Of course, He-song didn't enter seclusive cultivation but spent most of his time every day on cultivation. The remaining time was used for other things. For example, learning skills. Now, He-song's cultivation had reached the 9th tier chi refining. There was no need to be as sleepless as he was 2 years ago, practicing in seclusion day and night without eating. In his leisure time, He-song also began to study the 7 fragrance tracking skill and the chi sinking into elixir field skill. Egivaxed, while studying these 2 skills, He-song did not forget to continue researching the smoke array. While cultivating and studying skills, He-song also did not miss any news from the outside world. He wanted to see what kind of news Mengguan said would be coming back soon. Just like that, time passed day by day. He-song's cultivation gradually improved. His understanding of the 7 fragrance tracking skill, the chi sinking into elixir field skill, and even the smoke array grew stronger with time. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. On this day, after finishing his cultivation, Hisong came out of the meditation room and saw a sound-transmitting paper crane floating quietly outside the room. Seeing this, Hisong casually released a trace of his energy. The paper crane immediately turned into a thin piece of paper and fell into Hisong's hand. Mr. He, today I happened to see several Foundation establishment masters riding spirit boats toward the west.
Judging by their destination, it seems to be where the thick earth sex mountain gate is located.
I believe that there must be progress in the investigation of the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion attack, and these Foundation establishment masters should be returning to report their findings. Regarding the matter of the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion attack, I hope that you would inform me when you receive news. Although I have already secured my foothold in Greenwall Immortal City, the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion is the starting point of my immortal path. I want to know a thing or two about what happened at the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion. I will be grateful to you in advance. Zhao Lin. Hisong's eyebrows raised as he scanned the lines of text on the paper.
Several Foundation establishment masters were heading west?
The location of the thick earth sex mountain gate was to the west of Greenwall Immortal City. According to the letter from Zhao Lin, those Foundation establishment masters should be able to return to the thick earth sect from Greenwall Immortal City shortly. Once these Foundation establishment masters return and report the results of their investigation to the sect leader, the news will probably be released. By then, the events that occurred in the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion should become clear.
However, Hisong couldn't help but think of Meng Wan's hesitating expression when he first asked him about the matter.
At that time, Meng Guan said that there were hidden secrets involved in this case.
But what kind of secrets were they? He never revealed them. Moreover, Meng Guan also said at the time that there should be news coming back soon.
Now, the return of those Foundation establishment masters seemed to prove that his words were not false. But, how could Meng Guan have known several months in advance that the news would be coming back soon?
Could it be?
Hisong's eyes became distant, and he glanced at the location of the thick earth sect's main peak before shaking his head, not thinking any further. Since Zhao Lin had already contacted him through a sound transmission to get updated on the matter, all he had to do was wait in the sect. Once those Foundation establishment masters return, he should naturally know what happened at the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion.
Hisong put away the piece of paper.
After pondering for a moment, he lost interest in other matters and simply returned to his meditation room to continue cultivating.
This cultivation session. Another several days passed in the blink of an eye. Several days later,
Hisong was cultivating in his meditation room when the sound transmission amulet placed on the side suddenly lit up. Startled by the light, Hisong immediately opened his eyes and looked at the sound transmission amulet.
A sound transmission amulet? Has something big happened?
Hisong's sound transmission amulet had only been in contact with 4 people, Meng Guan, Wei Fan, Pinger, and Pinger's senior sister Chu Shuangshuang. Only these 4 people could use the sound transmission amulet to contact Hisong at this moment.
Moreover, all 4 of them were from the thick earth sect.
If something big didn't happen, Hisong thought, no one would contact him using the sound transmission amulet.
Chapter 164, 164, 164, Preparing for Battle?
A thought flashed through Hisong's mind, so he impulsively picked up the sound transmission amulet and opened it. Suddenly, a thin piece of paper appeared in front of Hisong. Picking up the thin paper, Hisong quickly saw the line of writing on it. Mr. He, Pinger and sister have arrived at Thick Earth Sect.
I wonder where you are. It has been a long time since we met, can we arrange a get-together? Pinger.
Glancing at it, Hisong initially thought something significant had happened, but after reading the text, he let out a sigh of relief. However, a trace of doubt quickly flashed through his eyes.
Pinger and Chu Shuangshuang? Aren't they always following Master Qingyue closely, almost inseparable?
Only when Master Qingyue returned to sect and informed the sect leader about the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion affair did they not follow. At other times, as far as Hisong knew, the 3 of them should be inseparable.
So why now? Suddenly, they all returned to the sect?
With doubts, Hisong produced a thin sheet of paper in his hand, and the spirit power surged from his fingertips, quickly leaving a line of writing on it.
I happen to be in the outer disciples' courtyard right now. Since sister has returned, I will wait for her arrival in the courtyard. Hisong.
Placing the thin paper with the carved writing inside the sound transmission amulet, Hisong closed it and then made a hand seal. Immediately, the sound transmission amulet flashed with light. When Hisong reopened it to check, the paper inside it had disappeared. Having done all this, Hisong put away the sound transmission amulet, stepped out of the quiet room, and came to his own small courtyard to brew tea and wait. Pinger and Chu Shuangshuang suddenly returned to the sect. Hisong, who had always been in the sect, naturally needed to receive them.
At the same time,
outside the Thick Earth sect, a few spirit boats loaded with cultivators were flying towards the sect gate under the control of some Foundation establishment masters.
Aboard one of the spirit boats, Pinger and Chu Shuangshuang stood side by side.
As a light flashed, Pinger opened the sound transmission amulet and took out a thin sheet of paper. After reading the contents of the paper, a smile appeared on Pinger's face. "Sister, junior brother, he has not left the sect and is waiting for us in the courtyard." As Pinger spoke, a gentle look flashed in Chu Shuangshuang's eyes, but a trace of worry appeared on her face. This time they returned to the sect. It wasn't because they wanted to, but because they couldn't defy Master's order. Not only them, but other chi refining outer and inner disciples who were outside the sect gate had also been brought back to the sect by the elders of the Thick Earth sect. That was why there were several spirit boats around them.
When Foundation establishment cultivators traveled, they generally rode with tunneling light. Only when carrying people or traveling long distances would they choose spirit boats.
At this moment, the outer disciples who had been living outside the sect gate, or who had just left the sect gate, all had puzzled minds. Summoning all the disciples near Greenwall Immortal City who were outside the sect gate back to the Thick Earth sect.
Had a major event happened?
But recently, it seemed that no significant incidents had occurred.
Strange.
Thinking of these matters, Chu Shuangshuang furrowed her brows. However, seeing Pinger's joyful appearance next to her, her heart gradually settled down. Seeing that the sect gate was not far away, she finally replied. "Come to think of it, it's been a long time since we last saw junior brother he at Greenwall Immortal City. I wonder how his cultivation is progressing now." As she spoke, Chu Shuangshuang's gaze unconsciously looked towards the inside of the Thick Earth sect. She seemed to be trying to see where Hisong was at the moment. Unfortunately, the distance was too far, and despite her current chi refining great perfection, she could not see Hisong's location from there.
"I don't know.
The last time I saw him in Greenwall Immortal City, his cultivation was at the 7th tier chi refining level.
Now, I suppose he would be around the 8th tier chi refining?
8 years ago, when Hisong left the sect to sell spirit rice. He also visited friends and relatives. He even sent generous gifts to Master Qingyue as well as Pinger and Chu Shuangshuang in Greenwall Immortal City. At that time, Hisong's cultivation was still at the 7th tier chi refining level but was about to advance to the 8th tier chi refining level. Now, with 8 years past, Hisong's cultivation had successfully crossed the 8th tier chi refining level and reached the 9th tier chi refining level. But Pinger's impression of Hisong was still stuck when he was in the 7th tier chi refining level. Although it had been 8 years, they had never met or discussed cultivation matters during this time, so she naturally wouldn't guess Hisong's cultivation too high. "Let's go see junior brother he first then." As the spirit boat continued forward, Chu Shuangshuang's words were drowned out by the wind.
Outer disciple residence.
Hisong sat in the courtyard, looking up into the distance. He saw several spirit boats flying from the horizon to the gate of Thick Earth sect. However, due to the distance, he couldn't see who were on the spirit boats. But when he saw the spirit boats, Hisong immediately thought of the sound transmission amulet that Zhao Lin had sent him a few days ago. A few days ago, Zhao Lin said he had seen several Foundation establishment masters heading west. It seemed that their target was the gate of the Thick Earth sect.
At this moment,
the arrival of these several spiritual boats made Hisong think of something right away.
Could it be, these several spiritual boats are the Foundation establishment cultivators returning to the sect to report?
Watching the spiritual boats land inside the sect gate, Hisong had some thoughts in his heart, but there was no news at the moment, so he couldn't be sure. He just continued to quietly make tea, waiting for Pinger and the others to arrive. A moment later, the door of Hisong's courtyard was knocked on. Pinger and Chu Shuangshuang came hand in hand, which made Hisong's originally quiet courtyard a bit more lively. Having invited the two into his courtyard and handed a cup of good tea to each, Hisong suddenly heard an exclamation from Pinger close to his ear. It's been a few years, and he junior brother's, no, he senior brother's cultivation has actually reached the 9th tier of chi refining. Junior sister Pinger pays respects to senior brother he. Just as Pinger sat down, a flash of spirit light appeared in her eyes, and upon seeing Hisong's current cultivation, she hurriedly stood up from her chair and bowed to Hisong. However, during her bow, the joy on Pinger's face made it seem as if she was the one who had broken through to the 9th tier of chi refining. Seeing this, Hisong was at a loss for words. He could only stand up and return the bow as well. Pinger's senior sister is overthinking it, there's no need for us to be so formal between us. Let's go by the order we entered the sect. Although the two were not close friends, they had known each other for a long time. There were some feelings between them. Hisong naturally wouldn't let her change her title just because his cultivation had slightly surpassed Pinger's. It's better to go by the order of entering the sect, so that Hisong wouldn't leave the impression of being arrogant in front of others. Such an impression would be harmful and useless to Hisong. He naturally wanted to avoid it as much as possible. Senior brother you're being too modest. As your junior sister, my cultivation is only at the 8th tier of chi refining. Calling you senior brother is what I should do. Seeing Hisong hurriedly refusing, Pinger didn't agree. Instead, she seemed to be fascinated by the title of senior brother, calling him that regardless of what Hisong said. As for this, Hisong tried to dissuade her a few times. But after realizing it was completely useless, he just let her be. This wasn't Hisong being arrogant. It was the junior sister who wouldn't allow it. Seeing Hisong's tacit approval of the title, Pinger's eyes finally lit up with happiness, and the three of them soon began to chat and catch up. During the conversation, Hisong also learned from them about the Thick Earth sect, recalling the outer and inner disciples. Combining what Hisong had previously learned, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Before, Mengguan had said that the incident of the Immortal Pavilion being attacked by evil cultivators had spread around, causing great damage to the image of the Thick Earth sect. At the same time, a few months ago he said that the news of this incident should be reported back soon. Now, the Foundation establishment cultivators who went back to the sect to report the news had brought back all the outer and inner disciples of the Thick Earth sect from the vicinity of the Green Wall Immortal City. The Thick Earth sect is a golden elixir great faction. Tens of thousands of years ago, there was even an ancestor Yuanying sitting there. Under the circumstances where they had absolute strength, how could the Thick Earth sect allow this kind of thing to spread around? And now even more so as it's widely known? Moreover, when the face of a golden elixir great faction is tarnished, if no action is taken to deter it, wouldn't everyone come and step on it? You should know that the Thick Earth sect currently has 2 golden core cultivators. If they let the news continue to spread, I'm afraid the world will know that the 2 golden core masters of the Thick Earth sect are cowards. Even if they were beaten back to their hometown, they still dare not fight back. In this case, the reputation of the Thick Earth sect will inevitably be greatly damaged. In this situation, if Hisong were the sect leader, he would not tolerate such a thing. Either expose and kill the instigator behind the scenes to set an example, or cut off the channels of information spreading outside, so that other sects know nothing about this matter. Besides, Hisong couldn't think of any better solution for now. Since the news of the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion being attacked by evil cultivators has already filled the sky, the best choice is to expose the main culprit behind the scenes and kill them. Under what circumstances would the Thick Earth sect choose to recall the disciples outside the sect gate? Just thinking about it, Hisong felt that something big was about to happen. And it was something he had never anticipated before. With various thoughts flashing in his heart, Hisong continued to chat with the Pinger and Chu Shuangshuang beside him while looking at the main peak where the Thick Earth sect was located. It seems, something big is going to happen.
Could it be that we've found out which sect is playing tricks behind our backs and want to start a war against that force? Or is there a hidden secret in this?
Hisong's mind flashed back to Mengguan's cautious words at the time, and he was not sure if what he was thinking was correct. But soon, Hisong focused on entertaining Pinger and Chu Shuangshuang in front of him and put the matter behind him. Anyway, he was now in the safest sect gate within the thick earth sect sphere of influence. Even if a golden core master came to attack, Hisong wouldn't be worried at all.
In this case, why think so much?
After a few days, when the news comes out, he will naturally know the development of the matter.
Since this is the case, waiting for news is enough. There's no need to guess at this point.
Chapter 165 165 Golden Elixir Demon Sect. With such thoughts in mind, Hisong began to enjoy drinks with the two. Although it wasn't alcohol, cultivators loved tea more than wine, and after not meeting for a long time, the three got along quite harmoniously. Moreover, the two might have to stay in the sect for a long time in the future. Naturally, they became more enthusiastic towards Hisong, an acquaintance.
After a long time,
Hisong sent the two out of the small courtyard, agreed to meet again in the future, and then returned to his room to begin cultivating.
At present, the Foundation Establishment Realm Masters had just returned.
The first thing they naturally did was to meet Sect Leader. Only after they had met Sect Leader and reported everything that had happened at the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion to him. Then, the Sect Leader would make a decision, and only then would news spread. Therefore, even though Hisong was very curious about what had happened, after thinking about it, he decided to continue cultivating and wait for the news to come out slowly. At this moment, Hisong was at a critical moment, moving towards Qi refining great perfection. Naturally, he did not want to waste a single moment, and besides paying necessary attention to the outside world, cultivating and studying had become the main theme of Hisong's life. In such a state, Hisong's cultivation would rapidly improve. At the same time, as long as there was news, Hisong would naturally know it immediately. At that time, no matter what happened to the Thick Earth sect, he would be able to react in the first instance. It would depend on whether he continued to stay in Thick Earth sect and cultivate peacefully, or if he was prepared to flee and leave Thick Earth sect's sphere of influence. It would depend on what kind of news would come out at that time. This wait. Hisong waited for several months. During these months, everything in Thick Earth sect was calm. Except for the sudden increase of cultivators in the area where outer disciples were, Hisong hadn't even noticed any changes in Thick Earth sect. The sudden increase of cultivators in the area where outer disciples were. According to Hisong's guess, it might have something to do with Pinger and the others returning to the sect as outer disciples themselves. Pinger and Chu Shuangshuang both left their masters. What about the other outer disciples who were outside? They probably had also returned to the sect. In this way, the increase of outer disciples in the Thick Earth sect would also be considered normal. However, when several months passed in the blink of an eye and there wasn't even a hint of news within Thick Earth sect, Hisong had already sensed something unusual. It was wrong. It was too wrong. The calm before him was like the calm before a storm. The calm was so unsettling that it made Hisong fidgety. As it should be, the disciples had already been called back to the sect. The next moves could naturally be imagined. But what about now? There was not a single movement. Neither within nor outside the Thick Earth sect. Hisong hadn't received even a tiny bit of news. However, just as Hisong was suspicious in his heart and even wanted to ask Mengguan and others again if they had received any news, a piece of news from the outside world caused a stir in the Thick Earth sect. An immortal mansion within the seven-star sect sphere of influence was attacked by an evil cultivator who besieged and killed the Foundation Establishment Realm Master stationed there. The seven-star sect is currently investigating this matter. The seven-star sect. Located north of the Thick Earth sect and bordered by the Thick Earth sect, it was a demon sect with golden elixir cultivators. Demon sect. A demon sect's immortal mansion was attacked by evil cultivators. Several Foundation Establishment Realm Masters besieged and killed the one who guarded the immortal mansion. When Hisong first heard this news, he felt it was incredibly absurd.
When did the evil cultivators dare to attack the demon sect's immortal mansion? Moreover, the strength of these evil cultivators was also very strange. What kind of evil cultivators could gather several Foundation Establishment Realm Masters?
One should know that Foundation Establishment Realm Masters were not cabbages.
Once one became a Foundation Establishment Realm Master, they could receive treatment at any sect. There were Foundation Establishment Realm evil cultivators, but they were very few.
The difficulty of gathering several evil cultivators at the Foundation Establishment Realm was thus hard to imagine.
Moreover, these Foundation Establishment Realm evil cultivators had offended the seven-star sect of all people.
This was a golden elixir demon sect after all.
Demonic cultivators were not on the same level as righteous cultivators like those from the Thick Earth sect. Extracting souls, refining corpses, raising insects, driving away evil spirits, these matters were unimaginable to ordinary people. For demonic cultivators, encountering evil cultivators was like striking it rich.
This was because after killing evil cultivators, their corpses could be used to exchange for spirit stones.
Generally speaking, in a demon sect's sphere of influence,
the safety level of demonic cultivators was higher than that of loose cultivators, the safety level of loose cultivators was higher than that of mortals, and the safety level of mortals was higher than that of evil cultivators. There were also mortals in the sphere of influence of a demon sect. Moreover, the lives of mortals were more or less the same in both the righteous sects and the demonic sections.
Demonic sects also needed disciples, loose cultivators, and the income from spirit stones.
Thus, the mortals who could continually cultivate and produce loose cultivators and sect disciples became valuable resources.
All demonic sects that didn't value mortals have almost all disappeared throughout history. Until now, the lives of mortals within the spheres of influence of existing demonic sects were probably not too bad.
The righteous sects were the same in this aspect.
From this, it can be inferred. Evil cultivators within the spheres of influence of demonic sects would encounter all sorts of challenges.
These were live materials for artifact refinement, elixir refinement, corpse nourishment, and soul extraction.
Once encountered by demonic cultivators, it'd be a lucky stroke of fortune. However,
even in this situation, an immortal mansion of the seven-star sect was attacked by evil cultivators. Unlike the Thick Earth sect, in the immortal mansion of the seven-star sect, a Foundation Establishment Master was directly besieged and killed by several other Foundation Establishment Masters without a chance to escape. It can be imagined how much shock this would cause.
When did the evil cultivators become so bold?
Yesterday, they dared attack the Thick Earth sect's immortal mansion.
Today, they dare attack Star sect's immortal mansion, and even kill a Foundation Establishment Master. Tomorrow, would they dare to attack the Golden Sword sect's immortal city? The day after, would they dare to attack the gates of the Jade Flower sect? And a few months later, would they dare to defy the heavens?
For a moment, the news of the attack on the seven-star sect's immortal mansion and the death of a Foundation Establishment Master immediately caused a great uproar.
However,
as the seven-star sect's investigation deepened, the evidence began to point towards the Thick Earth sect. The Thick Earth sect and the seven-star sect were adjacent. At the same time, the people of the seven-star sect found some trace of connection to the Thick Earth sect in the destroyed immortal mansion. As more and more evidence surfaced, the seven-star sect became more and more convinced. The Thick Earth sect shamelessly sent several Foundation Establishment Masters to destroy our immortal mansion.
If they don't provide an explanation, we will settle the score.
One day, after hearing these rumors, Hisong was astonished. Although it didn't say exactly who would confront the Thick Earth sect, by careful consideration, these words could only have come from the seven-star sect. What a force to be reckoned with, as expected from a demonic sect. They're hard and unyielding. The Thick Earth sect now had a dual golden elixir expert, so what force could the seven-star sect muster? But would the seven-star sect be so dumb as to deliver themselves into the Thick Earth sect's hands for a beating? Hisong had trouble believing this. As Hisong was pondering this, the Thick Earth sect's response arrived. The response, however, only reinforced Hisong's suspicions. The seven-star sect is supporting evil cultivators within the Thick Earth sect's sphere of influence to attack the immortal mansion. After years of investigation, the evidence is conclusive. The Thick Earth sect never wanted to get involved, but now we're being falsely accused by the Seven Star sect. We have no choice but to return the favor. The Seven Star sect is cruel and heartless. We, the Thick Earth sect, will act on behalf of the heavens, the outer disciple residents of the Thick Earth sect. Hisong looked up at the sky, watching the tunneling lights continuously shooting into the distance, and his speculations grew clearer. The attack on Bamboo Mountain Immortal Mansion was indeed a severe loss, but it didn't strike a fatal blow to the sect. The Thick Earth sect had been investigating the area around Bamboo Mountain Immortal Mansion for years, and only a few months ago did they find a result. However, Meng Guan had already deduced the outcome a year ago. That being the case, the Thick Earth sect must have known long ago the details behind the attack on the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Mansion. Or, even more sinister, maybe the Thick Earth sect orchestrated the whole event. As for why it would be Bamboo Mountain Immortal Mansion, it was likely related to the incident more than a decade ago when evil cultivators attacked the Green Wall Immortal City law enforcement team members outside of Bamboo Mountain Immortal Mansion. That group of evil cultivators might have indeed been supported by Star Sect if there were already evil cultivators lurking there. Fabricating an incident and getting someone else to take the blame was not unusual. Considering it this way, Hisong suddenly remembered that when he had lived in Bamboo Mountain Immortal Mansion, he had once had such a suspicion and even dug a hole in the mansion as a contingency plan. Fortunately, Hisong had now joined the Thick Earth sect as an outer disciple, so he wouldn't be cannon fodder. According to Hisong's speculation, if the Thick Earth sect had known about the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Mansion attack results long ago, then the years of investigation and the action of bringing back all disciples to the sect a few months ago would make sense. The years of investigation were merely a facade, and in secret, they might have been preparing for war all along. Bringing the disciples back to the sect a few months ago was naturally in preparation for war. These outer disciples were the future of the Thick Earth sect. If anything were to happen to them, the Thick Earth sect would be left without successors. Naturally, during the war preparations, bringing all the outer disciples back to the protection of the sect and the sect protection array was essential. As for the lack of action even after the return of several Foundation establishment masters a few months ago, Hisong quickly reached a conclusion after some thought. Perhaps, the months of silence were spent planning an attack on the Seven Star sect's Immortal Mansion. Chapter 166, 166, Master Chung Fu. Now that all the evidence was in place, and it had been prepared for a long time, then, naturally, it was time for the plan to close the net. Deploying Foundation establishment masters to attack the Seven Star sect's Immortal Pavilion became the final part of the plan. A Foundation establishment master died. The Seven Star sect would not investigate it. If they did investigate, it would lead to the Thick Earth sect. At that time. By now, Hisong understood that the attack on the Seven Star sect's Immortal Pavilion and the siege and killing of Foundation establishment masters must be related to the Thick Earth sect. In this case, the subsequent rumors he heard about the Seven Star sect, which seemed to have lost their wisdom, might also have been fabricated by the Thick Earth sect. The truth might not be as it seemed. Because Hisong couldn't figure out why those words would come from the Seven Star sect. It can't be that sect relies on its own diabolism identity and looks down on the righteous sects, right? As toward the purpose OT advocating this argument. It must be for the Thick Earth sect to show cause for its actions. After all, from start to finish, the Thick Earth sect is acting covertly. Perhaps the Seven Star sect had been supporting evil cultivators within the Thick Earth sect's territory. Or maybe they hadn't supported any evil cultivator at all. But after years of investigation, the Thick Earth sect has gathered sufficient evidence so that even if the Seven Star sect hadn't done so, they would not be able to refute the evidence. After a few years, it comes as no surprise that the Thick Earth sect could come up with the evidence even if they couldn't produce it initially. As a result, the Thick Earth sect's response after uncovering the evidence and hearing the previous conversation is flawless. The Seven Star sect secretly supported the evil cultivators within the Thick Earth sect, attacked the Thick Earth sect's Immortal Pavilion, and the evidence is solid. They even spread rumors and slandered the Thick Earth sect for attacking the Seven Star sect's Immortal Pavilion. What do they think? The Thick Earth sect has no temper. Thus, the Thick Earth sect had a perfect reason to initiate a war. They might even create an image of themselves as a victim in the process. In this way, the struggle between the two sects became inevitable.
As for the truth, what did the cultivation world want the truth for?
After responding to the comments of the Seven-Star Sect, the Thick Earth Sect immediately dispatched several Foundation establishment masters to rush into the Mountain Immortal City bordering the Seven-Star Sect. Mountain Immortal City is located to the north of the Thick Earth Sect's gate, at a distance of 10,000 miles. Even for Foundation establishment masters, it would take them days to get there, traveling with tunneling light. Dispatching Foundation establishment masters to guard the Mountain Immortal City is to prevent the Seven-Star Sect from making desperate moves and attacking the Thick Earth Sect's Immortal Pavilion. With these Foundation establishment masters dispatched, the Mountain Immortal City bordering the Seven-Star Sect would be a bit safer. Hisong's eyes were deep set. Watching the tunneling lights disappearing into the sky, a strange idea suddenly arose in his heart.
How does the Thick Earth Sect appear to be more and more like a villain?
They force a situation, initiate wars against other sects, and then use their advantages of having two golden core masters in their sect to win the war and gain huge benefits.
Such a thing doesn't seem like something a righteous sect would do, right? Or are the other righteous sects in the cultivation world acting like this too?
At the same time, when Hisong wondered about this, the sound transmission amulet that he had put aside suddenly lit up. Hisong, who was awakened by the light, wore a puzzled expression on his face. Those who could find him using the sound transmission amulet were all within the Thick Earth Sect. It would have been easier for them to visit him directly, but why use the sound transmission amulet? Confused, Hisong took the amulet.
Opened it. He immediately saw a thin sheet of paper inside the amulet.
After picking it up, Hisong swept his eyes over it, and a flash of astonishment appeared in them.
Mr. He, I will soon set out for Mountain Immortal City.
Before leaving, I hope you can visit me to discuss important matters.
Mengguan.
After reading the writing on the paper, Hisong looked at the distant position where the Foundation establishment masters disappeared. Then he turned his gaze to the mountain peak where Mengguan's cave mansion was located. An idea suddenly surfaced in his heart.
Could it be those Foundation establishment masters dispatched before were the ones shown openly, while secretly, there were others like Mengguan following behind them? This doesn't seem like a defensive move.
On the contrary, it seemed more like an ambush. If the Seven-Star Sect didn't detect it and sent Foundation establishment masters to attack, the Foundation establishment cultivators of the Seven-Star Sect would face a one-way trip. By that time, the intensity of the battle between the two sides would escalate instantly. Ultimately, even the Golden Elixir Masters might join the battle with a high probability. Imagining the scene in his mind, Hisong left his small courtyard after a moment of contemplation to head towards the mountain peak where Mengguan was residing.
It was still too early to think about this.
For cultivators, a few years, or even a few decades, is not really a long time. Especially for a golden core sect. Dozens, even hundreds of years passed, which was just a brief moment in its lifespan.
Take Thick Earth Sect as an example.
The existence of the Thick Earth Sect has been at least 10,000 years. It is unknown how long the Seven-Star Sect has existed, but it is probably not too short either.
Over such a long time, countless foundations will accumulate.
Thus, the friction between the Thick Earth Sect and the Seven-Star Sect is just beginning at this moment. Perhaps it might last for dozens, even hundreds of years, which is not impossible. Of course, with the two golden core masters in the Thick Earth Sect, this time may be greatly shortened.
However, it won't be enough to determine the outcome quickly. Soon after, Hisong's figure arrived outside Mengguan's cave mansion.
Just as he reached Mengguan's cave mansion, a passage appeared in front of Hisong. Seeing this, Hisong didn't hesitate and stepped directly into it.
Inside Mengguan's cave mansion, not just him was present at the moment.
Wei Fan was also there, sitting opposite to Mengguan. Seeing Hisong arrive, both of them nodded to Hisong. After Hisong sat down, Mengguan sighed and then spoke. Fellow Taoists, I have been in the Foundation establishment realm for more than 10 years, during which I have almost mastered various skills and artifacts. Now, as we are facing a turbulent time, the sect leader was forced to assign me a task. I will be stationed secretly in Mountain Immortal City in a few days. From now on, the three of us may no longer be able to meet as often as we did in the past. With his gaze sweeping over Isong and Wei Fan, Mangguan took out his sound transmission amulet and placed it on the table in front of him. When he saw the eyes of Isong and Wei Fan gathered on his sound transmission amulet, Mangguan continued to speak. If you need anything in the future, please communicate with me through the sound transmission amulet, just don't reveal this information to others. However, I'm not sure whether I can come back to witness fellow Taoist He's Foundation establishment in person. Sighing, Mangguan looked at Isong, a hint of apology flashing through his eyes. Previously, the two of them had promised that when Isong achieves Foundation establishment, they would come to protect him. But now, with the sudden change in the situation, even though Mangguan is already in the Foundation establishment realm, he still can't know for certain whether he will have free time to come back and protect Isong. Seeing this situation, Wei Fan, who was standing beside him, also looked at Isong, his eyes darkening in a similar manner. He had also reached Foundation establishment, although he had just broken through 5 years ago. But after becoming familiar with the skills, artifacts, and various methods of the Foundation establishment realm, he probably will follow Mangguan to participate in the war between the Thick Earth sect and Seven Star sect. By the time he leaves the sect, Isong may still be in the 9th tier Qi refining stage, and yet to achieve Qi refining great perfection. After all, newly promoted Foundation establishment cultivators generally needed 10 years, or even longer, to have the ability to crush Qi refining cultivators in combat. Under such circumstances, he might need to leave in another 5 years or so. By that time, only Isong would be left in their small circle within the Thick Earth sect. Isong and Wei Fan protected Mangguan during his Foundation establishment. Isong and Mangguan protected Wei Fan during his Foundation establishment. But when it comes to Isong's Foundation establishment, neither of them would be able to protect him. This situation made both of them feel somewhat bitter in their hearts. It's no big deal, there's no need to worry about safety when establishing a foundation within the Thick Earth sect. You two don't have to worry about it. In fact, you both need to be careful and cautious when participating in this event. Now that both of you are in the early stage of Foundation establishment, if you encounter someone you can't handle, you should quickly escape. Seeing that Mangguan and Wei Fan seemed to feel guilty, Isong didn't take it to heart. After casually comforting them, he even gave them some advice. Sect wars are not a trivial matter, whether it's Mangguan or Wei Fan. When sent to the front lines, they might face no pressure when dealing with Qi refining cultivators. But if they casually encounter a Foundation establishment master, with their recent breakthroughs into Foundation establishment realm, barely a little over 10 years of experience, they might not be able to defeat anyone. Under such circumstances, Isong couldn't help but remind his two good friends for their safety. Don't worry, my Dharma title, Master Duanhun, is not for nothing. However, facing Isong's reminder, Mangblian didn't seem to care he even mentioned his Dharma title. Speaking of Dharma titles, Mangguan quickly turned his attention to Wei Fan. It seems Brother Wei has not yet chosen a Dharma title for himself. Have you thought about what title you would like to use in the future? Basically, all Foundation establishment cultivators would give themselves a nice-sounding Dharma title. Like Mangguan, who continued to use his Dharma title from the Qi refining stage, calling himself Master Duanhun. As for Wei Fan, although he had broken through to Foundation establishment for 5 years, he spent these 5 years in the Thick Earth sect, familiarizing himself with various aspects of the Foundation establishment realm, only interacting with Isong and Mangguan, and not dealing with others. As a result, he hasn't had a chance to give himself a Dharma title until Mangguan brought it up now. I haven't thought about it, but when I broke through to Foundation establishment, I was fortunate to have the help of two good friends. Thanks to their support, I was able to break through. I suppose you can call it being blessed. If that's the case, I'll call myself Master Chung Fu. Wei Fan seemed to have a draft prepared, and when Mangguan asked, he immediately gave himself a Dharma title. Chapter 167, Chapter 167, Great fortune. Upon hearing this, Isong and Mangguan immediately shook their heads and laughed. They originally thought that there was some reason why Wei Fan hadn't given himself a Dharma title in 5 years. However, as soon as they asked, Wei Fan already spoke out the Dharma title he had thought of long ago. He had already thought of this Dharma title.
Were they just waiting for the two of them to ask?
Nevertheless, considering that Wei Fan still cherished their friendship and even included them in his Dharma title, Song and Mangguan exchanged glances and saw a touch of emotion in each other's eyes.
Master Chung Fu, this Dharma title.
The implied meaning behind it represents the mutual assistance of their small circle.
Alright, let's continue to call each other as we used to.
As for the Dharma title of Master Chung Fu, as long as you know it's me when someone mentions it in the future, that's enough. Seeing that Song and Mangguan seemed to want to say something, Wei Fan quickly interrupted them and expressed his thoughts with a wave of his hand. Their small circle had been established for too long. Their titles remained unchanged since Mangguan's foundation establishment. Now that it was Wei Fan's turn, he naturally didn't want to change their titles either. Seeing Wei Fan like this, with the issue of the Dharma title resolved,
Mangguan was about to be stationed in Mountain Immortal City.
At this moment, Song and Wei Fan, who had come to see him off, naturally did not leave but stayed in Mangguan's cave mansion, making their last farewells. After today, Mangguan's going to Mountain Immortal City, and it might take many years before they see each other again. Wei Fan might also leave the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion in 5 years and go to Mountain Immortal City to join the war between the Thick Earth sect and the Seven Star sect.
As a foundation establishment master, this is unavoidable. The three of them understood this very well.
As members of the Thick Earth sect enjoying the abundant resources provided by the sect, they naturally had to fight for it. Refining disciples received spirit stones and other cultivation resources every year, with an annual salary of over 1,000 spirit stones.
Foundation establishment elders had an annual salary of 3,000 spirit stones.
With so many resources scattered around, if there are no returns, even the Thick Earth sect with its large foundation in business would not be kind. In ordinary times, it didn't matter if they slacked off a bit. However, when there is war, the foundation establishment masters cultivated by the sect naturally have to contribute their efforts. Even those who join the Thick Earth sect after foundation establishment have to contribute their efforts. Song and Mangguan reluctantly said goodbye. But a hint of retreat had already formed in their minds. As an everlasting being, Song only needed to cultivate slowly, and his own strength would naturally improve. For other cultivators, a sect war might lead to death, but it could also be a great fortune. Perhaps, it is this opportunity that allows a cultivator who was originally stuck in the early stage of foundation establishment to suddenly soar to the late stage. Perhaps, it is this opportunity that allows a cultivator who was originally stuck in the chi-refining late stage to suddenly break through to the foundation establishment realm. Perhaps, it is this opportunity that allows a cultivator who has been struggling to break through to the chi-refining late stage to have the chance to break through and step into the foundation establishment stage. With this opportunity, they may be able to achieve foundation establishment and become a respected foundation establishment master.
Just like Mangguan before. Wasn't it because of a war between the Immortal City law enforcement team and evil cultivators that he gained a huge opportunity and gained the chance to enter the foundation establishment realm?
He even seized this opportunity later and successfully broke through to foundation establishment, changing his destiny and the people around him. Song and Wei Fan also benefited from this. For other cultivators, a sect war is both a crisis and an opportunity. If they can seize the opportunity in this crisis, they may be able to soar to the skies. However, for Song, an everlasting being, in an event like a sect war that is both a crisis and an opportunity, he only sees the crisis. After his breakthrough to foundation establishment, he would only be at the bottom of the hierarchy in 10 years. In fights, he is afraid that he would not be able to win against anyone.
Moreover, the Seven Star sect has golden core masters in its ranks. If they take a disliking to him and send a sword in his direction, wouldn't he just die and be extinguished on the spot? Opportunity? What opportunity? As an everlasting being who can simply get stronger by slowly cultivating, what opportunities do I need? All living beings fight for their lives for opportunities. That's because their lives are short and they die if they don't struggle. But I'm different. If I struggle, that's when I truly die. As long as I can cultivate slowly and live, one day I will become an immortal. With such an idea suddenly flashing through his mind, Song became even more determined to avoid this sect war. As an everlasting being, he doesn't need to be so desperate.
Regarding the sect war, which contains both crisis and opportunity for other cultivators, it is like a death talisman for him. Instead of learning from ordinary cultivators to fight with all their might, it would be better to save his useful life and wait until his cultivation level is higher before making up for the thick earth sect. At this thought, Hisong looked at the main peak where the thick earth sect was located, and had no intention of participating in the upcoming sect battle. However, he soon began to think about how he could avoid this sect battle. Show off his array Tao talent to attract attention and avoid the battle? As soon as the idea came to his mind, Hisong immediately rejected it. If he wanted to reveal his talent, he would have done so long ago. After revealing it, he might still become an inner disciple of the thick earth sect, and his treatment might even be better than now. Unfortunately, Eastern fantasy, for the sake of his safety, Hisong could not possibly expose his talent. Besides, revealing it might also lead to assassination attempts from the 7-star sect. Wouldn't that be more unjust? With this in mind, Hisong pondered, but he couldn't figure out how he could break through to Foundation establishment and avoid the battle. Currently, Hisong was an outer disciple of the thick earth sect. As an outer disciple, he naturally enjoyed the resources of the sect. Once he broke through to the Foundation establishment as an outer disciple, he would immediately become an elder in the thick earth sect and join Master Fa Xian's side as a Foundation establishment elder. After 10 years, he would be sent to Mountain Immortal City to guard it, just like Mengguan and Wei Fan. By then, as Hisong was deep in thought, Mengguan's voice suddenly rang in his ear. "Mr. He, I'll be leaving now. If you need anything, feel free to contact me through sound transmission amulet." As his voice fell, Hisong looked up and saw Mengguan's figure shooting out like an arrow, heading out. Perhaps because the trip had to be kept secret, he didn't use his Foundation establishment realm tunneling skill, but chose to travel on foot to Mountain Immortal City instead. Watching Mengguan's figure quickly become a small dot, Hisong opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but then decided to remain silent. Mengguan laughed. After watching Mengguan's figure leave the mountain gate of the thick earth sect, Hisong greeted Wei Fan, who was also watching Mengguan leave, then returned to his own courtyard. Outer Disciple Residence. In Hisong's courtyard, he was sitting at the table once again, with a freshly brewed pot of tea in front of him. Tea fragrances filled the air. But at this moment, Hisong had no interest in tasting the tea. All he could think about was how he could avoid the sect battle after breaking through to Foundation establishment realm. Although he was now a disciple of the thick earth sect, Hisong's priority was always his safety. If it weren't for the fact that the thick earth sect had 2 golden elixir masters, ensuring that he was safe within the sect, he might have already left the thick earth sect and gone to another sect's territory. Sect battles weren't a trivial matter. Those with insufficient strength could likely die. As someone about to reach Foundation establishment, he didn't want to participate in the war between the thick earth sect and the 7-star sect. Therefore, finding a way to avoid the sect battle after Foundation establishment had become his main concern. Forget it. I can always study the smoke array more quickly, then leave the sect to break through Foundation establishment. Breaking through Foundation establishment outside the sect should prevent me from being targeted. It's just, if I do that, I won't be able to acquire the cultivation skills for the Foundation establishment. After much thought, Hisong could only come up with this method that wasn't really a solution. It's certain that, if he reached Foundation establishment within the sect, he would be targeted. Breaking through to Foundation establishment would create a whirlpool of spirit chi, which would alert others nearby. But if he didn't break through within the sect and did it outside, although he had the protection of the small spirit gathering array and the smoke array, he would have trouble obtaining the Foundation establishment techniques and skills. In that case, he would only have the Foundation establishment realm but not the means, and his strength might not be fully utilized. In this situation, it was also hard for Hisong to obtain these things. So, this method could only be called a non-solution. If he couldn't think of any better solutions later, Hisong might have to resort to this. As for now, there's still time. Hisong decided to put this matter aside for the time being and think about the solution in the future. He believed that with several more years to think, he could find a feasible solution. However, just as Hisong was preparing to ponder on the matter later, there was a sudden loud dong. A bell rang in his ears. As the loud bell sounded, Hisong looked up and saw the other outer disciples living in the nearby courtyards all standing on high ground. Seeing this, Hisong was surprised, but he also followed suit and stood at the highest point in his courtyard. Far away. With the sound of the bell, a tunneling light also flew in from a distance and stopped in midair not far from the outer disciple residential area. Chapter 168, Outer Disciple Competition. The light scattered, revealing a figure in green robes. As all outer disciples have returned to the sect leader has ordered an outer disciple competition to be held in 3 months' time. All outer disciples are allowed to participate. The top 10 will each receive a foundation establishment elixir. The top 3 will become inner disciples. The first place winner will become a disciple under the sect leader. I hope you all prepare well and strive for first place. After leaving those words behind, the figure in green robes turned into a tunneling light and vanished into the distance. At the moment the figure in green robes disappeared, outer disciples who heard his words suddenly became agitated. Hisong didn't even need to listen to figure out what these outer disciples were saying. It probably revolved around their desires to compete for rankings in the upcoming outer disciple competition. He didn't bother to listen. After learning about the competition, Hisong rushed out of his courtyard directly towards the main peak of the Thick Earth sect. It's not that Hisong felt the competition was unfair and wanted to meet the sect leader. But because when he heard of the rewards for the competition, a foundation establishment elixir, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that these foundation establishment elixirs are all the stock left within the sect's treasury? If that's the case, he currently only has 2 foundation establishment elixirs and slightly more than 50,000 spirit stones on him. What if there are no more foundation establishment elixirs in the sect treasury when it's time for him to establish his foundation? With that thought, thus, upon learning about the outer disciple competition and the rewards, he immediately left his courtyard and headed to the main peak of the Thick Earth sect. Soon, Hisong arrived at the base of the sect's main peak. With a thought, he summoned his disciple order. After using the disciple order to connect to the sect's treasury, Hisong immediately began to operate it. First, he exchanged 45,000 spirit stones for 300 contribution points. Then, he used these 300 contribution points to exchange for 3 foundation establishment elixirs. After putting the 3 exchanged foundation establishment elixirs into his storage pouch, Hisong exhaled, and a weight was immediately lifted from his heart. With these 3 foundation establishment elixirs, he now had 5 in total. Now, he only needed to obtain 1 more foundation establishment elixir to maximize his chance of successfully establishing his foundation for the first time. He looked at the remaining spirit stones on him. There were only slightly over 7,000 spirit stones left. Hisong frowned, as this number of spirit stones was not enough to exchange for another foundation establishment elixir. Seeing this, Hisong thought it over and then proceeded towards the sect's entrance. It had already been a year since he last sold his spirit rice. At this moment, he had 110,000 gene of spirit rice in his storage pouch. All he needed to do was leave the sect and sell the rice to obtain 10,000 spirit stones. Together with the remaining 7,000 spirit stones on him, he could exchange for another foundation establishment elixir. In this case, his original 2 foundation establishment elixirs, combined with the 3 just exchanged, and this additional elixir, would make 6 foundation establishment elixirs in total. With 6 foundation establishment elixirs, Hisong would have enough for his first attempt at foundation establishment. However, when Hisong approached the Thick Earth sect's entrance, intending to leave and sell his spirit rice, he was suddenly stopped. Please return, junior brother. The sect leader has ordered that outer disciples are not allowed to leave the sect. I apologize. Seeing the situation, Hisong could only return to his courtyard disheartenedly. But, upon returning to his courtyard, Hisong's eyebrows gradually furrowed. Things were difficult. Although he wasn't certain whether the 10 foundation establishment elixirs given out in the competition were the last of the sect's stock, he currently only had 5 foundation establishment elixirs. He needed to find a way to obtain 1 more. But right now, the sect leader had forbidden outer disciples from leaving the sect, so Hisong couldn't sell his spirit rice or collect more from his 100-acre spirit field. As such, Hisong's source of spirit stones was cut off. Under these circumstances, if he didn't find a way to sneak out of the sect, not to mention leaving the sect to establish his foundation, Hisong's success rate for foundation establishment would decrease. Fortunately, those guarding the entrance are just outer disciples in the chi refining stage, who have not yet developed divine sense. I should be able to use the earth tunneling skill to leave. Quickly, Hisong thought of a solution. Earth tunneling skill. Although commonly seen within the thick earth sect, because there was the earth-shaking skill, a skill specifically designed to counter the earth tunneling skill, there were fewer cultivators who practiced the earth tunneling skill. In addition, Hisong usually activated the breath concealment formulas after tunneling underground, resulting in high concealment. At least chi refining disciples would definitely not be able to detect him. Therefore, upon learning that the guards at the entrance were merely chi refining disciples, Hisong considered using the earth tunneling skill to leave the sect. Day and night defenses can't protect against internal thieves. A thick earth sect disciple wanting to leave the sect quietly isn't easy, but there are ways to do it. Hisong's cultivation had now reached the 9th tier chi refining stage. When using the earth tunneling skill, he could tunnel 10 meters underground, greatly increasing his concealment. Combined with breath concealment formulas. Even if it were a foundation establishment master, they would not be able to detect Hisong if they didn't constantly extend their divine sense into the ground. There were 2 golden elixir masters presiding over the sect. Thus, the sect protection array was not activated. It would only be activated when powerful enemies attacked. With the presence of 2 golden elixir masters, thick earth sect didn't need to worry about being attacked at all. Below the golden elixir realm, even a peak foundation establishment cultivator would be powerless against a golden elixir master. Under such circumstances, the thick earth sect had no need to constantly activate the sect protection array. Naturally, Hisong was given the opportunity to leave the sect. Of course, it was impossible to use the earth tunneling skill within the sect. Almost every area within the thick earth sect had been fortified with skills, making it impossible for the earth tunneling skill to penetrate. Both the mountains and the land were like this. Therefore, if Hisong wanted to sell the spirit rice outside the sect, he had to go to the outskirts of the mountain gate. No sooner said than done. Hisong quickly left the area where outer disciples resided and headed towards the outskirts of the mountain gate. Once he arrived at the outskirts, Hisong immediately tunneled into the ground and activated the breath concealment formulas, swiftly tunneling away from the mountain gate. It didn't take long. Hisong had left the boundary of thick earth sect's mountain gate. It was only after he had tunneled dozens of miles away that Hisong let out a sigh of relief, slightly poking his head out to check his current location. At this moment, Hisong was dozens of miles away from the thick earth sect's mountain gate. Looking at the vast world before him, a flash of delight crossed Hisong's eyes. He had initially doubted whether he could tunnel out of the thick earth sect's mountain gate, but now, seeing that he had indeed left it behind, he knew he had succeeded. If he could leave this time, then he could leave next time too. Harvesting spirit rice every year, selling it for spirit stones, exchanging spirit stones for contribution points, and contribution points for foundation establishment elixirs. In this way, Hisong's path to foundation establishment would be incredibly smooth. With this in mind, Hisong once again tunneled into the ground, heading towards a distant immortal pavilion. The most important thing now was to sell the 110,000 caddies of spirit rice he had on him. Then, return to the sect and exchange it for a foundation establishment elixir. In this way, Hisong would have 6 foundation establishment elixirs, so even if all the elixirs offered as rewards for this upcoming outer disciple competition were really just foundation establishment elixirs, he wouldn't be affected. Measuring up to participate in the outer disciple competition and win a foundation establishment elixir? Hisong hadn't even thought about it. An everlasting being like him wouldn't take such risks or strive for attention. Living a stable life and growing stronger was what Hisong truly wanted. Only when he became unrivaled in the world, could Hisong perhaps reveal his greatness before everyone? As for now, Hisong didn't even bother to glance at the so-called outer disciple competition. Several days later, Hisong had finished selling all the spirit rice on him. And he used earth tunneling to return to the thick earth sect. At this point, Hisong had more than 17,000 spirit stones on him. After spending 15,000 spirit stones to exchange for a foundation establishment elixir at the sect's treasure house, Hisong's heart finally relaxed completely. Although the spirit stones on him were reduced to just over 2,000 after this expenditure, he now had 6 foundation establishment elixirs in hand. From now on, even if the outer disciple competition were to release 100 foundation establishment elixirs, it wouldn't concern Hisong at all. In any case, he had the 6 foundation establishment elixirs necessary for his first attempt at foundation establishment. Even if he failed the first attempt, his second try would be after several years. Over such a long period, Hisong didn't believe that there would be no foundation establishment elixirs added to the thick earth sect's treasure house. With 6 foundation establishment elixirs in hand, Hisong felt relieved and naturally fell into a state of cultivation. It was worth mentioning that, 3 years ago, when Hisong killed Mithsang and plundered the 7 fragrance tracking skill from him, he had already trained it to the point where he could use it at will without diminishing its power. The 7 fragrance tracking skill could be used without practicing the main jade flower sect cultivation skill of the flower's formulas, and its power would not be diminished either. After testing it, Hisong found that he just needed to pinch a simple gesture, and a tracking mark would be created. As long as the mark was not dispelled, he could use the 7 fragrance tracking skill to track the target's location at any time. Whether it was clothing, storage bags, or even a single strand of hair, it would work. If the mark was removed but not the marked item, he could still track the target's location within 7 days. In this way, Hisong could conveniently track anything he wanted to in the future. Eastern Fantasy. Moreover, it was a secret skill, far more powerful than ordinary tracking skills. However, he couldn't use it in front of people from the Jade Flower sect. Otherwise, they might recognize the origin of this skill, and Hisong would inevitably face some trouble. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. In a flash, 3 months had passed. On this day, the outer disciple competition of the Thick Earth sect was in full swing, but Hisong was still deep in cultivation. Chapter 169 Path to Death. As for the outer disciple competition, Hisong had no intention of participating. Even if Pinger constantly said that she wanted to see his heroic figure. But Hisong didn't budge. Participating in the outer disciple competition had no benefits for Hisong. On the contrary, the drawbacks were numerous. Even if Hisong could make it into the top 10, top 3, or even take first place, for Hisong, it would only increase the attention others paid to him, expose him to the public, and reveal his secrets even faster. It was simply a path to self-destruction. As for the rewards for the top 10, top 3, or even first place, there was no attraction for Hisong. Foundation establishment elixirs? Hisong didn't lack any. High-quality artifacts? Hisong didn't lack any either. The identity of a golden elixir master's disciple? What could be more terrifying than constantly being watched by a golden elixir elder? As an everlasting being, Hisong was not supposed to appear before others when his strength was low. If he took first place in the competition, a golden elixir master would be right by his side, and every move he made would be exposed to the golden elixir master. Hisong had many secrets, and if they were discovered, he might not even have a chance to run. Wasn't that seeking death? Therefore, regarding this outer disciple competition, Hisong initially had no intention of participating or even going to watch. However, many outer disciples chose to participate in the outer disciple competition, and only a few did not participate. Although they did not participate, they still went to watch. In this way, after learning about the movements of other disciples, Hisong had to leave and go to watch the outer disciple competition. In order not to appear eccentric. In order not to become the most eye-catching person in the crowd. In order not to be incompatible with other disciples because of not participating in the outer disciple competition or even watching it. In order not to be remembered by those foundation establishment elders and golden elixir masters. In the end, Hisong had no choice but to come to the scene of the outer disciple competition. He could choose not to participate. But he had to come and watch. By doing this, he wasn't part of the majority that participated in the competition, but he wasn't a complete anomaly either. There were also some outer disciples who didn't participate in the outer disciple competition but came to watch. Song blended in with these people and didn't attract too much attention.
On the huge square in the thick earth sect's outer disciple area, 10 competition stages were neatly arranged.
Song quickly glanced at the rules of the outer disciple competition. By the end of the competition, the 10 people still standing on the stage would be the top 10 of the outer disciple competition. After the stage competition was over, the 10 people would then continue to decide the top 3 in the first place. Song had just arrived here and hadn't had time to study the rules before looking for a stage to watch, when he saw a petite figure appear in front of him. "Junior brother, I knew you would come. Come with me quickly, junior sister Pinger's match is about to start. Let's hurry over." As the voice sounded, Song looked up and saw Chu Shuangchuang had already taken a step forward and was leading the way in front of him. Seeing this, Song was speechless. He just came to join in the fun, just to avoid appearing too eccentric. How did it turn into he would definitely come when Chu Shuangchuang said it? He clearly refused Pinger very decisively when she wanted him to participate before. However, watching Chu Shuangchuang's figure gradually move away, Song thought about it and quickly followed her. Since he was here anyway, it didn't matter who he watched. Although Pinger was only at the 8th tier of Qi refining, since she dared to participate, she must have had a trump card. Thinking about this, Song quickly followed Chu Shuangchuang and arrived at the competition stage. Standing side by side with Chu Shuangchuang below the stage, Song looked up and immediately saw Pinger's figure. At this time, Pinger looked different from the Pinger Song knew in his daily life. Pinger loved to smile and was always warm and gentle with others. But now, standing on the stage, her face was extremely serious. She had surrounded herself with artifact shields, and mana swords swam around her like a dragon. Opposite Pinger was also a female cultivator. Song didn't recognize the woman, but as a cultivator, she was beautiful as well. However, the cultivation world was full of beauties, and Song only glanced at her before focusing on Pinger. An 8th tier Qi refining fighting against a 9th tier? Does Pinger have a trump card? As he murmured to himself, Song was about to find out what Pinger's trump card was that could give her the confidence to win against a higher level, when Chu Shuangchuang, who was standing beside him, suddenly showed a strange look on her face. Junior sister Pinger usually focuses on cultivating, and I haven't seen her practice any skills. As for a trump card, I'll guess she doesn't have any. As if explaining to Song, and as if thinking that Pinger was bound to lose, Chu Shuangchuang spoke with an increasingly strange look on her face. Turning to look at Song, Chu Shuangchuang saw the astonishment on his face as he looked at her and continued to speak. I tried to persuade her, but she insisted on seeing just how powerful our fellow sisters are. Besides, her cultivation is low, so losing wouldn't be a disgrace. So, as she looked at the 2 people on the stage who had already begun to bow to each other, seemingly preparing for the next moment to take action, Chu Shuangchuang sighed. She shook her head. After shrugging her shoulders toward Song, she didn't say anything more about the matter. Hearing Chu Shuangchuang's words, Song was at a loss for words. He initially thought that Pinger had some trump card up her sleeve, perhaps capable of defeating a stronger opponent despite her weaker cultivation. Unexpectedly, Pinger didn't have any trump cards, and she only wanted to go on the stage to learn from the other sisters. With her cultivation at the 8th tier of Qi refining, losing wasn't a disgrace, as Chu Shuangchuang said. At this moment, the majority of disciples on the stage were at the 9th tier Qi refining, and some even had reached the Qi refining great perfection. Under such circumstances, it would be challenging for her, an 8th tier Qi refining cultivator without any trump cards, to win. On the stage, after Pinger and the female cultivator opposite her exchanged greetings, they quickly started fighting. On the stage, 2 mana swords clanged and rang, and under their mutual strikes, surges of spirit power overflowed. However, standing below the stage, Song could clearly perceive that Pinger was running out of strength. As expected, after fighting for a few rounds, Pinger straightforwardly conceded. Since Pinger had admitted defeat, the 2 on the stage exchanged greetings and farewells once more. Pinger soon left the stage. She came over to Song and the others. As soon as Song and the others arrived, she had noticed their presence. Unfortunately, she was busy on the stage at the time and had no time to greet them.
Now that she had conceded, Pinger naturally came over immediately.
"Brother, sister, I lost," Pinger said in a low voice, but upon closer inspection, Hisong noticed that despite her words, there wasn't a trace of discouragement on her face. It seemed that Chu Shuangshuang's earlier statement that Pinger only wanted to go on stage to learn from her fellow sisters was accurate. From Pinger's unfazed expression, it was evident that she probably had never thought of winning in the first place. In this case, Hisong simply nodded his head and didn't say anything else. Chu Shuangshuang on the side also didn't say anything to comfort Pinger, only nodding her head like Hisong, before leading the two of them away from this stage. The three of them only stopped after arriving underneath a new stage, and then began to chat casually.
Hisong was unwilling to participate in the outer disciple competition.
Chu Shuangshuang already had a foundation establishment elixir and didn't need to participate in the outer disciple competition.
Since Pinger had already participated, she naturally didn't think about going on stage again.
Thus, when the three gathered together, commenting on the fighting disciples on the stages became a good way to pass the time. Hisong had quite an extensive network among the outer disciples. While chatting casually with the two beside him, other outer disciples that he knew would occasionally come to greet him. Hisong responded to each of them without appearing unsociable, just like an ordinary outer disciple, not drawing any attention.
The traditional Thick Earth Sect's outer disciple competition was held once every 30 years. The once in 30 years competition was quite a grand event, and its rewards were even more abundant.
At that time, foundation establishment elders from within the sect would come to seek disciples. Unlike this outer disciple competition, which was quite modest with only 10 stages. This outer disciple competition was not a tradition of the Thick Earth sect but the outer disciple competition held by Master Fa Xian in order to compensate the outer disciples. Its purpose was actually to make it easier for the outer disciples to advance to foundation establishment and to have more foundation establishment masters born within the sect. That's why 10 foundation establishment elixirs were awarded this time. In the outside world, many outer disciples already have foundation establishment elders as their masters, and their foundation establishment elixirs were basically taken care of by their masters. Just like Pinger and Chu Shuangshuang, the foundation establishment elixirs for the two of them were taken care of by Master Qingyue, and they didn't need to worry about it themselves. This time, the Thick Earth sect and the Seven Star sect went to war, requiring all disciples to return to the sect's headquarters. At the same time, their masters would also be requisitioned by the sect to fight against the Seven Star sect. In that case, some disciples who had reached the Qi refining great perfection would be left without foundation establishment elixirs for their breakthrough. Also, their masters might not have time to find foundation establishment elixirs for them anymore. Under such circumstances, holding an impromptu outer disciple competition and issuing foundation establishment elixirs to outer disciples who had reached Qi refining great perfection but couldn't break through due to a lack of elixirs became an excellent solution. Disciples at the Qi refining great perfection were, of course, stronger than regular 9th tier Qi refining disciples. Their chances of getting higher rankings were naturally greater. As for other rewards, such as high-quality artifacts and becoming a disciple of the sect leader, they were all secondary. If they already had a master, even if they won first place, they might not be able to enjoy the status as a disciple of the sect leader. The hierarchy of respect for masters was quite strict in the cultivation world. Chapter 170. 2 years later it could be said that the reward for taking first place in the outer disciple competition was extremely tempting in the eyes of some outer disciples who had no master. However, in the eyes of some other people, it was not even comparable to the top 3 rewards. Hisong and his companions did not leave the venue of the outer disciple competition, thus they got a very clear view of the wins and losses on the 10 stages. There were no surprises for Hisong. When no one else went up to challenge, the 10 people left standing on the stages were almost all at the level of Qi refining great perfection. Outer sect disciples who had not reached the Qi refining great perfection could not defeat them. Disciples who had reached the Qi refining great perfection but possessed foundation establishment elixirs would not participate. Therefore, the people who could remain on the stages were mostly those who were at Qi refining great perfection and did not have foundation establishment elixirs. Just like Chu Shuangshuang next to Hisong. She was at the chi refining great perfection stage but did not want to compete for the top 10 spots on the stages with others because she already had a foundation establishment elixir. It wasn't that she didn't care about the improved success rate of foundation establishment with an extra elixir. Instead, there was an unspoken rule in this outer disciple competition. The 10 foundation establishment elixirs were reserved for those outer sect disciples who were about to reach foundation establishment but did not have elixirs. Disciples like her who had foundation establishment elixirs basically understood this rule. It was Chu Shuangshuang who told Hisong about this, and only then did he realize that there were such secrets. At the same time, after knowing that there was an unspoken rule, Hisong was also glad that he didn't go on the stage. If he really stood on the stage and grabbed a spot, he would have likely become a target and be seen as someone who broke the rules. After all, Hisong currently had 2 foundation establishment elixirs on the surface. These 2 foundation establishment elixirs were passed down from the sect leader. They fell into Hisong's hands through Mengguan and Wei Fan. This was not difficult to find out. Therefore, if Hisong still grabbed a spot while having the 2 foundation establishment elixirs, he would immediately be seen as a greedy person. At that time, it would be hard not to be remembered by others. Since he knew there was an unwritten rule in the outer disciple competition, Hisong's original subtle desire to compete also completely dissipated. This sudden outer disciple competition was in fact just Master Fa Xian's way of winning people's hearts in secret. If 1 or 2 of the top 10 disciples in this competition were able to successfully reach foundation establishment, they would probably owe Master Fa Xian a favor. Under such circumstances, Hisong gained a deeper understanding of Master Fa Xian through his actions. Although it's simple and crude, it's a good way to win people's hearts. But it doesn't matter, after all, he is a golden elixir master. Hisong shook his head, his gaze thoughtful as he swept over the main peak of the thick earth sect, and stopped dwelling on these thoughts. Since he already knew that there was more to this outer disciple competition, Hisong had no expectations for the results. Who would take first place? Who would take second place? Who would be in the top 10? In fact, it didn't make a difference for Hisong. Anyway, he was now fully prepared and just waiting to reach chi refining great perfection before attempting foundation establishment. Now, Hisong's main task was to seclude himself in cultivation and quickly reach chi refining great perfection. Therefore, after chatting with Pinger and Chu Shuangshuang until the end of the competition, Hisong didn't even glance at the first place winner. He turned around and went back to the living quarters with the other disciples. The outer disciple competition ended. Hisong quickly immersed himself in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. During these 2 years, Hisong spent his days practicing cultivation as well as studying the smoke array and the chi sinking into elixir field skill. Finally, one day, Hisong engraved all the intricate array patterns required for the smoke array on the array disc and array banners. When the mysterious array patterns were densely distributed on the array banners in his hand, making the entire banner seem extremely mysterious, a smile appeared on Hisong's face. The smoke array is complete. Feeling delighted in his heart, Hisong casually put the array banner into his storage bag. There were already 2 sets of array skills in Hisong's storage bag. One was the spirit gathering array, which Hisong had made 7 years ago and had been kept in the storage bag ever since. The other was the smoke array, which Hisong had finally succeeded in making now. Originally, Hisong had thought about leaving the thick earth sect and opening a cave mansion in the outside world after creating the spirit gathering array. From then on, he would no longer have to worry about a golden elixir master discovering his secrets in the thick earth sect. Unfortunately, at that time, Hisong hadn't learned the smoke array yet. If he had rashly opened up a cave mansion outside, once discovered by others, he would likely be in a situation of certain death. Because of this, he had been delaying until now. However, now that Hisong had truly created a set of smoke arrays, his idea of leaving the sect and opening a cave mansion immediately resurfaced. If I leave the sect and build a cave mansion, set up a small spirit gathering array, my cultivation speed will be even faster. Moreover, within the small spirit gathering array, even if I break through to the foundation establishment stage, it wouldn't cause any commotion. With the concealment of the smoke array, not even a golden elixir master's divine sense could detect the existence of the cave mansion. In this case, it is indeed the best time to leave the sect and establish a cave mansion. With various ideas flashing through his mind, Hisong made up his mind after a brief contemplation and then stood up from his meditation chamber, putting all his belongings into the storage bag. Hisong was definitely moving out of the small courtyard where the outer disciples of the Thick Earth sect lived.
Would he return here again in the future? Hisong was not too sure about that either. However, taking away all his belongings would not hinder him from returning in the future.
Of course, with the storage bag available, it was only natural to take all these belongings to his new cave mansion on a whim. Since he was leaving the sect in order to open a cave mansion, it wasn't like Hisong would never return after opening up his cave mansion. Therefore, Hisong did not say goodbye to Wei Fan, Pinger, and the others. Instead, after packing his things, he came to the periphery of the Thick Earth sect alone. Seeing that no one was around, Hisong's figure sunk into the ground using the earth tunneling skill and quickly headed towards the outside of the Thick Earth sect's mountain gate. Soon enough, Hisong's figure appeared dozens of miles away from the Thick Earth sect. After floating up to the surface and surveying the surroundings, Hisong confirmed his current location but didn't stay, instead using the earth tunneling away towards the east of the Thick Earth sect's mountain gate.
In that direction was the Greenwall Immortal City. However, he wasn't trying to go to Greenwall Immortal City.
The reason was that a few years ago, Hisong had come across a beautiful place with clear mountains and rivers, birdsong and fragrant flowers while searching for a suitable place to establish spirit fields. Although the spirit chi in that area was scarce, as long as Hisong deployed a small spirit gathering array, the concentration of spirit chi would naturally increase. Moreover, that place was several hundred miles to the east of the Thick Earth sect's mountain gate. Such a distance would take Hisong several hours to travel at his current speed. Presumably, even if the Thick Earth sect experienced any changes or was attacked by a golden elixir master, it would not affect the location of Hisong's cave mansion. As such, it was naturally a very safe place to be. Living there, Hisong could return to the Thick Earth sect in just a few hours. It was not exactly near but still relatively convenient. Under such circumstances, it was only natural for Hisong to choose that place as the location of his cave mansion. After traveling underground for several hours, Hisong's figure finally appeared beside a river. Gazing into the distance, Hisong's eyes flashed with satisfaction. This place was truly a good location. The continuous mountains in the distance and the hazy mist on the river, along with the occasional sounds of insects, birds, and fish leaping in the river, all gave Hisong a wonderful feeling of being integrated with heaven and earth. With a flash in his eyes, only after detecting that there were no spirit power fluctuations around him, Hisong waved his hand, and an array disc and 6 array banners appeared before him. 1 array disc and 6 array banners were the items needed to set up the smoke array. Hisong chose a low hill by the river for his cave mansion. The view from here was excellent, and anyone passing by would be immediately noticed by Hisong. Also, with the steep hill nearby, even if the cave mansion was discovered, Hisong could easily escape through earth tunneling without worrying about being trapped on a mountain peak. Thus, Hisong formed hand gestures, and the array disc in his hand quickly floated up, transforming into a ray of light and falling into the small mountain not far away. When the array disc was in position, Hisong changed his hand gestures, and the array banners shot out from his hand one by one, flying towards the small mountain not far away. When they reached the top of the small mountain, the array banners fell into the mountain under Hisong's control, forming a mysterious array within the mountain. Having done all this, Hisong casually scattered 500 spirit stones, and the small mountain instantly flashed before returning to its normal state. Only faint wisps of smoke, invisible to the naked eye and undetectable by divine sense, drifted with the wind around the small mountain. When ordinary cultivators perceived it, they would subconsciously stay away from this place. Seeing this, Hisong's face flashed a faint expression of joy, and he immediately flied towards the small mountain.
The array skills described in Array Tao Primary Introduction consume a tremendous amount of spirit stones.
Maintaining an array for just 1 year requires 500 spirit stones.
This is the case for the small spirit gathering array and for the smoke array.
However, fortunately, both the small spirit gathering array and the smoke array could store more spirit stones at once, so Hisong didn't have to replenish spirit stones every year. If he put enough spirit stones in at once for the array to run for decades, the array would naturally operate for decades. Unless it were offensive or defensive arrays. For these two types of arrays, if someone tries to break through, the consumption of spirit stones would be extremely terrifying.
perhaps even thousands of spirit stones might not last long. However, as Hisong hadn't learned these types of arrays right now, he didn't need to worry about running out of spirit stones. The moment Hisong stepped into the range of the small mountain, his figure suddenly disappeared. Chapter 171 171 Old friend has passed away. He had already entered the smoke array. From the outside world's perspective, he seemed to have disappeared into thin air. As the one who set up the array, Hisong naturally wouldn't be affected by the smoke array. Therefore, after stepping into the smoke array, he immediately controlled the array disk, expanding its range to cover much more than just the small hill it first encompassed. Only after integrating a small part of the nearby river into the smoke array did Hisong stop manipulating it. At this moment, the smoke array completely enveloped the small hill where Hisong was, as well as a large area around it, extending even to the nearby river. Hisong's gaze swept across the area covered by the smoke array, calculating for a moment better nodding ms need. The smoke array covers dozens of acres. If it weren't for the river on one side and the mountain slope on the other, it could be even larger. I'll construct the cave mansion on the top of the hill, using the other areas to plant spirit rice and medicinal herbs. In this way, not only will I make use of the spirit chi gathered by the small spirit gathering array, but I also won't waste the area covered by the smoke array. The smoke array is far stronger than the illusion array. Even if a cultivator was to fly by above it, their divine sense would be unable to detect anything. It seems I'll have to purchase some precious spirit medicine seeds and transform the entire surrounding area into spirit fields. After secretly planning everything in his mind, Hisong concentrated his thoughts and brought out another array disk and 5 array banners, which were required for the small spirit gathering array. Ever since Hisong had created the small spirit gathering array's formation disk and array banners 7 years ago, this was only the second time he had taken them out. The first time was shortly after he had made the spirit gathering array, when he had secretly ventured out of the sect to test it. Since then, Hisong had never taken out the spirit gathering array's formation disk and array banners within the thick earth sect or anywhere else. Until today. Hisong intended to open a cave mansion here. Of course, a spirit gathering array that could gather the spirit chi in the surroundings was necessary to set up inside the cave mansion. After arranging the smoke array and completely hiding the area he was in, Hisong naturally began to open his cave mansion. With a simple motion of his finger, a divine light shot out from Hisong's hand, directly penetrating into the mountain under his feet. Seeing that the spirit gathering array's formation disk had been set, Hisong changed his hand seals, and the 5 array banners rose into the air, quickly fluttering around. Following this, Hisong's gaze became solemn, and with a downward press of his finger, the 5 array banners floating in midair transformed into streams of light, plunging into the mountain. From then on, the small spirit gathering array was laid out. Feeling the spirit chi density in the area slowly increasing, Hisong nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. With the spirit gathering array gathering spirit chi, the aura in this area would soon become rich. At that time, his cultivation speed here would definitely be faster than within the thick earth sect. One must know that Hisong would now have a small spirit gathering array all to himself. Although there were still several dozen acres of spirit fields that needed nourishment, Hisong could also set up another small spirit gathering array within his cave mansion to supply the spirit fields with chi. Perhaps, with the supply of spirit chi from a small spirit gathering array, the spirit rice in these fields would become more plentiful, or the medicinal properties of the spirit medicine would improve. In that case, once Hisong started selling spirit medicine or spirit rice, the profits would naturally be much higher. Now that the small spirit gathering array had been set up and the area was completely concealed by the smoke array, Hisong immediately used object controlling skills to create a cave mansion on the small hill beneath his feet. Although dubbed a cave mansion, it looked more like a mountain cave. However, due to the cover provided by the mountain and the relatively small entrance, the cave mansion Hisong created appeared to be quite concealed. Unless one was carefully scanning with divine sense or observing closely, most people would likely overlook it unconsciously. Although it was already hidden within the smoke array, Hisong's cautious nature demanded that the cave mansion he constructed also possess a certain degree of concealment. After opening up the cave mansion, Hisong divided it into several areas. One quiet room for seclusive cultivation, one hall for daily relaxation or entertaining guests, one place for daily skill practice, one place for studying spirit amulets,
and one tea room for daily tea drinking. As for the kitchen and other necessary facilities, Hisong also carved them out separately. One downside of making one's own cave mansion was that he would have to cook his own spirit rice every day. No one would deliver food during seclusive cultivation, leaving him only the option to consume Anidia elixir. Anidia elixir could only maintain daily consumption, while spirit rice could accelerate cultivation. Therefore, most cultivators consume spirit rice daily, only relying on Anidia elixir to sustain their body's daily needs during seclusive cultivation or other scenarios where spirit rice couldn't be consumed. However, Hisong didn't care too much about these things. Compared to these trifling matters, constantly worrying about his secrets being exposed within the thick earth sect was truly unbearable. Rather than enduring that anxiety, it was better to move out of the sect and construct a new cave mansion that brought peace of mind. The cave mansion has been opened up, now I need to purchase some spirit medicine seeds. Also, the skill of amulet making needs to be obtained. If too much time passes, someone might misunderstand and think I have a talent for array Tao, which would be troublesome. I wonder if that senior brother Songjin from back then is still around. He did say that if I couldn't learn, I could exchange it for one of the 100 skills of cultivation truth for free. From Chapter 129, after the completion of the cave mansion. After pondering for a moment, Hisong quickly stepped out of the smoke array and headed towards the distance. He needed to go to a nearby immortal pavilion to buy some spirit medicine seeds, and then return to the book collection pavilion of the Thick Earth sect to find a senior brother named Songjin and exchange the Amulet Tao introductory insights from him. In this way, Hisong's future path in Amulet Tao would naturally have a new goal. Soon, Hisong arrived at the nearest immortal pavilion from his newly opened cave mansion. Colorful Cloud Immortal Pavilion. This place had a unique terrain, with colorful clouds constantly appearing in the sky. Thus, it was named the Colorful Cloud Immortal Pavilion. Hisong had never been here before. This time, he entered the pavilion to buy spirit medicine seeds while wearing a black robe and changing his appearance and body shape. After finding the spiritual medicine pavilion in the Colorful Cloud Immortal Pavilion and buying some popular spirit grass seeds that didn't require a long time to grow, Hisong turned and left, heading towards the Thick Earth sect's mountain gate. A few hours later. Upon returning to the Thick Earth sect, Hisong didn't go back to his original residence but went straight to the book collection pavilion of the Thick Earth sect. However, just as he stepped into the book collection pavilion, a figure quickly appeared beside him. I am Yang Yan, and I greet this senior brother. Is there anything I can help you with? As the figure appeared, the man's voice also reached Hisong's ears. Upon hearing this, Hisong looked towards the source of the sound. A young man appeared before his eyes. Looking at the young man, he still seemed to have a trace of immaturity in his eyes, indicating that he must have lived in a secluded place for a long time. At this moment, the young man was standing by Hisong's side, looking at Hisong with a smile on his face. Seeing this, Hisong shook his head and didn't answer his question. Instead, he asked, I am Hisong, and I greet junior brother Yang. How long have you been here, junior brother Yang? Have you ever seen a senior brother named Songjin here? Hisong hadn't seen Songjin at first glance and already had some speculations in his heart. Back when he had just joined the Thick Earth sect, Songjin was already a chi refining great perfection cultivator. Now, more than a decade had passed. His own cultivation had broken through from the 7th tier of chi refining back then to the present 9th tier of chi refining. Presumably, Songjin's cultivation wouldn't have remained stagnant either. If Songjin hadn't successfully established his foundation, he must have been sent out of the mountain gate by now. If Songjin had already achieved foundation establishment, he should have been sent to the war between the Thick Earth sect and the 7-star sect, right? The war between the 7-star sect and the Thick Earth sect. It had been going on for 2 years. In these 2 years, Hisong's life hadn't changed much. But occasionally, news from the front lines would give him some understanding of the war between the Thick Earth sect and the 7-star sect. Although the Thick Earth sect and the 7-star sect had comparable numbers of foundation establishment cultivators, the Thick Earth sect had a slightly greater number, but there was no overwhelming advantage. Therefore, in order to avoid massive casualties among the foundation establishment masters, both sides maintained a certain degree of restraint in the war over the past 2 years, and almost all of those participating were chi refining stage cultivators.
Foundation establishment experts rarely entered the battlefield.
In such a situation, allocating more foundation establishment experts from other places to join the battlefield might give them a numerical advantage. This was also the reason Hisong was certain that if Songjin had achieved foundation establishment, he would definitely be sent to the front line.
However, all of this was speculation now.
To find out whether Songjin had achieved foundation establishment or not, and where he had been sent, he could only ask Yang Yan, who was standing in front of him.
Senior brother Songjin?
10 years ago, senior brother Songjin failed his attempt to achieve foundation establishment. After recovering from his injuries, he was assigned to the Mountain Immortal City to handle affairs. Senior brother you are one step too late. 3 months ago, senior brother Songjin was ambushed outside the Mountain Immortal City and lost his life. Upon Hisong's inquiry, a trace of sadness flashed in Yang Yan's eyes as he slowly informed Hisong of what he knew. Outer disciples of the Thick Earth sect, if they failed to break through to the foundation establishment realm by the age of 60, they would be sent to the Immortal City. It was normal for Songjin to be sent to the Mountain Immortal City after failing to achieve foundation establishment. Hisong wasn't surprised when he heard the first part of Yang Yan's description. But when he heard that Songjin had died outside the Mountain Immortal City 3 months ago, a trace of regret couldn't help but flash in his eyes.
Songjin.
The very same senior brother Songjin who had warmly helped him choose skills when they first met. In Hisong's heart, he still had some impression of him.
Chapter 172 Secret Technique. At the beginning, after choosing Array Tau primary introduction, Songjin had specially reminded him that if he couldn't learn it, he could come back and exchange it for free. Unfortunately, when Hisong came back now, Songjin could no longer be found in the book collection pavilion. Letting out a sigh, Hisong swept his gaze over the familiar book collection pavilion, suddenly feeling dispirited. The book collection pavilion in front of him even seemed to become a bit dimmer. After a brief moment of silence, Hisong spoke again. "Mr. Yang, please restrain your grief.
I came to look for brother Songjin, but there is no important matter. It's just that I once heard him mention that if I couldn't learn Array Tau primary introduction, I could come here to exchange it for another 300 skills of cultivation truth.
I wonder if Mr. Yang could help me exchange it for Amulet Tau introductory insights."
With that, Hisong took out the records of his previous study of the Array Tau primary introduction and other skills at the book collection pavilion, and handed it to Yang Yan in front of him. Yang Yan looked and didn't speak, he just nodded his head at Hisong. Then he turned around and left to find Amulet Tau introductory insights for Hisong. Seeing that Yang Yan seemed unenthusiastic, Hisong thought about it and started wandering around the book collection pavilion.
There were many books in the book collection pavilion.
Most of them were recorded on jade slips, and there were paper introductions beside the jade slips. Hisong casually flipped through these introductions, his gaze also swept over one jade slip after another.
All of this. To learn, one needs contribution points. Each jade slip costs about 2 to 5 contribution points.
These jade slips only record chi refining stage skills, and if foundation establishment realm skills are involved, the price is likely to be higher.
However, while Hisong was strolling around the book collection pavilion,
as he walked, his gaze swept over each jade slip. When he walked to a jade slip and saw the 5 big characters on the paper introduction book, those 5 characters quickly attracted Hisong's attention.
Mountain Merging Earth Tunneling Skill. Mountain Merging Earth Tunneling Skill?
I should have thought of it earlier. There is Mountain Wind Riding Skill and Mountain Pressing Sword Riding Skill, so why wouldn't there be Mountain Merging Earth Tunneling Skill?
Maybe after Foundation Establishment, there will be a Foundation Establishment edition of Mountain Merging Earth Tunneling Skill?
Looking at the suddenly appearing Mountain Merging Earth Tunneling Skill, Hisong's face flashed a trace of astonishment, but quickly came to understand.
However, understanding aside,
looking at the jade slip in front of him that recorded the Mountain Merging Earth Tunneling Skill, Hisong's eyes gradually filled with passion.
Ordinary Earth Tunneling Skills.
It would allow him to tunnel 10 meters underground and, coupled with breath concealment formulas, greatly increase the stealthiness of his departure from the sect.
So, what about Mountain Merging Earth Tunneling Skill? This is a secret skill.
Moreover, it is a secret skill of the Thick Earth sect, a sect that specializes in earth attribute skills. If he learned it, wouldn't his stealthiness when using the mountain merging earth tunneling skill to leave the sect increase exponentially in the future? Thinking of this, Hisong hurriedly took down the jade slip in front of him and held it in his hand. At the same time, he couldn't help but glance at the other jade slips around him. He wanted to see if there were any other secret skills similar to the mountain merging earth tunneling skill. Secret skills like the mountain merging earth tunneling skill were extremely important to Hisong. However, after searching for a while, Hisong didn't find any other secret skills, and in the end, he could only return unhappily to his original spot and wait for Yang Yan's return. It didn't take long for Hisong to wait. Shortly after Hisong returned to his original spot, Yang Yan quickly brought back Amulet Tao Introductory Insights Jade Slip for Hisong. The Jade Slip for Amulet Tao Introductory Insights didn't require Hisong to spend contribution points and was exchanged for free. However, the Jade Slip for the Mountain Merging Earth Tunneling skill cost Hisong a full 3 contribution points to purchase. 450 Spirit Stones. A bit expensive. But it's worth it. The first one was, of course, Amulet Tao Introductory Insights. Placing the Jade Slip on his forehead, Hisong's mind was immediately branded with all kinds of information about Amulet Tao Introductory Insights. After receiving all the knowledge about Amulet Tao Introductory Insights, Hisong picked up the Jade Slip containing the Mountain Merging Earth Tunneling skill. He affixed it to his forehead as well. Immediately, all kinds of cultivation methods and tricks related to Mountain Merging Earth Tunneling skill poured into Hisong's mind. He only needed to recall it casually, and he could remember everything about the Mountain Merging Earth Tunneling skill, making it impossible to forget. After all this was done, Hisong left the quiet room and returned the jade slips. Then, he went alone to the periphery of the Thick Earth sect and used the earth tunneling skill to go to his newly opened cave mansion. Since he already had his cave mansion, naturally, Hisong would not stay at the entrance of the Thick Earth sect as he did before. Although his cave mansion was not as safe as the Thick Earth sect with the protection of the Golden Elixir Master, but with the protection of the smoke array, Hisong's newly opened cave mansion would be safer than ordinary immortal mansions or even the prestigious ones. Once Hisong learns an offensive or defensive array skill in the future, he can arrange these skills within his newly excavated cave mansion. At that time, the safety of Hisong's cave mansion will naturally greatly increase. A few hours later, Hisong returned to his newly excavated cave mansion. As the surrounding area of the cave mansion had not yet been turned into fields and still appeared as a wasteland, Hisong quickly began to transform the land around his cave mansion after returning. The land that could be turned into fields was turned into fields, waiting for the small spirit gathering array to gather spirit chi and transform these fields into spirit fields. For those that couldn't be turned into fields, Hisong chose some places and transformed them into medicine gardens, waiting for the spirit chi to become abundant before planting spirit medicine seeds. The spirit medicine seeds he had bought from Colorful Cloud Immortal Mansion were still lying quietly in his storage bag at this moment. After doing all these things, Hisong introduced water from the river beside his cave mansion and had it flow within the range of the smoke array. After tidying up the surroundings of the cave mansion according to his own wishes, Hisong stood at the entrance of the cave mansion. His gaze swept around, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. His cave mansion was located halfway up a small hill. Looking out from the entrance of the cave mansion, the most magnificent scenery of this place could be seen at a glance. Layers of fields were situated at the foot of the hills, adjoining the river. Patches of medicine gardens, still covered in lush green grass, were spread throughout the hills, looking like carefully adorned emeralds that dazzled the eyes. The place was situated near mountains and rivers, with beautiful scenery and a variety of wild animals. It wouldn't seem too secluded. Gazing at the scene before him, Hisong took a deep breath and felt his mood lighten considerably. This place is wonderful. In the future, when I retreat for cultivation, I can do so right here. If I need to do other things, I can leave the cave mansion and go to the Thick Earth sect or other places. In this way, I don't need to worry about my secret being discovered. It's much better than being in the Thick Earth sect. It's just, traveling is a bit inconvenient, but it's bearable. After taking another look at the range covered by the smoke array, Hisong turned around and entered the cave mansion. The entrance of the cave mansion also quietly closed at this moment. From within the smoke array, Hisong's cave mansion seemed to have disappeared, leaving no traces at all. However, if one were to look at the small hill where Hisong was from outside the smoke array, it would seem as if the small hill and the surrounding land had no difference compared to the rest of the area. The spirit fields and medicine gardens that Hisong had created were all hidden within the illusions of the smoke array, making it difficult to distinguish the truth. Moreover, this place was already remote, and hardly anyone, whether cultivators or ordinary people, would come here. Under such circumstances, it would be quite difficult for Hisong's cave mansion to be discovered. This wasn't an immortal pavilion or immortal city open to the public. No one would be deliberately searching for this place. Naturally, all he needed to do was avoid other cultivators' sight and divine sense to ensure the safety of his cave mansion. Once Hisong has learned defensive and offensive array skills in the future, the security of this place will become even higher. Inside the cave mansion, Hisong arrived in the meditation room. Once he sat down cross-legged, all sorts of information about the mountain merging earth tunneling skill suddenly filled his mind. The mountain merging earth tunneling skill is significantly faster and can tunnel deeper than the ordinary earth tunneling skill. Furthermore, one can even launch attacks from beneath the ground, potentially catching unprepared cultivators by surprise and killing them. However, the earth-shaking skill can still pose a great threat to the mountain merging earth tunneling skill. As a result, few outer disciples within the thick earth sect are willing to practice this skill. It is a skill with great advantages but also extremely obvious drawbacks. As the introduction of the mountain merging earth tunneling skill flashed through his mind, Hisong agreed quite a bit with these opinions. The earth-shaking skill truly countered the earth tunneling skill to an extreme degree. It wasn't much of a problem if they hadn't encountered a cultivator who had learned the earth-shaking skill, but if they did, they might be shaken out from the ground and even killed instantly after using the earth tunneling skill. Such an obvious drawback could not be entirely avoided even by the mountain merging earth tunneling skill. The mountain merging earth tunneling skill only allowed for deeper and more concealed tunneling, as well as launching sneak attacks from beneath the ground. However, if it encountered the earth-shaking skill cast by a cultivator of the same level, the impact range of the earth-shaking skill would be incredibly huge, and the mountain merging earth tunneling skill would also be greatly affected. Therefore, for sect disciples with many other skills available to learn, it was not worthwhile to practice an earth tunneling skill with such noticeable drawbacks. There were countless skills within the thick earth sect. They could learn whatever they wanted, such as sword riding skill, wind riding skill, or other skills, none of which would have particularly obvious drawbacks. There was no need to constantly fixate on the mountain merging earth tunneling skill, which had such significant drawbacks. Only Hisong, out of caution, would be so persistent in learning the mountain merging earth tunneling skill. Now that the cave mansion is complete, the next step is to steadily improve my cultivation, and practice the mountain merging earth tunneling skill and the chi sinking into elixir field skill. I hope that by the time I leave seclusion, my cultivation has reached chi refining great perfection. As the cultivation method for the mountain merging earth tunneling skill flashed through his mind, Hisong began to practice the skill according to the method while thinking about this. Chapter 173, 173. 3 years later, however, even though Hisong thought this way in his heart, he knew that it was just his own wishful thinking. Secluding himself and achieving chi refining great perfection all at once. It seems very beautiful. But he would miss many things. For example, 3 years later, Hisong had already cultivated the mountain escaping skill to the point where he could use it freely and without losing its power. At the same time, during these 3 years, the chi sinking into elixir field skill was finally understood by Hisong and he could use it at any time to place all the spirit power hidden in his body into the elixir field. In addition to practicing, Hisong did not forget his great plan for farming. The new spirit field outside his cave mansion had been completely turned into a spirit field, and he even harvested one crop, yielding tens of thousands of pounds of spirit rice. Besides that, Hisong had also planted spirit medicines in the medicinal gardens that he had opened up. However, the time required for spirit medicines to grow was too long, and they still had not matured up to now. Seeing this, Hisong could only wait patiently for the spirit medicines to mature. After all, he didn't have a small jade bottle, and it was impossible to instantly mature the newly planted spirit medicines to the level of hundreds or thousands of years. Fortunately, he had a long life ahead of him. He didn't have to compete against time like other cultivators. The cave mansion was well managed by Hisong. In fact, he even remembered the 100 spirit fields he had opened up elsewhere. In these 3 years, Hisong harvested 3 spirit fields and sold 2 batches of spirit rice, making a profit of more than 30,000 spirit stones. Hisong saved up these 30,000 spirit stones, apart from the necessary expenditures. By now, Hisong already possessed 6 foundation establishment elixirs. At least in his first attempt at foundation establishment, he would not need to exchange for additional foundation establishment elixirs. Only after his first attempt of foundation establishment failed would Hisong need to go back to the thick earth sect to exchange for the second foundation establishment attempt. Therefore, Hisong, who had not yet attempted foundation establishment for the first time, did not intend to use the spirit stones on his body to exchange for foundation establishment elixirs. Save up the spirit stones. If his first foundation establishment attempt was successful, the saved spirit stones could be used as his startup capital during the foundation establishment stage. At that time, high-quality artifacts and foundation establishment skills would all require spirit stones. Hisong saved up the spirit stones also intending to plan for the future. Of course, if he failed in his first attempt at foundation establishment, the saved spirit stones could be used to purchase additional foundation establishment elixirs. He now possessed more than 100 acres of spirit field. With so many spirit fields, he could earn more than 10,000 spirit stones per year. Almost 1 foundation establishment elixir per year. Such a terrifying speed of earning spirit stones made Hisong secretly click his tongue. He merely mastered some introductory array skills, and he could already earn so many spirit stones. How about those sects, those aristocratic families? A thought suddenly struck Hisong. He was different from those sects and aristocratic families. His earnings, aside from the cost of running the array, all belonged to himself. For the people from those sects and aristocratic families, they needed to calculate the expenses for inviting array pathmasters, the cost of stationing people in the spirit fields, the cost of running the array annually, and the wages for the spiritual plant farmers to manage the spirit fields. With so many costs calculated, the spirit stones they could earn would definitely be much less than him. Moreover, the spirit stones they earned would most likely be used to sustain the sect or aristocratic family. Maybe, most of the income would have to be handed over to the upper sect as protection money. Thus, the more they earned, the more they spent. Those sects and aristocratic families might not be as free and easy as he is. After all, he was the kind of person who had control over the means of production and could support his whole family by himself. Such a person could live freely wherever he went, right? With this thought in mind, Hisong's mind began to wander. But soon he was awakened by the light appearing at his side. Inside the meditation room, Hisong, who had been cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze swept around before letting out a sigh of relief. A sound transmission amulet? Has the day for Wei to leave arrived? 3 years ago, before Hisong went into seclusion, he had thought about Wei Fan leaving the thick earth sect in 3 years and being sent to the front lines of the Mountain Immortal City. Now, 3 years have passed, and when Hisong saw the glowing sound transmission amulet, he naturally understood who was looking for him. He picked up the sound transmission amulet. Opened it. Took out a thin piece of paper from it. Hisong's eyes scanned it, and immediately a knowing look appeared in his eyes. Fellow Taoist, I have been in the foundation establishment stage for 10 years, and now that I have fully mastered the power of foundation establishment, it is time for us to part. Last night, the sect leader sent a message to me, assigning me to the Mountain Immortal City, stationed there with Lao Meng. Today, I came to find fellow Taoist but found that the place where you reside is empty. Has something happened? If nothing has happened, I hope fellow Taoist will return to Thick Earth Sect as soon as possible. I would like to say goodbye in person. Wei Fan. Hisong sighed as he put away the thin paper in his storage bag. He had known this day would come a long time ago. Even on the day Mengguan left the sect, he had thought about the arrival of this day. But when Wei Fan was truly sent to the front line of Mountain Immortal City by the sect leader, Hisong couldn't help but feel a little emotional. During these 3 years, although Song spent most of the time in the cave mansion due to his extensive connections, he was not isolated from the news. 3 years had passed. The war between the Thick Earth sect and the Seven Stars sect had gradually escalated. At first, it was just chi refining cultivators fighting against each other. It evolved later to Foundation Establishment Stage Masters joining the fight. By now, several Foundation Establishment Stage Masters from both sides had died. Song didn't recognize any of the Foundation Establishment Stage Masters who died on the Thick Earth sect side. However, not being in the Thick Earth sect, Song could clearly sense the increasingly oppressive atmosphere within the sect. Under the circumstance where their own side had an advantage in terms of higher-level fighters, Golden Elixir Masters were not participating in the battles. Instead, they let their Foundation Establishment Stage Masters and Chi Refining Disciples compete against each other. This made Song totally puzzled. But eventually, he wasn't a Golden Elixir Master, so although he was curious, he didn't know any better. His only conclusion was that the two Golden Elixir Masters within the Thick Earth sect had other considerations in mind. However, no matter how hard he tried, Song couldn't understand their rationale. Now that Wei Fan was being sent to Mountain Immortal City, Song felt a little depressed. Mengguan had been living on the edge even during his chi refining stage. Hence, his title Master Duanhun was achieved during his chi refining stage with his soul broken sword. One could say that Mengguan had extremely rich combat experience. After reaching the Foundation Establishment stage, he lived quite carefree in Mountain Immortal City. But Wei Fan was different from Mengguan. From the beginning, Wei Fan had been in safe environments. Whether it was at the Thick Earth Mansion, Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion, Greenwall Immortal City, or later when he arrived at the Thick Earth sect, all these areas were extremely safe. The number of fights that Wei Fan had experienced in his life were likely very few. Under such circumstances, just 10 years after breaking through Foundation establishment, he was sent to defend the Mountain Immortal City. It was not difficult to imagine how dangerous Wei Fan's mission would be. Alas, I'll wait until I see Wei and then try to persuade him to be cautious in the Mountain Immortal City and not to venture out. There's only so much I can do. Standing up from the cushion, Song sighed in his heart as he walked towards the exit of the cave mansion. There was no other way. If Wei Fan wanted to survive this war, being cautious was the only way to go. Wei Fan was not Mengguan, who could eat and drink in Mountain Immortal City for 5 years. If Wei Fan wasn't careful, he might lose his life. After leaving the cave mansion, Song stepped out and immediately headed towards the Thick Earth sect's gate. At the same time, he sensed the spirit power within his body. When he discovered that the spirit power in his body was gradually becoming abundant, and he should be able to reach the chi refining great perfection soon, a flash of delight appeared in his eyes. After 3 years of cultivation, Song was just one step away from chi refining great perfection. Maybe, in another month, or at most 2 months, Song would be able to step into chi refining great perfection, making Foundation establishment within reach. 3 years, huh? During these 3 years, Song had been in a small spirit gathering array, enjoying the spirit chi gathered by the array alone. Although his absorption of spirit chi was slow due to his cultivation base, he was still cultivating at full speed. In addition to other things that could improve his cultivation base, Song's growth of spirit power within his body during these 3 years was not slow at all, and even faster than when he was in the Thick Earth sect. Under these circumstances, Song was able to raise his cultivation base to the level of near chi refining great perfection just 5 years after breaking through the 9th tier chi refining. This time, if it weren't for Wei Fan wanting to see him, Song's plan of reaching chi refining great perfection through one seclusive cultivation session might have actually been realized. But it didn't matter. Meeting Wei Fan wouldn't take long. At most one day, he could return to the Thick Earth sect. Once he returned to the cave mansion, it would only take him another month, or 2 months, to achieve chi refining great perfection. With such thoughts in mind, Song quickened his pace, wishing he could immediately go to the Thick Earth sect and meet Wei Fan. A few hours later, Song returned to the Thick Earth sect. Without stopping, Song's figure quickly appeared outside Wei Fan's cave mansion. At the same time, Wei Fan's cave mansion door slowly opened. Seems like nothing has happened. However, Mr. He, you should be careful outside.
With the war between our sect and the seven-star sect underway, there might be disciples of diabolism coming into our sect's territory to cause, Mr. He, you must be cautious. As soon as he saw Hisong, Wei Fan took the initiative to remind him. Before, when he went to Hisong's courtyard to find him, he found that the courtyard had long been empty. Under such circumstances, Wei Fan searched in the sect for a while but couldn't find Hisong. Chapter 174, 174. Being too cautious, however, by chance, they encountered Master Yuan Shan. Master Yuan Shan. From Chapter 124, he was the master who blocked their way when Hisong and the others first entered the Thick Earth sect. At that time, there was some unpleasantness between Master Yuan Shan and Master Qing Yu. However, the previous incidents were mainly due to the open and secret struggles between the two factions. Now that the two factions have started to cooperate, the previous estrangement has not disappeared completely, but it has eased a lot. At least. Seeing that they were all fellow disciples, the masters from the two factions occasionally talked when they met each other, and their relationship was no longer as stiff as before. However, it was when Wei Fan met Master Yuan Shan. Master Yuan Shan began talking to Wei Fan about Hisong's matters. Master Chang Fu, I know that you were good friends with Master Duanhan and the little fellow named Hisong, and I envy the friendship between the three of you when I hear about it. There are some things that are not easy to say, but if you run into that little fellow named Hisong in the future, please tell him. If there is an urgent matter in the future and he wants to leave the sect, just tell me. It's because of his close relationship with the two of you that he doesn't betray the sect and leave. If it were someone else, perhaps they would have been caught as a spy and interrogated by now. As he spoke, Master Yuan Shan shook his head and looked quite helpless at the time. He, along with several other Foundation establishment masters, were ordered to guard the mountain gate. By chance, he discovered that Hisong was using earth tunneling to leave the sect from the ground. Had he not met Hisong before, and known that Hisong was good friends with Wei Fan and Meng Guan, and that the sect leader highly valued Hisong and even gave him 2 Foundation establishment elixirs to help him break through to the Foundation establishment stage, he would have caught Hisong on the spot and tortured him to find out his intentions for leaving the sect. It was only because Hisong's identity was special and he was closely connected to the 2 Foundation establishment masters within the sect that he saw no reason for leaving the sect. As a result, Master Yuan Shan decided to turn a blind eye. He didn't expose Hisong for that reason. However, after meeting Wei Fan this time and pondering over it, Master Yuan Shan decided to tell Wei Fan about it. He wanted Wei Fan to tell Hisong. If he wanted to leave the sect in the future, he only needed to tell him, and he wouldn't have to leave through earth tunneling. Wei Fan was stunned when he heard this. After a long silence, he finally understood. No wonder he couldn't find Hisong in the Thick Earth sect. It turned out that Hisong had already left the sect. But, the Thick Earth sect and the 7-star sect are at war now, so why would Hisong leave the sect at this time? If it were not for their friendship of several decades, perhaps Wei Fan would have doubted Hisong's motives. However, it was precisely because of this. Master Yuan Shan knew about the relationship between Hisong and Wei Fan and Meng Guan, so he didn't suspect anything. If it were someone else, they would have probably been caught and tortured when discovered leaving the sect using earth tunneling. Immediately, Wei Fan smiled and promised. And he secretly made a decision in his heart. He planned to talk to Hisong about this matter after he returned to the sect. That's why, as soon as Hisong arrived, Wei Fan reminded him to be careful. However, Hisong was not aware of this situation at the moment. Nor did he know that when he left the sect using earth tunneling, Master Yuan Shan had discovered him and had told Wei Fan about it. Well, thank you for the reminder, Wei. I will certainly be more careful in the future. Hisong nodded to Wei Fan and expressed his gratitude. He would naturally pay close attention to his own safety, even without Wei Fan's words, Hisong would have done so. But now that Wei Fan had brought it up, Hisong could only show gratitude with a sentence in order to reassure Wei Fan. Seeing this, Wei Fan didn't say much either, and just took Hisong into the cave mansion. Inside the cave mansion, Wei Fan and Hisong sat face to face. In front of the two, a pot of hot tea was sending out a rich fragrance. When I went to find friends today, do you know who I met in the Thick Earth sect? After ushering Hisong into the cave mansion,
Wei Fan remembered what he had heard that day and asked immediately. As he spoke. Before He Song could reply, Wei Fan mentioned a name.
Master Yuan Shan.
After saying it, seeing the confusion on He Song's face, a smile appeared on Wei Fan's face. Speaking of which, this Master Yuan Shan has quite a fate with us. When we had just entered the Thick Earth sect, the master who stopped us was him. Today, I met him and learned a very interesting matter. Looking at He Song, Wei Fan stopped talking, as if waiting for He Song to ask him. But how could He Song not know his friend's character after being friends for decades? Upon seeing this, He Song stared at his nose and breathed evenly, pretending he knew nothing, and silently sipped his tea. On the side. Seeing that He Song didn't fall for it, Wei Fan waited for a while and continued to speak. He didn't wait for He Song to ask a question. Master Yuan Shan said that while he was guarding the mountain gate, he accidentally discovered a little fish swimming under his divine senses coverage. Dear friend, do you know that there is a kind of little fish that can move in the ground? At this point, Wei Fan did not speak. He just looked at He Song, as if he wanted to watch He Song more closely before leaving. However, upon hearing Wei Fan say this, He Song's eyes flashed with vigilance. What kind of fish can travel in the ground? Could it be that Master Yuan Shan, who was guarding the mountain gate, accidentally discovered him using earth tunneling to leave the mountain gate? Otherwise, Wei Fan wouldn't possibly hear any interesting stories from Master Yuan Shan when they met. The two of them had never met before, and they had no leisurely time to chat. Moreover, his demeanor at the moment, it seemed as if he wanted to gauge He Song's reaction. He Song gradually had a bottom line in his heart. It seems that, it was when he accidentally used earth tunneling to leave the sect one of those times when Yuan Shan discovered him. But the number of times Yuan Shan discovered him should be just once. If it were several times, Wei Fan would definitely say that the little fish was swimming around underground, not just swimming by once. In this case, He Song's use of his earth tunneling strategy was completely correct. Even a Foundation Establishment Realm Master's divine sense could only discover him by chance for one time. And he didn't reduce the number of times he left the sect over these years. There were not many times when he left the sect, but it was more than a dozen times at least. But even so, he was discovered only once. And that was when he was still using the ordinary earth tunneling skill, which was when he was discovered. Now, when He Song goes out, he basically uses the mountain escaping skill. The mountain escaping skill can tunnel tens of meters deep into the earth. Even the divine sense of a Foundation Establishment Realm Master might not be able to probe tens of meters deep into the ground, right? In such a case, although He Song knew that he was discovered by Yuan Shan once when he left the sect, he remained unflustered. If nothing happened when he was discovered, nothing would happen in the future. He had already exchanged his tactics. Even if he tunneled under Yuan Shan's feet every day from now on, Yuan Shan might not notice him. Thinking about this, He Song looked at Wei Fan with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. His good friend had no problems anywhere else. But when it came to him and Mengguan, Wei Fan always liked to use riddles. However, Wei Fan was completely different when facing others and when facing He Song or Mengguan. Just like when He Song asked Wei Fan to kill Chen Zhou, Wei Fan didn't hesitate to chase after him and strike. He even almost killed Mengguan, who had just emerged from the red spirit gold mine. Fortunately, Mengguan was quite witty at the time and immediately shouted Wei to save his life. Now, looking at Wei Fan, He Song couldn't even connect the two Wei Fan with different personalities. But after decades of getting along, He Song knew that this was the real Wei Fan. Being resolute and decisive with outsiders is him. Being affectionate and brotherly on the inside is also him. They are contradicting, but they belong to the same person. I haven't seen a fish moving in the ground, but a few years ago, I learned an earth tunneling skill that allows me to travel underground. He shook his head without revealing his secret. Instead, he volunteered a little token of information under Wei Fan's brightening gaze. That's right. Now, the earth tunneling skill is just a small token for He Song, not even a trump card. At this moment, He Song's earth tunneling skill is not an ordinary one but the mountain escaping skill. Since ordinary earth tunneling has already been exposed, and Yuan Shan and Wei Fan should already know, why not confess it? Not only would it make Wei Fan happy, but it could also hide his true trump card, the mountain escaping skill.
So, why not?
Ahem, Master Yuan Shan asked me to tell you that if you want to leave the sect in the future, just let him know, and you don't need to use earth tunneling skill anymore. Speaking of it, you haven't changed your cautious nature in the past few decades. You even need to use earth tunneling skill to leave the sect.
You won't use earth tunneling skill to travel when you go out, will you?
After conveying Yuan Shan's message to Yisong, Wei Fan looked at Yisong with a touch of helplessness in his eyes. To him, Yisong was indeed too cautious. Initially, Yisong was at the chi refining early stage, and he couldn't beat anyone, so being cautious was understandable. When Yisong was at the chi refining mid stage, he couldn't beat someone at the chi refining late stage, so being cautious was also understandable. But now, Yisong's cultivation had reached the chi refining late stage, and he had 2 foundation establishment realm friends.
Being so cautious seemed unreasonable, right?
You have backers. 2 foundation establishment realm masters.
If you're still so cautious, do you look down on your 2 brothers?
Back then, he was itching to take action after reaching the chi refining late stage, but he couldn't find an opportunity while being in the Immortal Pavilion. The only time he took action was when Yisong asked him to kill Chinzhou.
Chapter 175 QJ refining great perfection. Up until now, he had been in foundation establishment for 10 years but had not taken any action even once. Recalling that he had been wanting to make a move all these years, but there had never been an opportunity, Wei Fan couldn't help but sigh. However, his eyes brightened right away. Next, he would be going to the Mountain Immortal City. What kind of place was the Mountain Immortal City? It was the battlefront between the Thick Earth sect and the 7-Star sect. Although there hadn't been any large-scale conflicts between Foundation establishment cultivators, it would be easy to act in Mountain Immortal City. Although he might not be able to defeat any enemy cultivator in Foundation establishment with his cultivation. But even if he couldn't defeat those in Foundation establishment, fighting with chi refining cultivators or holding on for a while under the enemy's Foundation establishment attack was nothing to him. At least, it was much easier than staying in the Immortal Pavilion or the Thick Earth sect. Back when he was in the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion, he didn't have the opportunity to make a move. After arriving in the Thick Earth sect, there was even less opportunity to act. Now, the sect leader sending him to the Mountain Immortal City was not the perfect chance for him to act? With this thought flashing across his mind, Wei Fan looked at Yisong, feeling that even his own feelings of parting had been swept away. Understood, I'll let him know when I leave the sect. Ignoring Wei Fan's doubts about how he would travel when he was outside, Yisong nodded and agreed. This was a trivial matter. Yisong basically didn't live in the Thick Earth sect, and the chances were high that he would return to the sect to handle matters. Once the matters were handled, he would naturally leave. It is not a bad idea to visit Master Yuan Shan when he leaves the sect. As for whether or not it would be troublesome for Master Yuan Shan, since he had said that, Yisong would most likely agree to it even if he had to bother him. However, Wei, you need to be extra careful when going to Mountain Immortal City this time, as it is not like the sect, dangers could arise at any moment. If you see a dangerous situation, it is best to prioritize preserving your life. Act together with Lao Meng, so you can support each other. You must not be careless. Seeing that Wei Fan seemed to want to ask how he would travel when he was outside, Yisong quickly changed the topic and began to admonish him. Mengguan had lived in Mountain Immortal City for several years. In these years, he hadn't heard of any dangers Mengguan had encountered. Therefore, when admonishing Wei Fan, Yisong also reminded him to act together with Mengguan. 2 people together are always better than 1 person on their own. Moreover, their relationship was extremely close, and they could even entrust their backs to each other. In such a situation, having a trustworthy friend was definitely safer than acting alone. Don't worry, I understand the word caution very well, and I won't do things I am unsure of. By the way, do you think it will be safer if I use the earth tunneling skill when I'm on the road? Wei Fan nodded, seemingly taking Yisong's advice to heart. However, the question that came out of his mouth next left Yisong speechless. Ignoring Wei Fan's question, Yisong chatted with him for a while before personally sending him out of the mountain gate. At the Thick Earth sect mountain gate, Yisong watched Wei Fan's figure gradually disappear.
Like Mengguan before, Wei Fan wasn't flying toward the mountain immortal city, but was speeding across the land. Both Mengguan and Wei Fan were newly promoted foundation establishment cultivators. They had not been exposed to the world, and Wei Fan had not even left the sect since his foundation establishment. Therefore, the Seven-Star sect knew very little about them, and their identities were naturally best kept secret. Residing in Mountain Immortal City every day, they could play an unexpected role in the face of enemy attacks. Wei Fan's figure disappeared into the distance. Hisong did not return to the Thick Earth sect, but headed directly to his cave mansion. By now, Hisong's cultivation would soon reach qi refining great perfection. It was only because Wei Fan was his friend that Hisong had to leave seclusion to see him and send him off. Otherwise, Hisong would most likely still be in his cave mansion, struggling to break through to qi refining great perfection. How could he possibly be outside the cave mansion? After sending Wei Fan off, a few hours later, Hisong returned to his cave mansion. Closing the cave mansion door, he entered the quiet room. Feeling the extraordinarily dense spirit qi around him, Hisong couldn't help but take a deep breath, as if trying to inhale this dense spirit qi directly into his belly. However, spirit qi was not to be taken in like this. Hisong shook his head, sat down on the meditation cushion in the quiet room, and his expression instantly calmed down. Next, no one should bother him. This time in seclusion, he would not break the seclusion until he achieved qi refining great perfection. With firm determination in his eyes, Hisong quickly immersed himself in cultivation. Traces of spirit qi were absorbed into his body and then continuously transformed into his spirit power under the operation of the thick earth formulas. As time slowly passed, the spirit power within Hisong's body gradually increased. Over these 3 years, apart from mastering the mountain escaping skill so that it could be applied at will without diminishing its power, he also completely mastered the qi sinking into elixir field skill, which could be used at any time. At the same time, Hisong never forgot about the tool for his food. After learning the small spirit gathering array and smoke array, Hisong shifted his focus to the other array skills recorded in the Array Tao primary introduction. Many and varied array skills were recorded in the Array Tao primary introduction. However, there were 2 array skills that Hisong found particularly appealing. One was an offensive array. The other was a defensive array. There were many offensive array skills, which dazzled Hisong's eyes. In the end, after careful consideration, Hisong chose one of them as his next research subject. 7 kills Heaven Fire Array. An offensive array skill. After refining the array disc and array banners, the array could be set up whenever needed. After activating the array, enemies could be trapped inside and burned with celestial fire, producing great power. Of course, the celestial fire in the 7 kills Heaven Fire Array was only spirit fire transformed from spirit qi and not actual celestial fire. It was just called by this name to make it appear more domineering. The celestial fire in the 7 kills Heaven Fire Array could burn spirit power, and as time passed, those who entered the array would not only have to rely on their spirit power to resist the fire's burning but also bear the huge consumption of spirit power caused by the fire's burning. If they could not break through the array or forcibly destroy its core in a short time, their spirit power would soon be exhausted and they would be at the mercy of others. Hisong chose to study this array because of its ability to burn spirit power. Not for anything else. It was because he would soon enter the foundation establishment stage. After successfully breaking through to foundation establishment, he would be able to learn the soul-searching skill. In this way, he would first use the 7 kills Heaven Fire Array to disperse the enemy's spirit power and then release them, followed by a soul-searching skill session. That's seen. Ordinary people would probably not dare to try it. However, as Hisong's enemies, even if they did not dare, Hisong would make sure they experienced it. As for the defensive array skills, Hisong had not yet decided which one he wished to study. However, once the 7 kills Heaven Fire Array was completed and successfully set up, Hisong's next target would naturally fall on the defensive array skills. Time slowly passed in the process of Hisong's continuous cultivation. In TNE Blinko TNI, a whole month had passed. During this month, Hisong spent all his time outside of his daily practice studying the 7 kills Heaven Fire Array. His understanding of the 7 kills heaven fire array also progressed by leaps and bounds. In addition, Hisong immersed himself in cultivation every day, unable to extricate himself.
Not until one day. In the quiet room,
Hisong sat cross-legged on a cushion, with strands of spirit chi constantly pouring into his body from all directions. However, just as he thought his cultivation for the day was going as expected, a strong sense of obscurity suddenly emerged from his body. Hisong's brows furrowed, and he immediately felt a strong discomfort.
This feeling.
It was like he was eating food while already full, yet his hand still wanted to stuff more food into his stomach, as if his entire body was resisting the entry of food. At this moment, Hisong felt that the spirit power in his meridians had become incredibly obscure. Even if there was spirit chi from the outside entering, it was still impossible to convert those strands of spirit chi into spirit power through the thick earth formulas. After sensing the obscurity in his meridians,
Hisong opened his eyes. Chi refining great perfection, achieved.
With a hint of joy on his face, Hisong didn't mind the discomfort the obscurity in his meridians had just brought him.
Chi refining great perfection. The spirit power within the body is saturated.
No matter how much one practices, the spirit power in one's body will no longer increase by even a little bit. Upon reaching this stage, it is called chi refining great perfection. From now on, only by successfully breaking through to foundation establishment can one become stronger. As for the scenarios of practicing chi refining for tens of thousands of years and dominating the world upon emerging, these are impossible.
The body cannot hold that much spirit power. Even the slightest bit more spirit chi absorbed will be rejected and one's cultivation will no longer make any progress. This is the body's limit.
It is also the limit of the chi refining stage. After successfully cultivating to chi refining great perfection, Hisong naturally emerged from his seclusion. Leaving the quiet room. Arriving outside the cave mansion. Hisong's eyes swept over the surrounding scenery, a satisfied look flashing through them. This was the location of the cave mansion he had personally selected. Naturally, he was extremely content with the scenery here. Now, after breaking through to chi refining great perfection, being in such beautiful surroundings would make Hisong's mood even more peaceful, allowing him to find the opportunity to break through to foundation establishment more quickly. Breaking through to foundation establishment.
It requires an opportunity.
At some point in time, a desire to attempt a breakthrough will arise in a cultivator's heart. Chapter 176, 176, Attempting Foundation Establishment. If during that time, one has a sufficient supply of elixirs, a relatively safe environment, and someone to protect them, they can attempt to break through to foundation establishment on the spot. Like Meng Guan and Wei Fan, when the two were trying to break through to foundation establishment, they both went into a quiet chamber and looked for the opportunity within. As for Hisong, with the smoke array hiding him, Hisong didn't need to look for opportunities in a cramped chamber like Meng Guan and Wei Fan. On the contrary, Hisong could walk freely within the coverage of the smoke array. Even if he walked several miles away, he could attempt a breakthrough to foundation establishment anywhere and anytime. It's not that Hisong didn't value his safety. It's because he could control the smoke array to hide himself at any time. When inside the smoke array, with a small spirit gathering array providing spiritual chi within the cave mansion for Hisong, naturally, there would be no disturbances when he tried to break through foundation establishment.
The small spirit gathering array supplying the spirit field, as well as the small spirit gathering array supplying Hisong's daily cultivation. There were 2 small spirit gathering arrays within the range of the smoke array, which were enough for Hisong to make a breakthrough here without absorbing the spiritual chi from other areas around him. Thus, even if someone came to this place while Hisong was trying to break through foundation establishment, they wouldn't discover that Hisong was actually establishing his foundation nearby. Under such circumstances, as long as Hisong was around his cave mansion, he naturally wouldn't have to worry about his safety. Walking down the small hill,
Hisong took one step at a time towards the river not far away. Hisong didn't know the name of this river, but considering that there had never been any boats in it, there should be no mortal gatherings upstream or downstream of it. Or there might have been some in the past, but they eventually vanished. Without any curiosity about this, Hisong came to the riverside, listening to the rushing water flowing by his ears and the occasional splashes of leaping fish. His entire being suddenly became calm.
However, after standing for a long time, Hisong shook his head and opened his eyes.
Back when Lao Meng and Wei were trying to establish their foundations, they both entered the quiet chamber. Then after a few days, they succeeded. It seems that within a few days, an opportunity for foundation establishment should appear.
If not, I'll wait a little longer.
Picking up a cobblestone from the riverside and throwing it into the river, Hisong's mood relaxed as the series of splashes rose.
Foundation establishment.
It cannot be rushed.
The opportunity for foundation establishment. It won't appear just because I'm anxious.
After figuring out this matter, Hisong's urgency for foundation establishment also slowed down a bit.
I am an everlasting being after all. As long as I'm not killed by anyone, I can live forever.
To live until the end of time, until the sea dries up and the rocks rot, until the world changes and the stars shift. In the endless years, all I can do is to constantly make myself stronger and ensure my personal safety.
At the same time, if I can live a more comfortable life, that would be even better. Also, as an everlasting being, I don't need to be in a hurry. My time is always more than enough.
As his mood gradually calmed down, Hisong casually picked up another cobblestone, just about to throw it forward, but he faintly felt that there was something wrong with the cobblestone in his hand.
Too round.
Even though cobblestones are generally round. But being this round was rather abnormal. Just as Hisong wondered and looked at the cobblestone in his hand, what appeared before him made a hint of astonishment emerge on his face.
What is this? A round white cobblestone? Or a round white jade? Or an egg laid by something?
After carefully examining the egg-like object that resembled white jade in his hand, Hisong thought for a while but still couldn't determine whether this was a cobblestone, a piece of white jade, or an egg laid by some creature. This object was oval, with a surface as white as jade, no sound when shaken, and a shadow in its center when exposed to sunlight, but it was impossible to determine how the shadow was formed.
Is it impurities in the cobblestone? Or impurities in the white jade? Or yolk of the egg?
Hisong contemplated for a moment, and a sudden flash of light appeared in his eyes.
If he couldn't see anything on the surface, he would use the spirit vision skill to see.
For cultivators, everything without spiritual chi is garbage. Even if a cobblestone by the roadside contains spiritual chi, to cultivators, it is still a spirit stone.
A flash of light.
Hisong's expression changed.
It's an egg.
Although the spiritual chi contained in this egg was thin, at least it contained some spiritual chi, and at the same time, Hisong also saw signs of life in the egg using the spirit vision skill.
In other words,
perhaps this egg could hatch something. Bringing the egg to his eyes, Hisong carefully observed it but ultimately couldn't tell what kind of egg it was. After thinking about it, Hisong looked around to see if there were any other eggs nearby. Only when he didn't find any did he take this nameless egg back to the cave mansion with him.
Inside the cave mansion,
putting the egg he had just picked up on the table, Hisong glanced at the fragrant spirit rice not far away, then looked at the egg in front of him.
Eat? Or incubate? That is the question.
Eating it would satisfy one's appetite for a moment. Incubating it, on the other hand, would result in a clueless pet. Given the faint spirit chi contained in this egg, whatever hatches from it will likely not possess a high level of intelligence. Naturally, even if it were to be raised as a pet here, Hisong would not have to worry about his secrets being exposed. Moreover, having an extra small pet by one's side can help guard the house. Not that he would rely on this little pet to face his foes. But it would also be good for relieving boredom. After some contemplation, Hisong ultimately decided to incubate the egg and see what happens.
If something with high intelligence hatches, he'll turn it into a dish.
If something with worrisome intelligence hatches, he'll use a beast mastery token to capture it as a spirit pet to guard his place. Beast taming is one of the 100 skills of cultivation truth.
A beast mastery token can be easily purchased at any Immortal Pavilion shop.
But the price is a bit expensive for chi refining cultivators. However, for Hisong now, a small beast mastery token is nothing more than a small expense for some peace of mind. With the Beast Master token, he can bind the hatched creature. He can control the life and death of the spirit pet at any time. Even if it escapes when he's not paying attention, or if it's captured by someone who wants to search its soul for his secrets, or even if it secretly harbors rebellious thoughts, he can simply use the Beast Mastery token to erase its soul completely at any time. Having such a convenient Beast Mastery token is the main reason why Hisong thought of incubating the egg in the first place. Given Hisong's cautious character, he would definitely prefer not to deal with things he can't control. A spirit pet, on the other hand, is something he can easily control. Upon the master's command, even if they are unwilling, they must charge forward. Charging might mean 9 deaths and 1 life, but not doing so would mean certain death. After picking up an egg by the riverbank, Hisong found a suitable place for it to incubate and then returned to his search for an opportunity to establish his foundation. So, a few days later, at some moment, Hisong, who was standing at the peak of the mountain, suddenly felt a sense of urgency to begin attempting foundation establishment. Upon realizing this, a faint hint of joy flashed through his eyes. For several days, the opportunity for foundation establishment had never arrived. But now, after waiting so painstakingly for several days, the long-awaited moment had come without any warning. Currently, Hisong had 6 foundation establishment elixirs on him. And he was inside the smoke array, where his presence and aura were completely concealed, so he didn't need to worry about his safety. In addition, 2 small spirit gathering arrays inside the smoke array provided him with spirit chi. This way, even if he begins foundation establishment right now, no person or thing could disturb his breakthrough. As for the egg, to avoid failing his first attempt at foundation establishment because of it, Hisong had already thrown it into a hidden spot tens of miles away, allowing it to quietly incubate there. He would never keep such an item of unknown origin by his side before it has hatched and been restricted by the Beast Mastery token. Although a newly born cub would definitely pose no threat to him, this was a crucial time for Hisong. Foundation establishment was not a period during which any accidents could be permitted. At the mountain peak, Hisong faced the east and gently sat cross-legged on a cushion. With his eyes closed, he started to transfer all the spirit power contained in his body to his elixir field without using the thick earth formulas. According to Meng Guan and Wei Fan, as well as other foundation establishment stage masters' insights in the book collection Pavilion, to establish a foundation, one needed to direct all the spirit power in their body to their elixir field. When the elixir field is filled to the brim, and all the spirit power in the body is directed into it, one can then begin compressing the abundant spirit power in their elixir field. The moment a sliver of mana is produced from the compressed spirit power is the moment's successful foundation establishment. Following that, they just need to proceed step by step, transforming all the spirit power in their body into mana in order to consolidate their cultivation and leave seclusion. As for the cultivation after foundation establishment realm, it is, of course, similar to the chi refining stage, where one absorbs spirit chi from the surroundings and turns it into mana, thus gaining enhanced mana and increasing one's strength. He recalled the foundation establishment experiences imparted by Meng Guan and Wei Fan, as well as the insights he had read in the book collection Pavilion. After recalling every single foundation establishment experience and firmly memorizing their key points, Hisong began, unhurriedly, to move all the spirit power he could manipulate in his body toward his elixir field. Chapter 177, Chapter 177, Shocking Foundation Establishment for other cultivators attempting to reach the foundation establishment. This step could be incredibly challenging. The spirit power within their bodies is actually quite vast for a cultivator at the chi refining great perfection. Normally, controlling the spirit power within the body to cycle and absorb spirit chi to transform it into their own spirit power is entirely different from the experience of gathering all their available spirit power to the elixir field. The former just requires urging the spirit power to move along the meridians and keep cycling, while the latter needs to manipulate every strand of spirit power that can be controlled in the body and bring them all into the elixir field. The workload between these two is utterly dissimilar. One follows the natural course. The other needs absolute precision. However, thanks to having the chi sinking into elixir field skill that increases the success rate of reaching the foundation establishment, Hisong finds this step relatively easy. After an initial attempt, Hisong thought it was too slow to gather the spirit power into the elixir field bit by bit. Moreover, it was extremely exhausting for his mind, which was not conducive to the subsequent spirit power compression, so Hisong decisively used the chi sinking into elixir field skill. With a single thought, the chi sinking into elixir field skill was activated. In an instant, Hisong felt the spirit power within his body swarm towards his elixir field. Regardless whether it was the spirit power circulating within his meridians or the spirit power contained within his limbs and bones. At this moment, everything seemed to be summoned, swarming into Hisong's elixir field. Within just a short time, Hisong felt that all the spirit power in his body had entered his elixir field. At the same time, Hisong also felt his body quickly weakening. Although a cultivator's body appears to be strong, it is only because of the spirit power protecting it. When all the spirit power inside the body converges into the elixir field, the body's strength will naturally be comparable to that of an ordinary person. Perhaps it is still somewhat more resilient than the body of an ordinary person, but when compared to the body of a cultivator, it appears exceptionally weak. It seems that after reaching the foundation establishment, I will need to learn a body refining technique. Feeling the weakness within his body, Hisong was reminded in his heart. If he had learned a body refining technique by now, this phenomenon would never have occurred. If there were some extreme situations in the future. If he had learned a body refining technique earlier, perhaps it could save his life. For the sake of his own future survival. After becoming alert, Hisong felt that all the spirit power within his body had entered his elixir field and had been firmly bound within it. With a thought, 6 small jade bottles appeared before Hisong. He reached out to grab the jade bottles and opened them one by one. Immediately, a rich fragrance emanated from the 6 small jade bottles in front of Hisong. As soon as he caught a whiff, Hisong felt a surge of strength in his body. Seeing this, Hisong's mind was shaken. Indeed, the foundation establishment elixir is truly terrifying in its effectiveness. But it was not the time to contemplate this. At the moment, Hisong had already bound all the spirit power within his body to his elixir field. All he needed to do was to take the foundation establishment elixir and allow its medicinal power to help him compress his spirit power as much as possible. With the assistance of 6 foundation establishment elixirs, it was reasonable to assume that Hisong would find the compression of spirit power much easier during the process. 6 foundation establishment elixirs. Ordinarily, a cultivator having just one foundation establishment elixir would greatly bolster their confidence in reaching the foundation establishment. While just one of these elixirs increased the success rate slightly, it could still drive some loose cultivators at chi refining great perfection into madness. For loose cultivators, having a single foundation establishment elixir is considered great fortune. For disciples of sects and children of aristocratic families, having one foundation establishment elixir and some insights from seniors regarding the foundation establishment is already a great resource. But for Hisong, foundation establishment elixirs? He has 6. Foundation establishment insights? He has read many, and even received personal instruction from 2 foundation establishment masters. Moreover, Hisong also has the secret skill of chi sinking into elixir field skill that can increase the success rate of reaching the foundation establishment. With the blessing of these things. At this moment, Hisong, who was sitting cross-legged at the peak of a mountain and preparing to make a breakthrough to the foundation establishment realm, did not believe that his attempt at reaching the foundation establishment would end in failure. He opened his mouth. A foundation establishment elixir entered Hisong's stomach. Immediately after, Hisong felt a powerful medicinal effect that enveloped the area around his elixir field as soon as the elixir entered his stomach. Apart from this medicinal effect that assisted Hisong in compressing the spirit power in his elixir field, another part of the medicinal power spread throughout his limbs and bones, as well as the outer part of his elixir field. This portion of the medicinal power had no effect in helping Hisong compress the spirit power in his elixir field. It would only function when the spirit power in the elixir field went out of control due to a failed breakthrough attempt, in which case this medicinal power would protect Hisong from dying on the spot due to failed foundation establishment. Upon feeling that these 2 parts of the medicinal power were ready, Hisong still did not start MS foundation establishment process. On the contrary, after realizing that a single foundation establishment elixir contained 2 types of medicinal power, Hisong did not hesitate to consume the remaining 5 foundation establishment elixirs all at once. Immediately, a surge of powerful medicinal effects spread through Hisong's body, making him feel a rush of hot blood straight to his forehead. 6 foundation establishment elixirs were ingested, and at the location of Hisong's elixir field, the medicinal effects had almost solidified. Hisong only needed to sense it slightly to detect the supportive effects of this power. The chi sinking into elixir field skill was used. Another 6 foundation establishment elixirs were ingested. Now, it was time for him to launch an assault towards foundation establishment. Determination flashed in Hisong's eyes, and with a wave of his hand, countless dazzling spirit stones appeared around him. Under the sunlight, the spirit stones placed around Hisong looked incredibly dazzling. At this moment, Hisong sat in the midst of these spirit stones, and the abundant spirit chi around him even gave him the illusion that he was within a spirit stone vein. After doing all this, Hisong still felt that it wasn't secure enough. After some thought, he took all the other spirit stones from his body and placed them around him. Although he was not sure if placing spirit stones beside him could increase the success rate of foundation establishment. But since breaking through the chi refining mid-stage and chi refining late stage both had an increased chance when spirit stones were placed nearby, it should be the same for attempting foundation establishment. Other cultivators couldn't, like him, place tens of thousands of spirit stones around themselves. That was because they were poor. Hisong was not poor. Thus, he could make such an attempt. After doing all this and feeling the increased concentration of spirit chi around him, Hisong finally closed his eyes in peace and began attempting foundation establishment. With closed eyes, Hisong immediately felt the location of his elixir field. The spirit power firmly restrained in his elixir field was now waiting for him to compress them. The tremendous medicinal power generated from the foundation establishment elixirs was also waiting for him. At this moment, as long as Hisong had a thought, the spirit power he firmly restrained in his elixir field would be compressed for the first time. He calmed his emotions. Hisong then made a mental move. Compress spirit power. With the assistance of the powerful medicinal effects within his body, Hisong quickly started his first attempt to compress his spirit power. During the first compression of spirit power, Hisong mustered all his strength and directly compressed the spirit power in his elixir field to his own limits. Feeling that he could no longer make any progress, Hisong then firmly restrained the spirit power in his elixir field that had been compressed once, while secretly gathering his strength. Only when he felt that he had gathered enough strength and was ready to compress the spirit power in his elixir field again did he attempt the second compression of spirit power. This method. It was first proposed by Mangguan and then tested twice by Wei Fan, resulting in a method that could maximize the compression of the spirit power in the elixir field. Even the foundation establishment masters from the Thick Earth sect used a similar method when compressing spirit power during their breakthroughs to foundation establishment. When Hisong was reading in the book collection Pavilion, he had seen many insights from the Thick Earth sect's foundation establishment masters regarding foundation establishment. In these insights, methods like this one were often used. Benefiting from the experiences of predecessors, Hisong naturally wouldn't explore other methods on his own. Moreover, with Wei Fan and Mangguan's successful examples, the feasibility of this method had been confirmed. Naturally, Hisong had nothing to hesitate about. Thus, after the first and second compressions, he quickly prepared to compress his spirit power for the third time. According to Mangguan and Wei Fan's descriptions, compressing spirit power in the elixir field required many attempts before a trace of mana could be successfully created. This number was fixed. 11 was the limit. More than 11 would result in failure. Less than 11 would result in success. For example, Mangguan. It was during his 10th compression of spirit power that the first trace of mana was born within his elixir field. If he hadn't birthed that trace of mana during his 10th compression, he would have likely failed foundation establishment and become an ordinary person. As for Wei Fan, because Wei Fan had experienced one failure in foundation establishment, the insights he shared with Hisong about foundation establishment were more comprehensive. During Wei Fan's first attempt at foundation establishment, he compressed his spirit power in his elixir field a total of 10 times.
Unfortunately, he still couldn't compress the first trace of mana after the 10th compression. As a result,
Wei Fan's first attempt at foundation establishment ended in failure. At the same time, he provided He Song with an accurate number. If the spirit power in the elixir field didn't produce a trace of mana after 10 compressions, foundation establishment would fail, and the cultivator would be severely injured. 2 years later, Wei Fan began his second attempt at foundation establishment. This time, Wei Fan compressed the spirit power in his elixir field only 9 times before suddenly feeling a trace of mana appear in it. After operating this trace of mana and continuously transforming his body's spirit power into mana, Wei Fan's second foundation establishment attempt succeeded. This time, Wei Fan compressed his spirit power less than 10 times before he birthed a trace of mana. Comparing the two attempts, He Song naturally understood that the limit of 11 had no errors.
That is to say,
as long as He Song could create the first trace of mana within his elixir field within the 10 compressions of spirit power, he would successfully establish his foundation. Chapter 178 178 Successful foundation establishment. If it fails, then foundation establishment has failed. Now, He Song is preparing for the third spirit power compression. He still has many chances. A flash of determination glinted in his eyes. He Song, with the aid of the 6 foundation establishment elixirs in his body, silently gathered power, steadily advancing towards his foundation establishment.
The 3rd time. The 4th time. The 5th. At one point,
when He Song once again exerted all his strength to compress the spirit power in his elixir field, continuously making the spirit power within his elixir field thicker, an unprecedented sense of comfort momentarily surged in He Song's heart.
In this moment,
He Song distinctly felt that there was a powerful force being born within his elixir field. Upon sensing this, He Song was instantly taken aback.
This is a sign of mana birth.
The next moment, without hesitation, He Song continued to squeeze out all the spirit power in his body. Simultaneously, that powerful force inside his elixir field, as He Song continued compressing the spirit power, was becoming increasingly terrifying. When He Song perceived that the force within his elixir field was fully formed, a sense of heart-mind connectivity also instantly emerged in his heart.
Spirit power, when compressed to the extreme, gives birth to mana.
Only when one has successfully birthed the first strand of mana, can a cultivator step into foundation establishment, becoming a true cultivator.
Anything below foundation establishment is just a stage that one must pass through in the transition from an ordinary person to a cultivator. As for mana,
the biggest difference from spirit power
is its characteristic of being connected with the cultivator's intention. Spirit power is just a power.
Controlling spirit power, in essence, there is no difference between using a knife or a sword by an ordinary person. But as for mana, it is equivalent to a third hand, a third eye, a third ear, a third. Mana moves with the heart. A unified heart and intention leads to mana following one's heart.
For instance, operating artifacts. Using spirit power to operate artifacts is equivalent to ordinary people wielding knives and swords.
While operating artifacts with mana is like the sword being an extension of oneself, with one intention of mind, mana can closely follow. This is also why a master of foundation establishment can launch an attack from a great distance. A master of foundation establishment. Even if it is just the early stage of foundation establishment, the range covered by their divine sense is as far as 2 miles. Such a long distance, if spirit power is used, naturally, it would not reach that far.
But if one operates with mana, the mana flowing out can reach the place covered by divine sense in an instant.
Therefore, launching an attack from a far distance becomes a very usual matter. At the top of the small mountain,
He Song was silently seated. At the same time as the first strand of mana was born in his elixir field.
He originally just wanted to operate the mana in his body, converting all the remaining spirit power in his elixir field into mana. However, at the moment when the mana was born, He Song suddenly felt a darkness before his eyes.
When he regained consciousness, he found himself floating in mid-air.
But the current He Song cannot use his eyes to look far, he could only vaguely sense some things around him. The mountain peak, He Song's sitting figure, was sensed by He Song. At the same time, around his own figure, mountain rocks, trees, and soil, all could be sensed.
Upon noticing this,
Hisong suddenly realized. When the spirit power in his elixir field was successfully compressed into a thread of mana, that mana would nourish the cultivator's divine soul, and assist in birthing divine sense. Whether it's Mengguan or Wei Fan. When talking about the understanding related to foundation establishment with Hisong, both of them have mentioned it.
The process of birthing divine sense is actually very simple. Hisong, floating in mid-air, is equivalent to stretching out the divine sense, sensing the surroundings. At this moment, Hisong's divine soul is being transformed into divine sense by that little bit of mana.
Only when the first wisp of divine sense is successfully birthed, will Hisong's perception appear mid-air. However, at this moment Hisong's divine sense is just born. He needs to wait until the divine soul is completely transformed into divine sense, only then will his perception fall from the air and return to his body. In this way, Hisong also understood why, whether it was Mengguan or Wei Fan, when they successfully broke through the foundation establishment and came out, they were clear about everything in the outside world.
Originally, cultivators during foundation establishment aren't only able to see what they themselves can see.
At the time of divine sense birth, they can sense all kinds of things around them.
The sound of speaking, the placement of items, and the actions of the people around.
All of these can be vaguely sensed. However, if you want to fully perceive these things, you need to contact them with divine sense.
If it's just swept over from mid-air, you can only vaguely sense the surroundings.
For example, Hisong at this moment could only sense his own body and some nearby mountain rocks, trees, etc. The vague sense will be lost beyond 10 meters. Only when the divine sense contacts an object, or an animal, or even a person, can the sense of the divine sense be maximized.
Of course, if you really use divine sense to contact, that would be similar to directly touching with your hand. In the cultivation world, touching someone else with divine sense is a major taboo.
If what is touched happens to be a female cultivator, it's probably a fight to the death.
In this very moment, the first thread of mana has appeared in Hisong's elixir field. His divine soul was also gradually transforming into divine sense. During this time, foundation establishment cultivators are actually quite fragile. Even if an ordinary person were to come along, they could decapitate the cultivator with a single strike. This is why cultivators usually seek the protection of their closest friends, or parents and masters, when making a breakthrough in foundation establishment. With someone to protect the law, it's naturally safer when breaking through to foundation establishment. However, Hisong does not need to worry about this. Staying within the smoke array, his safety can still be guaranteed. After a while,
Hisong's consciousness returned to his body.
That strand of mana had successfully transformed Hisong's divine soul into a divine sense.
At this moment, as his consciousness returned to his body, Hisong did not bother to try to find out how far his divine sense could perceive. Instead, he focused his attention on his elixir field.
Now,
Hisong has established his foundation.
The spirit power in his elixir field should naturally transform into Hisong's own mana as soon as possible. This transformation process still requires a considerable amount of time.
Focusing his attention on his elixir field, with a thought, Hisong started circulating the thick earth formulas. That strand of mana immediately surged from his elixir field and began to circulate in his meridians. Under the operation of the thick earth formulas, that strand of mana gradually absorbed the other spirit power in Hisong's elixir field and became stronger.
1 strand. 2 strands. 3 strands. A few days later, after Hisong's continuous operation of the cultivation skill these days, all the spirit power in Hisong's body has disappeared, and at the same time, the spirit chi from the outside world has been continuously absorbed by him and transformed into mana. While transforming the spirit power in his body into mana, Hisong also absorbs the spirit chi from the outside world to speed up the transformation. At this moment, cultivators who have just broken through to foundation establishment absorb spirit chi from the outside world at an extremely rapid rate. At the same time, this is why there is usually a small whirlpool of spirit chi above those cultivators who have just broken through to foundation establishment.
There is not enough spirit chi where they are, so they have to draw spirit chi from afar. Thus, a whirlpool of spirit chi forms.
But his song is different.
He is in the smoke array, with 2 small spirit gathering arrays inside and tens of thousands of spirit stones around him. Under such circumstances, the amount of spirit chi around his song is definitely sufficient. Therefore, in these few days, there has been no particular phenomenon such as whirlpools of spirit chi in his song's location.
Without any distinctive occurrence, naturally it will not attract the attention of other cultivators.
This had been planned by his song in advance. Now, after several days, his meridians and elixir field are filled with a considerable amount of mana. This mana, some of it is transformed from his original spirit power, while some of it is produced in these few days by absorbing the spirit chi from the outside world. The current his song just needs a single thought: the mana in his body can be used as freely as his own limbs, constantly circulating in the meridians, thereby absorbing the spirit chi from the outside world and transforming it into his own mana.
Although, to transform spirit chi into mana, a considerable amount is needed. However, for his song,
as long as cultivation can increase mana, everything else is of secondary importance. After these few days, when his body has completely become filled with mana, his song then casually circulates the thick earth formulas, and his attention quickly shifts to his divine sense. Under normal circumstances, after several days of consolidation, his song should have left the confinement by now. From the moment he emerges from the seclusion, he is a newly established foundation establishment master.
Status, position, power, strength,
all have taken a huge step forward. There is an enormous gulf between the chi refining stage he was in before and now. However, after consolidating his cultivation base and thoroughly stabilizing his cultivation at the foundation establishment realm, his song did not leave isolation immediately.
He instead started to study divine sense. Divine sense.
It is transformed from the divine soul. The stronger the divine soul, the stronger the divine sense that is transformed from it.
His song is a transmigrator.
Ever since he arrived at this world, his divine soul has always been much stronger than other people in this world. Therefore, after his divine soul is transformed into divine sense, his song wants to know if his divine sense would be stronger than that of others.
As soon as he thought of it, he took action.
While circulating the thick earth formulas and continuously absorbing the surrounding spirit chi, his song also made a thought and probed his divine sense.
The sensation of exploring with divine sense is very peculiar.
In the desolate smoke array, his song can freely probe with his divine sense and scan everything within the smoke array. As his divine sense probes, he scans all around. Soil, rocks, trees, fallen leaves, running water, the sound of the wind. Everything he sensed appeared in his song's mind, and, after being processed by his divine sense, an extremely vivid flat map was immediately constructed in his mind. Where his divine sense scans, it is clearly reflected in this flat map. But, it is merely a flat map, not a three-dimensional image. With a movement of his song's heart, his divine sense suddenly spread rapidly around him, with his song at the center. Chapter 179 Blood Escape Skill. This time, when his song's divine sense enveloped all directions and rapidly expanded to a 3-mile radius, the scene that appeared in his perception made his song's eyes widen in an instant. At this moment, his song had a clear understanding of everything within a 3-mile radius around him. No matter it was the tiny crawlers in the depths of the earth, or the willow catkins drifting in the sky, or even the leaves rustling in the wind. All of these things appeared in his song's perception.
As long as his song wanted, even a tiny grain of sand could be clearly sensed. A radius of 3 miles? This means, my divine sense is considerably stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. About half more.
No wonder my learning speed for skills and the practice of 100 skills of cultivation truth is faster than ordinary cultivators. His song immediately understood the reason for this when he enveloped all within a 3-mile radius with his divine sense, and his thoughts moved.
I am a transmigrator.
After crossing over, I even got the memories of my previous self. As a result, my soul's strength is naturally much stronger than others. With my stronger soul, naturally, my divine sense will be more powerful after it is born. Under such circumstances, it is normal for my divine sense coverage range to be 1 mile more than ordinary early foundation establishment cultivators. A stronger divine sense than other cultivators gives Hisong advantages in learning skills, practicing 100 skills of cultivation truth, or manipulating artifacts with divine sense.
It's quite a good benefit.
With a hint of satisfaction in his eyes, Hisong withdrew his divine sense. Then he suddenly extended it again, trying to see if he could exceed the 3-mile range. Unfortunately, no matter how Hisong tried, his divine sense coverage range or probing range could not exceed the 3-mile limit. Even if his divine sense was concentrated into a single line and probed in one direction, it could not exceed the 3-mile limitation. After realizing this, Hisong sighed and finally retracted his divine sense. It seems that the furthest range of my divine sense is 3 miles.
If there is a breakthrough in my cultivation in the future, it should continue to grow. As for now, I don't know if there are any elixirs that can increase divine sense. If I can find some, I'll have to buy some and give them a try.
With such a thought in his mind, Hisong soon ceased his cultivation and stood up on the mountain peak. His cultivation had been consolidated. His divine sense had been used freely.
It was time to come out of seclusive cultivation
and start walking the world as a newly minted foundation establishment master. Feeling the mana contained within his body, Hisong's gaze swept around, only to see the spirit stones still shining brightly on the ground, as if they had not been consumed at all.